Good morning, colleagues. I think we're ready to make a start. Thank you so much for joining us here in Geneva and online for the second day of UNIDIR's Global Conference on AI Security and Ethics. I'm Giacomo Persipaoli, still the same person as yesterday, the head of the Security and Technology Program, and I'm very happy to welcome you to day 2 of the conference. We have a very rich program for today as well. I'm going to go over the morning session in just a second, but before I do that, I just wanted to renew our invitation to join in the conversation. You should be familiar now with Slido. Perhaps we can put the QR code on screen as well for those that are joining us online for the first time. Please connect to the Slido platform, submit your questions. This will help the moderator guide the Q&A at the end of each session. Of course, if there are always more questions that it's time to answer, so allow the moderator the freedom of combining different questions that kind of point at the same issue, and then just to save time. But we're really doing our best here. But today, this isn't the only QR code that we have for you. If you're here in the room, you'll see another flyer on screen on your table. For those of you following us online, you can see it on screen. This is a QR code that will take you to a place where you can answer this very simple but very important question. What is the one hard question about AI governance we should reflect on? This is a crowdsourcing exercise that is run by one of our speakers from the session this afternoon from IBM. The idea is that by providing your reflection on this very important question, you will actually have the chance to guide the deep dive that we're going to do this afternoon at 2 p.m., where we will be analyzing real time all of the input that you have provided, and we can, FIDRA will help us understand how we can take this information forward to really inform governance going forward. So thank you so much for running the exercise. You can also do it over the lunch break, but I do invite you to really help us have an interesting discussion by providing us with your input. Now, this morning, as I said, the whole theme for this morning is really about hearing different perspectives from different stakeholder groups. We will be kicking off the morning with 2 very interesting panels. The first one will be moderated by my colleague, Joanna Pushkas, already here on stage with our speakers. We'll focus on the governance and role of investors. And the following panel that will be moderated by my colleague, Yasmin. You've met her yesterday already. We're really focusing on the role of industry in understanding better the responsibility chain from international norms to the role of industry and the industry practice. So a very rich program as well. I welcome you, officially open day 2 of the conference, and I invite Joanna to start the moderation of the panel and take us from here. Joanna, over to you.
Thank you very much, Giacomo. Good morning, everyone, or to those following us online, maybe at more odd hours. I don't even know what to wish you. Good night or good afternoon. Indeed, as Giacomo mentioned, in this very first panel of today, we will take a deep dive into the role of a particular type of actors that can shape the governance of AI, and these are the investors. Of course, while we have discussed at length, and we will continue to do so, about the role of industry and private actors, in this particular panel, we will explore a very specific angle in the story of the governance of AI, and this is the role of investors. We will discuss and get more understanding on what role they have, leverage and stakes for investors in the governance of AI. So I'm very pleased to be joined on stage by an excellent group of speakers that I will introduce now, and then I'll give them the floor. But just to reiterate before that, to please use Slido to ask questions as the presentations are taking place. So I will collect all of those, and the questions that get most interest from the audience will be, I will try to prioritize those, but that said, please feel free to pose as many questions as you wish in Slido. So first, I will introduce them in no particular order. I'm happy to introduce Chris Chang, who's the founder of Simplex Heritage Co. Limited, Japan's first multi-family office with merchant banking functions. We're joined by Sam Jones, who's the president of Heartland Initiative, an organization working on assisting investors in the prevention and mitigation of human rights harms across their portfolios. And last but of course not least, we have with us Aparna Surendra, who's the manager of AWO Agency, a big corp law firm and consultancy. So I'm very pleased now to give them the floor. Perhaps we can start to my far right with Chris. Please, Chris, you have the floor, and please don't forget about asking questions in Slido. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. It's a true honor to be here. I wanted to start out by really thanking Dr. Yasmin Afina, the UNIDIR, and the entire team for putting this amazing event together. I truly believe in public-private partnership, and I am only representing a family office, but each one is very different, so I hope to be able to shed a little bit of light on the group. There are initiatives such as the Family Offices for Sustainable Development at the General Assembly, but my hope today is to really be able to further the dialogue. I'm very honored to be with Aparna and Sam here, so please feel free to ask us any questions, and I hope we enjoy the day together. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's really great to be here today. I'm also just like really thrilled, I think, to be here with Sam and with Chris. I think we each have such distinct but very complementary perspectives. I prepared slightly longer remarks, so I'll kick off by situating myself and AWO. Our starting point for this work is really privacy and human rights and applying these two digital technologies. So in our work with investors, typically with asset owners, we review portfolios for risk and support with company engagement, but we also work quite holistically across our issue areas. So that includes with regulators, with public bodies, and with companies themselves, supporting independent assessment, including through GNI, which is the multi-stakeholder initiative focused on privacy and freedom of expression. So my first reflection, which really can't be overstated, is that the defense and dual-use company landscape looks very different from what it did 10 to 15 years ago, even without recent funding shifts. So we've gone from an industry dominated by primes to one with primes, neoprimes, and this rise in dual-use technology, which includes companies whose products historically have only had civilian applications, but have now entered military contracts. Layered on this is the fact that dual-use technologies look quite different from conventional weapons and have very different capabilities, including cloud and AI functionality, which is provided via API. So I'll speak primarily to dual-use. And I think the question for investors that's becoming much more pressured is, at a high level, how do you invest in dual-use technologies while satisfying your UNGP business and human rights requirements? And there are several conversations that bubble up here that are relevant, but also kind of adjacent to this question. So the first is one on ESG metrics, and the fact that these don't currently address military applications sufficiently. And while this will be a very important tool and provide direction to satisfying UNGP responsibilities, it's important to keep in mind that ESG and human rights due diligence, while they're often tackled together and sit together operationally within investment teams, are distinct. So narrowly, ESG metrics measure performance, whereas UNGP and human rights due diligence address a global set of responsibilities independent of any firm-specific ESG mandate. The second conversation we see in the space focuses on export control and sanctions, and this is very live, again, after USG's intervention on Anthropic's Fable last week. But export controls alone don't satisfy human rights requirements, and they're not designed to. They focus on national security objectives and priorities. So where does that leave us? The direction of travel is really, I think, what Sam will set out in more detail in his remarks, which is more detailed product and conduct-based risk assessments. So we're moving from broad military and defense exclusions towards more granular product types and corresponding risk, which could include like distinguishing between offensive and defensive capabilities, a more detailed conversation about autonomous weapons and lethal autonomous weapons. And this will support investor and company red lines. On the conduct side, it will look like companies setting acceptable use policies, contractual safeguards, and end user monitoring. And this is an area where we've already seen very public company action. So again, notably Anthropic insisting on a prohibition on mass domestic surveillance in its contract with the US government, which subsequently led to it being classified as a supply chain risk. We've also seen contractual enforcement in this space. So again, very recently, when Microsoft terminated its cloud contract with the Israeli military due to violations of its terms of service, specifically the use of Microsoft Azure to store and analyze Palestinian phone call data, when Microsoft explicitly prohibits its services from being used for mass surveillance of civilians. So there are two reflections here. One is that companies are setting acceptable use policies, and those acceptable use policies shift all the time. So there's a need for standards and need for best practice in this space. But second, I'd say we have a bigger and more foundational challenge, which is that once company policies are set and contracts are established, any enforcement will require end user monitoring to identify misuse, which is a very live concern at the minute, and very much in the public domain. And this is a risk for investors, but it's also a risk where mitigation requires an ecosystem for oversight. So operationally, end user monitoring is always challenging, but this is especially true in defense and national security environments. And this will remain the case even as we see the shift to sovereign cloud and AI solutions. So there's a broader multi-stakeholder conversation that needs to be had on monitoring safeguards and oversight, from what's technically feasible to what's politically viable, in order to establish company and investor best practices. So I'll leave that here and pass to Sam.
So it looks like I'm going to lean into the American stereotype and take up much more time than both my colleagues. Apologies for that. So first off, I want to thank Giacomo and Yasmin for including this session on the role of investors. Typically, the investor perspective really isn't included in multi-stakeholder initiatives, regardless of industry, in spite of the fact that it's investors that have the capital that could advance, shape, and especially in this conversation, constrain the way in which industries develop. Second, and Aparna alluded to this, I would argue that for investors, the blurring of the defense and technology industries, or defense tech, has disrupted their ecosystem in a totally unprecedented way. It's an oversimplification, but historically responsible or ESG-aligned investors' approach to defense was relatively uniform. It was based on revenue and product-based exclusion. That is, responsible investors excluded defense companies based on the percentage of revenue generated from military sales or those involved in controversial weapons. However, and as everyone in this room knows, this new age of defense tech is defined by a different set of criteria. Number one, a decline in corporate self-reporting on military-related revenue and end use. Number two, defense tech startups challenging traditional defense primes. Number three, Silicon Valley leaders taking up more and more military and security-related contracts. Number four, dual-use technologies being repurposed in the battlefield in real time. And finally, technologies developed for defense increasingly used in immigration enforcement and domestic policing. So when you combine these factors with a surging demand for the industry created by levels of conflict not seen since World War II, by the Rearm Europe Act, let's call it the erratic American posture towards traditional allies, and calls for digital sovereignty, investors are now left asking themselves several key questions. Basic questions, but key. What is a defense company? What is a weapon? And how do we invest responsibly in a rapidly expanding universe of weapon systems? I'd say the defense tech industry is also challenging for investors in another key way. So they typically look at risk on a company by company basis. So whether this is a mining concession in DR Congo, a banana supplier in Colombia, or an apparel factory in Myanmar. However, the defense tech industry requires investors to look at numerous through lines across industries. So personal data being collected by certain companies and potentially weaponized by other companies. Civilian and defense systems interoperability and the way in which those connect multiple companies across multiple applications. And then finally, applications across multiple high-risk functions, military, immigration enforcement, policing. So in the midst of what I would call like a Gordian knot of risk for investors, how are they supposed to prioritize the most severe risk types, uses, and users of defense technologies, especially recognizing that prioritization must be carried out in order to fulfill their ethical responsibilities under the UNGPs, their legal responsibilities under evolving mandatory due diligence, and their fiduciary responsibilities as stewards of their clients' funds. Also, just to further complicate matters, how are they supposed to do this when the relatively small universe of environmental, social, and governance data providers upon whom they all rely are not providing the necessary fit-for-purpose analysis? So, to address these challenges, Heartland Initiative partnered with the Business and Human Rights Center and the Investor Alliance for Human Rights last October to launch the working group on defense tech and responsible investment. Who is the working group? So it includes global asset owners and managers, banks and private equity firms with over $18 trillion assets under management and advice. And it also includes civil society experts at the vanguard of military AI, autonomous weapon systems, and high-risk surveillance technologies, some of whom are represented in the audience today. The working group has several key functions to carry out over the course of the next year. So number one, map the evolving defense tech ecosystem. So leveraging existing and evolving research, the working group will map the companies, the financiers, and the associated violations of human rights and international humanitarian law to which companies are contributing. I'd say, given the pace and intensity of startups, which are fueled really by private equity and venture capital, this kind of mapping effort will be absolutely critical to enabling institutional public equity investors to identify the highest risk companies in their portfolios and to advance better policy practice and governance among their private equity partners. Number two, establish a robust risk analysis framework for investors. So this approach will basically enable investors to systematically analyze at both the portfolio level and the individual company level the salient and the material risk linked to the development and use of defense tech. The human rights risk of defense tech are pretty well understood, especially by you all. If not, and they're also increasingly well understood, they're more apparent, if not better understood by the broader general public by virtue of escalating conflicts in the Middle East and immigration enforcement crackdowns in the United States. However, investors must also consider the rapidly evolving financially material risk of defense tech. Those could be legal, regulatory, operational, or reputational in nature. Third, the working group is designed to formulate investor guidance for company engagement. So this guidance is designed to equip investors with questions in company engagements that are sophisticated enough to really get to the meaningful ground level risk posed by defense tech on the ground. And critically, it will also include questions on the product life cycle, articulated by leading scholars like Jessica Dorsey and Zaina Assad, so that investors are challenging companies to integrate international humanitarian law and human rights during the planning, design, development, and deployment of these technologies. It's been interesting. Last month in London, we had a two-day event workshop for the working group, and investors and civil society experts agreed that one of the key challenges facing investors in this space is to engage early, at the earliest stages of planning and design with defense tech companies before the effects of their technologies are seen in tragedies like Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran. Number four, define criteria for exclusionary screening. This is what Aparna was referencing earlier. So our plan is to develop clear, actionable criteria for both product and conduct-based exclusionary screens. What this will allow investors to do is limit portfolio exposure to specific types of defense tech and company activities that contribute to human rights harms and violations of international law. So, for example, full autonomy for autonomous weapon systems is already considered a controversial class by the world's largest sovereign wealth fund in Norway, while companies providing certain technologies to states involved in systematic violations of IHL may be a prescribed type of conduct. Certain initiatives are already moving this work forward, such as Stop Killer Robots joint statement with Italian investor Etica, which calls on investors to exclude autonomous weapon systems from their portfolios. And this statement, recently launched, already has garnered signatures from investors with over 250 billion assets under management. Number 5, facilitating peer learning and knowledge exchange. So we'll continue to create and expand a platform for institutional investors and civil society experts to share insights, challenges, and best practices related to defense tech and responsible investment. And especially for those of you in attendance today, I would really encourage you to reach out to me, to reach out to my fellow panelists, and lend your expertise and experience, because we're not going to expect investors to become experts, but it is absolutely critical to engage the financial sector if you have interest in shaping what the defense tech industry looks like moving forward. And then finally, the working group will publish and socialize these tools, guidance, and resources amongst the broader responsible investment ecosystem and the more traditional investment ecosystem. And ultimately, the goal will be to have investors leverage that capital to shape and constrain the industry, whether that's by advancing an ethical by design approach, as Elke Schwartz refers to it, from planning to deployment stage through collaborative engagement, or whether that is by excluding certain LLMs from portfolios that fuel autonomous weapon systems during their targeting process. So essentially, we hope that the working group at the end of the day will send very clear signals to the industry that certain types and uses of defense tech are or are not responsible or investable. So thank you for that. I'll close that.
Excellent. Thank you very much to all of you, and for sharing these interesting remarks that I think to some extent are perhaps very refreshing for our audience to hear that how deeply you think about these issues and about the problems that are associated with the life cycle of AI, with investment, with responsibility, with international law. It's really interesting. Before I turn to the questions from Slido, I would like to ask each of you a very just a very specific question, which is both related to your very specific profiles and backgrounds, but also in a way combining already and alluding to some of the questions from the audience. So I'll start with Chris. Chris, what does, in your understanding, what does a responsible investment look like in practice? So how can the international community engage more also with private investors? And if you have some specific concrete ideas on how to do this in very practical terms, but maybe first address the first question, which was on your sense of what is responsible investment.
Sure, of course. I would like to make a big distinction. Obviously, there are asset managers, there are professional general partners out there. Family offices are a little bit different. Family offices are built by asset owners, family business owners, who want to be able to use their financial capital for human, social, intellectual capital. The goal of a family office is to be able to embody the values of our families. So we come from a very different place. So when you talk about responsible investing, it truly comes down to each family's values and what they're hoping to see in the world, what they're hoping to use their financial capital, again, to be able to get human, social, intellectual capital. So in that sense, are there guidelines? There are firms, there are families that use an extension of what an ESG policy might look like. However, are there good governances when it comes to specific AI, LLMs, dual use technology? I would say currently not yet. And I think that's why we're here to open the dialogue and to be able to learn from participants such as yourselves to be able to understand what that might be able to look like, not only at the state level, the regional level, but on a global level so that we can be more responsible. I hope that answers your question, but I'll start there.
No, absolutely. I think it's even by identifying the fact that we don't have clear guide or the clear guidelines don't exist, or this is a space that is still sort of evolving and emerging. That in itself is an informative stance, and it's important to start with that. Aparna, I also have a question for you. In your view, because you talked about risk and about risk frameworks, how do you consider that a risk framework for AI investors look like, particularly in the context of dual-use risks?
Thanks so much. I mean, I think that's one of the shifts that we're seeing right now, where defense and military use before was blanket, like classified high risk or no-go, and now we're seeing like more openness to those forms of investment. As Sam mentioned, like with regard to the working group, I think developing more clarity around specific types, specific uses, and specific users is what will guide risk assessments moving forward. And I would also say, like, as of now, like, you know, we haven't done, I think there isn't enough clarity or consensus or material really to support questions around like how do we consider the use of cloud in conflict versus conventional weapons in conflict, and how does that map through to various obligations and requirements. And so I think that's something where like real focus will support investors. We have I'd say higher level frameworks that historically have focused on regulatory risk, export controls, et cetera, have looked at context and have looked at use and users. And so that absolutely still comes into play. But I think we're moving into this more granular discussion with a view to company policies and also investor action.
Thank you. And if I may, a follow-up question from that. So when you talk about all these issues you just identified about, you know, in the context of risk, such a framework or such a framing of risk in this space, how would it define or think about low and high risk? So how could sort of metrics or understandings of high and low risk can be framed, can be quantified, can be assessed to develop such frameworks?
I mean, I think a lot of that just needs to flow from that analysis that I mentioned. Like, for instance, I know, you know, there is this, we're seeing this distinction between offensive and defensive capabilities, technologies that are used actively in conflict versus are not deployed in those spaces. So I don't think we're going to see like low risk. I think we're going to see different types of assessment within that high-risk category and different forms of mitigation and clearer red lines. So we're now, I would say, probably operating in this high-risk space, but adding granularity within it.
Okay, thank you very much. So Sam, I'm coming back to you now with a question that you said two things that I thought was several things that were very interesting, but two things in particular that I want to sort of pick on and ask a question. You talked about the role of investors and the importance of the initial stages of having investors involved early on in all these conversations, but you also flagged the risk of which is real, and we're already seeing it, of technologies being repurposed later in conflicts, for example. So a technology that starts as a completely, entirely commercial technology, then becomes weaponized, becomes repurposed, reused or in the context of war. So the question I want to ask you is, how can investors leverage their role, their influence beyond the initial arrangements, beyond the initial first financial arrangements? So how can they track and follow or sort of keep their leverage throughout this life cycle of the technology and essentially have or manifest their influence beyond the initial investment?
Yeah, so we're really talking about risk prevention and risk mitigation. And so at the pre-investment stage, one thing that we're focusing on, because this is such a technologically sophisticated and complex and multi-tiered value chain compared to what investors are used to doing, part of what's happening is the development of red flag terms, right? So as initial indicators of risk. So red flag terms around degree of autonomy, whether things, as Aparna mentioned, whether we're talking about defensive or offensive autonomous weapon systems. The degree to which lawful by design or responsible by design is integrated throughout product lifecycle. And this gets to the point about the necessity of engaging companies at the first stage of development. And so the idea is that for portfolio managers who can't be expected to know the ins and outs of AI, DSS, and autonomy is red flag terms. In other words, how is the company marketing themselves? What are the jurisdictions to which they're talking about their products and services being deployed to? Do they have any high-risk actors in their value chain, and not just waiting on sanctions of entities and individuals to inform how they consider bad actors in those value chains, and to have a slightly more nuanced understanding of products and services? So that's on the prevention side. On the mitigation side, and this is where we get to conduct-based analysis and either engagement or exclusion, for those companies that are providing dual-use tech that start out as civilian and then are repurposed in the battlefield for defensive capabilities, that's where investors, it's necessarily going to be a reactive type of engagement, bringing these situations to light, as has already happened, especially around the IDF's operations in Gaza with different tech platforms and companies, about how civilian products and services were used in offensive military ways.
Thank you, Sam, for sharing this insight. So I'll just probably more that because we had some questions on Slido in our from our audience that were sort of echoing some of the same issues I just mentioned, but I want to go just in a slightly not different but complementary sort of direction. So of course for an investor, perhaps the first fundamental sort of concern is the financial return. So we start with that. And then, of course, there is all the other issues that you mentioned in terms of values, in terms of reputation, compliance with the law, because, of course, the risks are not just financial, but they come from other areas as well. What are the formal ways, the formal channels for investors to incentivize the integration of AI ethics or the concerns for AI ethics throughout the life cycle of the technology? So in terms of informal channels, formal means to maintain their leverage and to influence the way the technology is used.
Yeah, so I think as we're facing, really a year that's next 2 years, that's going to be defined by IPOs, different defense tech startups going public, whether that's Anduril or Anthropic or others. It's going to be increasing, and we're talking to investors about this. It's going to be increasingly important for them to signal their expectations in advance of IPOs, especially amongst European investors, where, frankly, international humanitarian law is treated more like a binding legal framework versus a creative art form, as it sometimes is in the United States. So public signaling and collective signaling before companies IPO, reinforcing decisions like those of Anthropic, where there are certain red lines that the companies will not cross, although I would like to see those red lines increased in terms of not being as de minimis as they have been articulated. Number two, based on changes in the United States with the SEC, where essentially under the administration, companies now can exclude investor proposals at will without having to go through a formal consideration process. It's going to be more and more important, again, for European investors acting in concert with significant shares in a company or with significant assets under management to act collectively around ways in which companies are contributing to violations of human rights or international humanitarian law. And then finally, I would say that in terms of the engagement with policymakers, that there is going to have to be, there is obviously, call it the AI arms race, you call it a new arms race globally, but there are going to have to be certain expectations set out, whether those are by sovereign wealth funds, asset managers, asset owners, of what they do and do not consider humanitarian red lines as the industry develops.
Thank you, Sam, for this, your very clear and comprehensive answer. I'll turn now back to Chris. Questions from the audience specifically directed to you. I'll try to perhaps sort of combine these two of the questions because they're of course related. First, what do you see to be a feasible way to do due diligence for defense technology from your perspective as a representative of a family firm? So how would due diligence look like? And related to that, what do you think you could learn from the diplomatic community and from environments and from conversations such as these ones to inform the development of such frameworks to due diligence or on specific practical approaches?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I guess first and foremost, obviously Sam has brought up some amazing points. I think there are tools and levers that can be used in the public sector. A lot of the technology that are being built today are in the private sector. I literally flew in from Y Combinator's demo day on Wednesday, and I must say, there's this term that we use in Silicon Valley right now, 996. Everyone is working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. for 6 days a week. The velocity of change, the velocity of innovation is something I've never seen before. And when things are changing that quickly on the technological level, it's very hard for us family offices to be able to keep up on the investment level, on the policy level, on the ESG level, et cetera. Not to say we are trying, but the reality is things are moving very quickly. I would say one, when we do our due diligence, quite frankly, the hot deals, term sheets are done in 3 days. You're lucky if you get an allocation. You're lucky to get information rights, which I think is something that is very important. We need to be able to talk to the builders. We have to talk to the innovators and understand what they are looking for, what they see our future is going to be looking like, but what we also see as our future, as our shared future. I think being able to get those information rights and communication rights is actually very important. Having said that, again, it is a race to be able to get allocation. And that is not only because you had mentioned, we actually don't only invest because of financial returns. I think financial returns are very important in this day and age. Having said that, a lot of us invest in the technology because we want our kids to be able to have that technology. We want to be a society, tech is becoming the foundational layer of our societies. And we want to be able to see that technology actually being reflected in the way that we hope, that we actually envision as well. On the second point, what we can learn from you and what we would love to be able to do, obviously, we would love to understand your language. We would love to understand what you're thinking, how you're seeing the future for our kids. I think that's what's most important for us right now and how we can actually mend that with our financial view of the world. In addition to that, actually, when we're racing for these best deals, we're racing against the sovereign wealth funds. So when the sovereign wealth funds set the standards, when they're leading the rounds, it's actually easier for us to follow. So if we're talking about policy, if we're talking about statesmanship, if we're talking about working together, I would actually say, hearing from sovereign wealth funds is actually very important for us as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris. I think that that answers the question very clearly. Now I have a question a very interesting question that came from a member of the audience for all of you, and of course I think it's very fitting for the UN having this conversation at the UN. It concerns the map of investments around the world. So, to what extent is there a conscious, or do you see there to be a conscious diversification of defense tech investment across regions of the world? So, for example, global South versus North. And relatedly, do you see defense tech coming out of very concentrated areas of the globe? I think that's a very important question because, of course, we think about Silicon Valley or about very specific hubs where a lot of this investment is happening. What about when we think about the whole world, the whole globe? How do you see these defense patterns to emerge? Are we observing some patterns around the world? Maybe we can take this in. I'll start with you, Sam, now. So to go the other way.
So I think what frankly concerns me is that the majority of the technology is concentrated in the United States, with due respect to efforts towards digital sovereignty taking shape in the middle powers, and with due respect to different startups that are taking shape, and often with better social purpose in the global majority. But the problem in the United States, it goes back to this blurring of the industries, right? Where you have defense tech companies, coming out of Silicon Valley that are essentially overpowering the traditional defense primes. And I think what's most disturbing is there are exceptions, but what we're seeing is that tech companies becoming involved in the defense space are starting to act more like defense companies in terms of when they're engaging with investors. If you want to talk about potential AI risk related to healthcare, education, or urban planning, et cetera, you can have those conversations all day long. But when it comes to having conversations about military, immigration enforcement, domestic policing, the companies are shutting down more and more. Their disclosures are going down. They're reducing their AI principles. I mean, really, I know Microsoft on the next panel, it's one of the few examples of a company that is continuing to engage in the space in really difficult areas and taking meaningful action. So I think there is and at the same time, you're experiencing an incredible level of deregulation in the United States. You're having the Secretary of Defense talk about stupid rules of engagement, about woke international law. And so if the Pentagon is driving defense tech innovation, and it's doing so and field testing this in conflicts without a sufficient degree of due diligence, legislation, regulation behind it, it's an incredibly worrying trend. Not just obviously for investors who are operating in a state to some degree of legal and regulatory chaos, but obviously for rights holders on the ground who are being subjected to the tests of these products and services in real time.
I did just echo everything Sam said. The companies really mirror where we see investment, right? Whether that's private or public. I will flag that a lot of the concerns that have been raised on this panel and a lot of the kind of issues would still apply even in sovereign contexts. So even in a world where we have domestic capabilities. So that's one piece. I also just wanted to kind of segue back to the last question, because I want to call out a few points that Chris made, which is we really need to see increased diligence in private equities. And that's something that's a little underexplored at the minute. And the second, this needs to take place in an environment where we see oversubscribed rounds, where we see a real frenzy in relation to allocation. But some of the best practices, if they're modeled out by investors with sizable AUM, or by mandates, by governance procedures, formal governance procedures that don't rely on any individual investor, that could benefit the whole ecosystem. Information rights are a really great example. Once they're included in investor terms, regardless of whom the investor is, it then flows to all investors in the round, regardless of their size and regardless of their leverage. And so that's a really interesting tool to keep in mind.
Thank you. I'll go back to your initial question. Innovation happens everywhere in the world. It's our job to go find the builders. It's our job to be able to find the next generation of technologists, scientists, dreamers. Having said that, obviously, when it comes to software, the United States is very strong. When it comes to hardware, China is very strong. Where are we looking geographically? I think that's what the question is. I think South Korea and Japan, the guys who have the industrial base to be able to supply a lot of these things, are going to be very strong. I'll stop there. But yes, I think holistically, investors are not only looking at one specific geography, they're looking for the best innovators. That can be literally anywhere. Where we are seeing innovators go to, a lot of them are coming to the United States to be able to build. Having said that, there are other incentives that other countries are giving, and I think that might change in time.
Thank you, Chris, and to all of you for answering this question. I have another question, I guess, for all of you. It's not risk specific related. Because you all spoke about the potential risk for investors in terms of financial risk, reputational, legal, and so on. And someone asks a question that sort of flips that. What if how can we think of the financial, or how do we quantify the financial return on robust AI governance? So what do you see that, how do you see that in practice? What is really the financial benefit return if the product, if the investment is part of a robust product, robust framework of governance? What is the financial return on that? I'm looking at you. Of course, the question is for all of you, but I'll maybe give you a few seconds to reflect. Sam, if you want to go first.
Yeah. So no, it's a great question. When we're speaking with investment partners, and these could be, smaller faith-based pension funds in the United States, or they could be global asset managers with over $500 billion assets under management. And the regular question is this: okay, we're looking a lot at the most severe and systemic risk across the defense tech industry. Where are the opportunities based on what you're speaking about, which is better AI governance in high-risk applications? And so the question is, all right, we shouldn't invest here. Where should we invest? And that is that's what's leading us in deep dive research and analysis on specific companies where they have articulated a responsible by design or a lawful by design framework, or whether they've taken mitigation action to reduce their risk in certain high-risk context, that we're able to point investors in that direction. And so, amongst, I'll just be direct, amongst the Mag 7, Microsoft's decision amongst numerous sizes, shapes, and types of responsible investors have paid dividends, not reducing their, it's one of the few companies that has international humanitarian law built into its global human rights policy. Investors pay attention to that. They pay attention to how the company responded to controversies in Gaza. And so they're looking to increase their investments in companies like that, and they're looking to decrease investments in other companies, including Microsoft's industry peers, that are going in the opposite direction, especially those who are now refusing to engage investors writ large. I think it will be incredibly interesting to see how investors respond to the array of IPOs coming out when you're looking at an Anthropic versus an Anduril. I think that'll be a great test case for the responsible investment community.
I'd also pan out and think, there are investors who are really also considering timelines and time horizons, and not necessarily considering risk, at a company-specific level, but also looking at the sector and looking at systemic risk, right? And not to be glib, but subprime mortgages made people a lot of money until they didn't. And so that is an active concern in this space. We are thinking with different time horizons, and we are measuring AI governance and responsibilities and commitments, not just in terms of short-term returns, but also what does it mean systemically. And investors, particularly institutional investors, are very, very conscious of that.
I'm going to be very honest, I don't know. I think that's why we're here to learn. I think it's something that we have to understand, learn from obviously practitioners such as Sam and Parna, speak to individuals such as yourselves. How do we calculate ROI on responsible investing and governance on AI? I've never heard those words in an IC meeting before. I hope to soon. But again, I think it's something that we're hoping to have a dialogue on. But but the realities are we're not quite there yet. And again, I want to preface that I'm only one family. Maybe there are larger institutions that are having these conversations in which we would love to learn from them. And if you have those contacts, please let me know. But I think the realities are I haven't heard it in the past 3 years. And if I haven't heard it, yeah, honesty.
Thank you. We have just 4 minutes left. So I want to, I was looking through the questions. They are really fascinating, and I think we could continue this conversation for a long time, but I'll try to combine some of the questions to ask you to maximize in a way the knowledge we can get from this exchange and the insights that you can share. At the same time, related to what the previous question was about, which was related to financial returns. At the same time, investors are often, particularly in the context of AI, which is a technology that is moving fast, is developing fast. There is also this pressure for investment for the investment processes and cycles to be fast, to be against a short timeline. So how do we sort of manage that within the consideration for governance, for ethics, for safety, which are processes that often take longer to develop, to assess. So there's this sort of time pressure that is real. How do you see that tension sort of panning out? And then I will have a final question for all of you on how to really move forward and potentially give a voice to investors in these global conversations. But first, I want to sort of just tease out a bit more this question on the pressure that exists between going fast, developing fast, investing fast, and at the same time doing it responsibly, caring about ethics, about international law. How can we really balance this?
Yeah, I'll be relatively brief. So it goes back to the point I was making about the working group and mapping the ecosystem, and essentially 3 components to that. The companies that are out there, publicly traded as well as privately funded. Number 2, the potential violations of international human rights and humanitarian law to which they are exposed in different jurisdictions. And number 3, who are the financiers? The reason that mapping effort is so critical is because if you're an investor looking at 6,000 companies in your portfolio, it's really, if you're going to prioritize the most severe and systemic risk, you have to know what this most severe and systemic risk look like and who's it attached to. So that's why we're prioritizing that mapping effort within the working group.
I guess I have a quick solution. I mean, Sam mentioned it. Questions. If you have prepared questions of what we want, of what you guys want us asking, we can ask those questions. And we can, again, if we get the information rights, we can also share those answers with you. I think by doing that, we're going to be able to have a shared language, which I think is what's most important right now.
Yeah, I would also add, historically, the reason there have been a lot of challenges around defense procurement, defense timelines, and that has just existed in this space and doesn't necessarily is a reflection of a whole range of administrative and bureaucratic processes that don't necessarily tie at least to product efficacy and testing. So that's like the first. I think that's the context for some of the framing. But the second piece is we see this across tech, right, and across product types. What's distinct here is the unique risk of defense applications. Typically, where the questions for me are really where does the responsibility sit, where does the liability sit, and how can we ensure that there's adequate testing? I think this also takes on a different kind of element of risk when we think about the capabilities and AI capabilities and concerns around advanced AI capabilities, including not just misuse, but also unpredictable and unintended behavior. And so that's where I think some of the concerns should also sit.
Thank you. So I will just end with one question that was asked several times in our online platform on Slido. And you sort of already alluded to some of these issues already and how to move forward from here. So conversations such as this and a panel such as this, it shows clearly that from both sides, from us at the UN and in the multilateral space, there is interest to understand better how you see your role, your leverage, but also it's clear that you also want to learn from us and from how global standards and global discussions are relevant and where the priority areas are. So how can we sort of meaningfully move forward from here and take this to the next step where what we want in the multilateral community and what you want becomes aligned, and we can inform each other better. And for example, just in preparation for this session, I was looking up some examples of initiatives around the world, and there are for example, in Australia, New Zealand, in some countries, I'm sure there are in others as well, but just as an example, there are associations between investors who want to invest responsibly. So, and then they also work, it's easier as an association or as a community of investors to then engage with other actors, with human rights groups, with different governance bodies and so on. So what is it easier to do this as a collective? How do you see this conversation really taking taking shape going forward?
So I think the good news is that there's plenty of demand on the parts of investors. I mean, this is one of the seminal issues that keeps coming up in the types of forums, conferences you mentioned, whether that's SHARE, which is the leading responsible investment network across Canada, the Interfaith Center for Corporate Responsibility, and the Investor Alliance for Human Rights in the United States, Responsible Investor Association of Australasia, the different EuroCIFs, sustainable investment forums. Like, this is, I mean, you know, this is where we are consistently being asked to come and speak on this. And so I think it's a matter for experts in the room to follow these developments, and when called upon, to please participate in this space and to really approach it not just from a place of your own technical expertise, but really, if putting yourself, this goes back to what Chris was saying, if you were sitting in the room with a company as an investor, what would be the key questions you would ask that company that would identify the most severe and systemic risk to rights holders on the ground posed by their technologies?
I'd add, like, investors are a key actor, but not the only actor. And like, how do you advocate for red lines or best practices when those are still unclear? And so I think that's a piece that seems really essential at the minute. And definitely, like, there is an opportunity and a necessity, I'd say, for multi-stakeholder convening initiatives, and also governance, right? Investors need to point to standards, need to point to benchmarks, need to point to expectations, and that also gives them credibility in these conversations with companies. So yes, investors can support alignment and governance requirements, but that question of what does that governance look like, that's not necessarily for investors to set alone.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think there are multiple stakeholders, and I think identifying all of them are very important. We appreciate you including the investors in the conversation. And I would say if you can continue including us, that'd be great. And on the flip side, when you talk about stakeholders within an institutional investment organization, obviously there's the chief investment officer, there's the chief risk officer. I think a lot of the CROs are attending a lot of these events that they're discussing. Inviting the CIOs, who are the ones who are ultimately making the decisions, is going to be very important. There are also forums where, you know, I think investors are very intellectually curious. They're open to these conversations. They're very empathetic. They want to have these conversations. There's organizations like the Milken Institute that hosts a global conference every year. I think attending those, hearing our language and finding a shared platform is something that would be very good. Yeah, I'll end there.
Thank you very much, Dol. I think what I'm hearing is that we need a spin-off of ACE, just focused on investors and having even more investor actors part of the conversation and a future exchange. This has been absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much for sharing your insights, for being honest, for keeping an open mind, for being here today to discuss with our audience. Just in the interest of time, I'll just end it here. I don't need to summarize your points. I think everything was clear and very honestly laid out by you. I'm really very grateful for your contribution. Please join me in a round of applause for our speakers. And I'm very pleased now to hand it over to my colleague Yasmin for the next panel. Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you, Joanna, and thank you, Chris, Sam, and Maparna for the fantastic and very honest conversation around the role of investors. So now may I please ask the speakers for this segment to come on stage? Thank you. So for those who haven't met me yet, I'm Dr. Yasmin Afina. I'm a researcher with UNIDIR, and I have the honor of chairing the panel on the responsibility chain from international norms to industry practice. I don't need to introduce you in length the speakers because it's an excellent lineup that we have. But we have Dr. Anke Allenhofer from Helsing, Emily Rohr-Eide from Kongsberg, Michael Karimian from Microsoft, Alex Sado from Udo Technologies, and then Wafa Ben Hassan from OHCHR. So now we'll go with the first segment of the panel, which will consist of me asking the speakers a series of kickoff questions. And then after that, we'll open the floor for questions. So please do submit your questions already and throughout the conversation via Slido for our speakers. So now I'll start with Anke, if I may. I want to start with the early stages of a technology's life cycle. We often talk about Article 36 legal reviews as a critical intervention point to ensure compliance in AI systems used in the military domain. But by that time, one could argue that most design choices that are consequential to compliance will have been made already. What is your take on this temporal tension, so to speak, and how would you suggest that we go with it? Anke, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. As said on the panel before, I think it's very important that we have these discussions with all stakeholders, with the industry, with investors, and with international organizations and governments. So thank you. As you say, the Article 36 review, it's the core anchor for legal review, but it comes at a very late point in time. When we look at military AI, in many cases, these products and these systems are not developed by the state or not even under the guidance of the state in a state-paid development project. But in many cases, the industry develops these products themselves and offers only like ready or standardized products to the governments, which are then can be purchased by the states. And as you say, at this point, the major design choices are already made. And if the weapons review finds that changes need to be made, that is at a very late point in time, which will be contractually difficult, but also from a taxpayer's perspective, I think not the best investment. So the question is, how can you anticipate the requirements from a legal review or actually move them forward in the supply chain? I think most of all, currently, this is industry's responsibility to think of these requirements, not only the legal requirements under the Article 36 review or under IHL, but also other requirements for responsible AI and ethical requirements, and to think of these requirements and build them in their product right from the beginning. This approach is called compliance by design, and we take it very seriously. But I also think that from a government's perspective or a state's perspective, you shouldn't solely rely on the industry. So I think it's important that states define these criteria themselves, communicate them to the industry early on, and maybe leverage those requirements through the procurement process. Because if we have to look at industry players, a lot of them are startups with 10, 20 people. They don't have the capacity to, or the means to take care of that early on. So it's important also to have a certain push factor to include these requirements. So I think this should be a factor in the procurement process to actually incentivize industry to focus on these requirements, and also to make this a requirement for all players in the industry.
Thank you very much, Anke, for kicking us off. Wafa, I wanted to turn to you now because the OHCHR has been a pioneer in discussions surrounding responsible business conduct, particularly in the context of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. And so building on the conversations we've been having so far over the past couple of days, what would you say are the main incentives, actually speaking of incentives, for industries to integrate international law considerations such as international human rights law, but also international humanitarian law into the product development, but also throughout the life cycle? And what are some of the success stories that you can think of and you can share from the OHCHR's experience?
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for having me. So from OHCHR's perspective, I'm going to walk us through three main incentives, if we want to call them that, to doing that. And so for industry to integrate international human rights law into product development, the main primary one is that this is not soft ethics or optional, and that there is a very real legal obligation that risks putting companies into legal and regulatory exposure. So discussions about AI in the military domain often treat law as, law and engineering as if they belong to separate universes. But the reality is that every line of code in a military AI system is already a normative choice. The question is not whether international law applies, it's whether it's being translated, whether it's being diluted, or in some cases, whether it's being ignored entirely along the responsibility chain. And so discussions yesterday, as well as at the UNODA on this issue, is very much welcome over the past week. On the legal requirements, we also see courts and regulators increasingly scrutinizing whether due diligence is being conducted. We see this in public procurement requirements and the growing number of jurisdictions in adopting mandatory human rights due diligence legislation. And on that front, integrating international human rights law as well as international humanitarian law in conflict contexts. Considerations early really do allow companies to identify and mitigate these adverse impacts before they crystallize into harm and liability, as Dr. Alan Hofer just walked us through. Very important to catch them early before they become harm. The UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, of course, make due diligence this baseline expectation. Crucially, it's not about managing business risks alone, but it's also about preventing violations such as the right to life and other fundamental rights. It also means not to deploy these systems where the risks cannot be mitigated. A second incentive is relating to investors, as we just saw on the previous panel. Investors and consumers are increasingly demanding demonstrable respect for human rights. Companies that can show alignment with international law and international standards are better positioned to access markets, to secure investment and maintain trust. They are also better positioned for public procurement, of course, additional investment and long-term partnerships. So really looking at the longer game here. Investors also have a very, very important role to steer industry in that direction along different companies in their portfolios, of course. And then finally, a third incentive relates to the innovation itself. Integrating international human rights law and international humanitarian law considerations lead to better, safer, and essentially more socially sustainable products. This should really push industry to think creatively about risk mitigation and long-term societal impact, so we have a world that's really better for all of us in all sorts of different respects. Now, you asked me specifically about examples from OHCHR and some of our work and our engagement with industry to this in this vein. So the first I would like to highlight is through our BTech project, where our office works with tech companies regularly to translate human rights norms into concrete engineering and governance decisions. For instance, in just May of this year, in collaboration with Business for Social Responsibility, BTEC launched the AI product design workstream on AI governance, together with AI companies to develop really practical, pragmatic guidance on integrating human rights due diligence into AI product development processes. BTEC, this project also convenes workshops and peer learning exchanges with technology companies across regions, including in India, Japan, the Republic of Korea, and the United States, to support the implementation of the UNGPs. And another example is also our work on technical standard setting, where we engage with technical standard setting organizations and bodies to ground these technical standards, really translating human rights into code, into every single small decision that's being made that goes into these products, which we believe is fundamental to help integrate these international norms and laws into product development at its earliest stage. Now, finally, I just want to close with one remark, and I think it's important to emphasize that it's a critical point that the responsibility chain does not rest on companies alone. A key incentive is to avoid being part of a broken responsibility chain. So that ranges from developers, suppliers, procurers, and users may all try to shift responsibility elsewhere, but international law and the UN guiding principles on business and human rights require each actor to consider the harm it may contribute to, enable, or be directly linked to. And the state also additionally has a responsibility. Due diligence and ensuring that AI is not used in violation of human rights law forms part of state obligations under international law. And due diligence in that regard is embedded in binding obligations under international law, including the duty to prevent foreseeable violations and review new weapons, means, and methods of warfare. Our office's upcoming guidance and report on human rights due diligence for AI and state obligations actually provides more clarity on what this entails. It's very soon to be released. So I'll just close with one final point. So the incentives for industry, you asked me about incentives, are very clear, and realizing the full potential of the responsibility chain requires coherent action across all actors. So it's companies integrating human rights law and international humanitarian law in conflict throughout their operations. It's states fulfilling their obligations, and it's through effective regulation, oversight, and remedy. I hope this gives you a good overview of the incentives.
Thank you so much, Wafa, for this very comprehensive response. Alex, I wanted to turn to you now. One of the key concerns that we've been hearing in this room and in governance spaces generally is the issue of access, and not just about access to models, but also access to compute and infrastructure, constituting a key challenge for many states, particularly in the Global South, for them to leverage the opportunities that these technologies could offer for national, regional, and international peace and security. So building on your experience in facilitating the access to infrastructure in the African continent, what do you make of this issue? Is there any way around it that is responsible and at the same time cognizant of risks, particularly of proliferations to non-state armed groups? Please, Alex.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. It's great to see colleagues and partners from West Africa, East Africa, and even Latin America as we think about the Global South in general. The message from us for the Global South really is it's about getting started and getting started now. All right, we had comments, and really the goal is not to say catch up with the Global North or the US, as one of the speakers from the last panel aptly mentioned. I mean, the investments are enormous to do that, but the goal that we are pursuing is how do you 50x, right, multiply the current capabilities? How do you get started? Because the benefits of AI are just enormous as these governments and defense ministries have to protect and improve national security for their people. Yesterday, we talked about benefits such as multi-spectrum sensing, right? There was a speaker who was talking about that, using AI to analyze images that typically would take a long time for a human to analyze. We talked about predictive intelligence, whether it's with social media sentiment analysis to understanding just huge population-wide data to get intelligence many weeks before they would have before. And finally, I'll mention here, there was also mention about semi-autonomous systems that you do need to send into spaces that you typically wouldn't send your people. So those are just very important use cases. And the starting point for investment in compute are more than $10 million, right? I'm talking about starting points. If you look at the spends from the bigger nations like the US, I mean, it's in the hundreds of billions of dollars is what the spend looks like. So what we look at from Moodle Technologies is how can you get started with just a few $100,000? And that's when you talk about industry practice, that's what we've been bringing to West Africa, East Africa with partners who we speak in just less than an hour. Is how do you get started with some of those infrastructure, because they can enable a 50x growth or boost in current capabilities. And so it's important to get started that way. For example, edge compute devices, just small boxes that fit on this, like on my palm, I can hold it on my palm. Small compute devices like those can enable use cases such as, I have them written here, private language models, like being able to run your own models in your office. And that way you can have safe communications and advice from these AI models. You can process data on massive Excel files or just big data sources. Smart camera alerts, right? With drones and cameras deployed across your perimeters or flying across the seas or the borders, you can process over 50 cameras feeds on just one small device. My message really is that it's possible even with the small devices. And the second one we really love is the edge modular compute that's deployed in containers. Like with small containers, you can have that you can put in strategic barracks. You can then start to process data that is CT scale data. So this is all possible. And the partners in the room are using it to start to gain regional leadership. And from there, they can build into larger ambitions of acquiring compute for their tier 3 data centers and beyond. So that's what we're seeing in the industry in terms of getting started. And it's very interesting to see the capabilities is bringing forward.
Thanks, Alex. I touched upon with you the issue of barriers of access. And now speaking of barriers and challenges, Emily, I wanted to turn to you now because industries are more aware of the on-the-ground practical realities that require added nuance, so to speak, to the ongoing governance discussions, including those that are happening in this room. Could you elaborate one of the key challenge or nuance that tends to be overlooked from your perspectives and underappreciated by the international community in governance discussions? And do you have any thoughts on how we can address that?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. For those that don't know Kongsberg, we're a weapons producing company and have been producing weapons since 1814, so a bit more than 200 years. Why is that important? This is not new to us. When I look around of who participates in these kind of discussions, who are here today, I see very few defense companies, and that scares me a bit. And the reason for that is that the defense industry is probably one of the most regulated industries there are, and still we don't see participation. We have very strict demands on security coming from plenty of security acts around the world, which means that we cannot be very transparent with what we're doing. It's not us who choose, but it's a legislation. We have heard also in the previous panel, which I was very happy to hear, export control regimes. So for those who don't know, but export control regimes decides what our supply chain can look like, who can produce what, and not least who we can sell to. This is not a normal industry. We don't decide who we can buy from and who we can sell to. This is very strictly regulated. And just to add on to that, export control is basically geopolitics. It depends on where you produce things, not just the nationality of your company, but where you are located. So again, this is very complex, meaning that we don't have one international
regulation that we can use when trying to regulate AI in the defense industry. So it gives it another dimension, I believe. Also, when it comes to Kongsberg, we heard from the investment side, it's also important to know who owns the companies. We are partly state-owned, so the Norwegian government owns us 50.004%, which also means, again, that we have even higher demands, especially for our human rights due diligence, and other demands coming from state actors as investors or owners. I think I'll keep it a little bit short, but when it comes to regulating AI, I obviously want you to include the defense industry. I think it's important to include those that actually produce the products that will go out in the field, and not just those who produce the bits and pieces that becomes components, that becomes part of an assembly and then to a product. It's also very important to have those that produce what's going to go on the ground. Both the Security Act and the export control regulations are our license to operate. If we break them, we're out of business. We don't have a choice. So that means that any regulation that are coming on AI in the defense industry need to take into consideration already existing legal legislations that we have. Because if we have to choose from breaking export control or security acts versus AI regulation, I think it's quite simple. Like, we cannot break those legislations. So I think I'll end with, please include us in these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, and I'm glad that you're here on this panel with us to share this perspective. Michael, now finally I wanted to turn to you. Microsoft has been a very active player in governance discussions, including in the context of AI defense and security and through our long-standing partnership. What do you think should be the next steps then for industry engagement? And what do you think, and building a bit on the remarks from Emily, some of the preconditions that are necessary to ensure that the engagement between the public and private sectors is actually meaningful? And what are, do you think, some of the low-hanging fruits that you can think of in terms of where we could start? And conversely, what do you think are the areas where we need more work? Michael, please.
Thank you, Yasmin, and thank you to the Technology and Security Program at UNIDIR for the incredible expertise and effort invested in bringing us all together. So Giacomo, Yasmin, Jan Hendrik, and many other colleagues, thank you very much. So Yasmin, one of your questions was, what are the next steps in treating industry engagement here, essentially taking it more seriously? Obviously, there is a risk at times that it's just a side conversation, but the title of the session is very effective. How do we think about it in the context of the responsibility chain? And we have started to see some progress being made in diplomatic conversations, including earlier this week in the informal exchanges held in this room and elsewhere. And so there is increasing convergence, of course, that international law applies and that human judgment and control are required, and that systems need to be safe, secure, reliable, and that civilian protection must remain central. But of course, implementation requires much more than just attention and principles. We actually need to be able to demonstrate how those norms show up in companies' governance processes, as well as in product review and in data decisions and testing, documentation, in procurement conversations, and of course, post-deployment support as well. And so that's actually why I believe the development of a dedicated framework of responsible industry behavior for AI in the military domain should be at the center of the next phase of industry engagement. Because actually such a framework could answer quite central questions around, when a company develops, supplies, integrates, or supports AI that would be used in the military contexts, what does responsible corporate conduct actually look like and require? State responsibility, of course, remains applicable. It goes without saying that states and parties to armed conflict remain responsible for compliance with international law, including IHL. But companies do make choices that affect risk. They make choices about data and system design and evaluation, user documentation, updates, and support. And so an authoritative framework of responsible industry behavior for AI in the military domain can clarify what good practice looks like at those points, and it can also help states ask questions of industry when they procure or review AI-enabled capabilities. Of course, the framework should be consistent with and complementary to the UN Guiding Principles, which Wafa discussed and other colleagues as well in the earlier session on investors. But we do have to recognize that the UNGPs alone are intentionally universal and flexible in nature. That's so that companies across sectors and geographies can implement the principles. However, there are circumstances where companies and stakeholders require more granularity and more specificity. And I think the framework can help us achieve much more consistent and informed responsible business conduct in this context. Yasmin, you also asked about preconditions for meaningful public-private engagement, and this is important. It has to be grounded in international law and human rights, and has to include humanitarian actors, civil society, academia, technical experts, and a diverse set of companies, really on par with the large technology and traditional defense contractors. Of course, it has to be cross-regional as well, because states and companies are entering these conversations from very different starting points, and practical enough as well so that engineers, policy teams, compliance teams, procurement officials, and policymakers can actually use it. Yasmin, you also asked about low-hanging fruit. And actually, I'm quite confident that a starting point here should be around increasing shared expectations for what policy, due diligence, transparency, and remedy should look like. Those are areas which we don't need to resolve every single hard question or some of the geopolitical questions and tensions that exist before we make progress, far from it. But actually, if, for example, states can ask for clearer evidence of what a system is designed to do, what it is designed not to do, what assumptions were made, what testing was performed, and what operational constraints are necessary, then we will have made a lot of progress. And companies can be a lot more disciplined in documenting intended uses, known limitations, foreseeable misuse, and safeguards. And then lastly, Yasmin, you also asked about what more work needs to be done on harder questions. Well, for example, how to evaluate AI systems in the midst of dynamic conflict environments, and how to jointly address dual use proliferation risks, and how to manage the tension between transparency and national security, as Emily mentioned, and how to support remedy and discontinuation when a risk becomes unacceptable, and how to include companies that may not traditionally see themselves as part of the AI military ecosystem. Those are all questions which come to mind and actually are very difficult to find answers to. I'll actually end by saying that ultimately a framework of responsible industry behavior for AI in the military domain should be connected to and feed into and learn from the responsible AI in the military domain process, so REAIM, as well as the first committee processes, which we're starting to see emerge, and to benefit from convenings such as this and connected to UNIDIR's Roundtable for AI Security and Ethics and other relevant forums. The goal should be a meaningful and usable bridge from international norms to industry practice, actually helping us to create this responsibility chain so that companies can act responsibly and help states as well uphold their obligations effectively.
Thank you very much, Michael. Now I do have a lot of questions that are coming in via the Slido. There's one question specifically for you, Wafa, which I will read out loud, and then there's a number of general questions that I will pose to our panelists, and I do invite you to then pick one of the questions that you think are most relevant. So Wafa, the question I have for you is, when a zero trust system flags an entity based on behavioral evidence rather than an identity, how can human rights frameworks audit the decision chain in cross-border deployments?
Sorry, can you repeat the first half of the question?
Yeah, so when a zero trust system flags an entity based on behavior rather than identity, how can human rights frameworks audit that decision chain in cross-border deployments?
That's a really good question. I think part of the confusion here is, and so this is something I actually wanted to say earlier on too, to build on Ms. Reuter-Aid's comment earlier. I think what adds to the confusion is that when it comes to export controls or even looking at various human rights due diligence processes that are cross-border, I think depending on who is conducting the human rights due diligence, for instance, if it's a company with a specific feature or product, then that is, depending on where that product is being deployed, then ultimately that is cross-border. But I think what adds sometimes to the confusion is that export controls are typically applied where that type of regulation applies when it is targeted towards traditional weaponry and traditional weapon systems. And I think part of the problem is that AI in particular is inherently dual use, and the military AI ecosystem is not entirely separate from the civilian one. And so unlike traditional weapons or tanks that only have one use, the military AI ecosystem relies on civilian data and infrastructure to be able to execute a lot of its product development. And I think so, for instance, just to go through a few examples, and this question is a tricky one because it is really context specific. It just really does depend on where that actor is acting and who is actually producing the weapon. But some of the examples insofar as how artificial intelligence systems are inherently dual use is, one is the same data sets. It's the same models. Sometimes it's very similar infrastructure, and oftentimes the models or the large language models are reused with differences in weights but ultimately it does rely on a lot of civilian data. Another example is that it's the same companies that actually operate across civilian spaces and military ones too. And most importantly, and perhaps more critically, is that those same biases from different data sets also transfer across. And so a system that is developed for civilian use may ultimately be later integrated into surveillance or adopted for intelligence gathering and analysis and use and targeting support. And so I think that really is the inherent kind of heart of the question here that we're seeing. The technologies are just advancing so rapidly. And again, the confusion between civilian uses and military uses is becoming ever more blurry, I would say.
Thank you, Wafa. And I'm glad you touched upon due diligence because I want to pick your brains, Emily, to develop a bit more from your perspective on the conduct of due diligence from a defense prime perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much. Obviously we do quite a lot of human rights due diligence and other types of due diligence as well. It all starts with the classification of what we're producing. If it's a component or if it's a readily made product, it has certain types of demands. Depending on where you produce it and which kind of export control regulations you need to adhere to, it also depends on how your supply chain or what it can look like, who can be involved, and what are the criteria to those suppliers. When it comes to the human rights part, we obviously check all our products that they comply to international humanitarian law, that we've done thorough assessments of what could possibly go wrong. But I think it would be naive to just say that we're done, nothing can go wrong. Ultimately, in the end, it's actually the one who presses the button who decides where the weapon will be fired. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. So we try to do everything we can to make products and our whole value chain as good as possible. When it comes to the export control part, so when we sell a product, it's also an inherent part of the export control to do audits afterwards, that we actually check that the products are still there a few years later. If we deliver something to a ship that we make controls, we go out to the ship, we actually see that they have not moved it, they have not sold it further. So it's quite a rigorous system actually to make sure that what we produce and who we sell to is the end user for that. And contrary to what was said in the previous panel, human rights is actually a big part of the export control regulation in Norway, at least. So if there were human rights problems, normally then also we would not receive a export license for that product or customer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. Alex, Anke, and Michael, I have a few general questions that I will ask and throw in, and then I'll give each of you the floor to reflect on these questions. So one question we have is, does the panel agree that responsibility should start at the top, both of public entities and private companies throughout the supply chain, and that therefore personal liability, in addition to corporate liability, needs to be embedded in regulatory frameworks, including in the context of, for example, reckless development? So that's one question. Another question that we have at the top of our list is, who do you think is responsible when AI systems cause harm, make mistakes, or are used in ways that violate human rights or international law? And then the third question that I wanted to throw into the conversation is, there is a significant translation gap, and I think that speaks to what, Michael, you had mentioned, between high-level principles and actual machine code or industry practice, and how can we bridge this gap? Again, I know that, Michael, you mentioned the framework. Perhaps if any other speaker would like to elaborate on this question. So perhaps I'll start with Alex, and then go to Anke, and then finally Michael. Alex, please.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I think my remark is a quick one on especially your second question on who is to blame. I think it's a shared responsibility across board, similar to what Emily was saying, where it ranges from the companies who are building the products, whether it's from our end, which supplying the infrastructure, the compute infrastructure that enables the capabilities of building local. We see that as very immense and important, because it starts to give more control over how these tools are making decisions, as against obviously companies or countries in the global south cannot escape importing solutions, but then being able to build some for themselves starts to increase their influence over the logic of how these tools operate, and so it starts to reduce harm that can go on in those instances. So it starts to give them more responsibility of how to control that. And it's still early days in the global south as we start to apply AI in the space of defense. And with that, it's early days of creating frameworks. But this is at least how we're seeing it.
Yes, I agree with what you said. In the end, it's a shared responsibility. Every company in the supply chain has to ensure that their products, their components along the supply chain are responsible and legally compliant. And in the end, it's the OEM, the party selling the product to the state, who takes the overall responsibility for the whole product. And the state, according to international humanitarian law, that the product is compliant with these requirements. The problem is right now when we talk about responsibility, of course, that we have the the moral responsibility, which is, as I said, a shared responsibility along the supply chain. When we talk about legal responsibility, I think in the absence of actual regulation, that's still quite difficult to allocate, and I think not decided yet. What I want to mention is there is a lot of competition right now. There is competition between the states about which AI weapons to use, absence of global standards or regulations, and there is competition among the industry players. So that's why we have to ensure that it's not a race to the bottom for both governments and for the industry players.
So those were three quite challenging questions, but I concur with Alex and Anke's responses so far. Trying to answer all three questions in one go from a human rights-based perspective, I think we should recognize that 15 years ago, when the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights came out, they affirmed that the state duty to protect, respect, and fulfill human rights includes regulating all organs of society who can have an impact on human rights. That includes the private sector, and as such, business, industry has a normative responsibility to respect human rights. As Wafa said, the baseline of that is human rights due diligence. We should maybe spend some time just trying to demystify what human rights due diligence is, because I know it's a very broad term and concept. But in addition to that, individuals have a right to remedy. And so if their rights are harmed, they can go to the state under certain practices and procedures, normally well established, and also they can go to companies as well. Remedy is a ladder. Again, I think it's a term that's used a lot and it should be demystified a little bit, but it is a ladder. At the bottom of the ladder, companies, if they do intentionally or unintentionally cause a human rights harm, I think the first step is to implement practices to ensure that those harms don't occur again in the future. So new processes, new policies, changes in commercial relationships so that those harms don't occur in the future. But then if that's not sufficient, individuals can also pursue non-judicial grievance mechanisms, of which there are a number. For example, the OECD has its national contact points in individual countries, member countries, and individuals in those countries affected by the risks of companies from those countries can go to their national contact points. And then there are judicial grievance mechanisms as well. So essentially taking a company to court. That is one way that we can then start to unpack how individual companies have responsibilities for harms that have been caused, but it is very hard to give a blanket answer to that specific question because it is unfortunately very, very context specific, but definitely worth unpacking in further detail.
Thank you, Michael. I have a few more questions from the floor, including for you, Wafa, but also Emily and Alex, and then a few more general questions. So what I'll do is read them at once, and then I'll give each of you your turn to respond to the question, but also share your closing remarks as we're approaching the end of our panel. So Emily, I have a question for you. You mentioned this potential standoff between procurement laws and new AI regulations or governance efforts. What do defense companies like Kongsberg need to see in regulations like the EU AI Act or GPI Code of Conduct that will help you in risk control and compliance? So that's a question that I had for you. Wafa, we have a question on how to regulate AI to prevent capture by big tech via lobbying and politicians via security expectations, and what oversight mechanisms are truly effective. So that's a question I had for you. Alex, I also had a question for you for emerging tech developers. How do we build responsibility into the initial product design phase so that AI systems are naturally aligned with international security standards from the get-go, so from the start? And then I do have a couple of general questions. Have you ever seen people try to use international human rights law in an attempt to bypass or undermine others, such as, for example, more local legal regulation? And then finally, another general question that I wanted to throw to the floor. For long-term AI security, how can we build partnerships that prioritize the human element alongside technical compliance? And can we move towards a model where human judgment and ethical clarity are treated as essential governance infrastructure? So there's a lot of questions to treat. So please, choose the ones that you think you're able to respond, including those that were directed to you directly. I'll start with Wafa, and then we'll work our way towards my side of the stage. So then Wafa, Michael, Anke, Alex, and then finally Emily. Wafa, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Yasmin. I guess I'll just answer the question that was asked. And by the way, these are all superb questions. They're very, very good. How to regulate artificial intelligence without playing into regulatory capture, especially given the billions of dollars that go into lobbying. I mean, we all see that. I think I will anchor my answer on, I think, three main pillars here. So the first is, look, a lot of these conversations that we're having around artificial intelligence governance and regulation, or even, I always say I have an allergy to the term ethics because we have human rights, but even around ethics and AI, I think ultimately a lot of the conversations do not include as many civil society actors as they should, which goes to the primary pillar of just basic participation, being able to have different modalities of participation, to have meaningful feedback loops. And I don't just mean civil society organizations like advocacy groups, but I also mean academics. I mean researchers, ethicists, doctors, humanitarian experts, philanthropies, a variety of different actors in society just need to have a much more active voice in this conversation. And we, as organizers of different events and dialogues and processes, need to do a really active job in being able to incorporate and weave in those voices. So that's part number one. Part number two, I would say, is, I think, two things in one, but capacity building and education. I think there is a lot that needs to be invested in when it comes to having civil society organizations actually learn more about the technical background of how these products are developed and designed and conceptualized. I say this because for any member of civil society that's typically anchoring their knowledge and expertise around law and more kind of regulatory expertise, it's really, really, really important that they take the time and that they have the resources to actually be educated on the technical standards as well as the technical build of these products. And that takes time. It takes time, it takes resources, it takes investment. And I think I'll actually stop there because the second pillar I had just grouped all three of them in one. So basically more meaningful participation of civil society, better capacity building and education and investment in that, and then a more dedicated kind of orientation towards technical standards. I think that is the only way we'll be able to regulate and also answer the hard questions around how civilian infrastructure is being used for military purposes as well. So kind of really touching on that dual use question as well.
Yasmin, was there a question in the group about international human rights law being used as a way to subvert domestic law? I found that very interesting. It's hard to sort of imagine that sort of context emerging, but if it did, the benefit of a company as large as ours and operating across so many markets, typically every market except where sanctions make that not possible, or there's simply no addressable market to even engage with, is that human rights law creates a common baseline across very, very different jurisdictions. And so in a way, that's the floor, that's not the ceiling. If there are circumstances in which national domestic jurisdiction operates at a higher standard than human rights, great, that's exactly how it should be, and would encourage that very much. But I wouldn't worry about our ability to operate in those markets. I worry about our ability to operate in markets where actually the baseline from domestic law is much lower than human rights standards. And so again, that's why we need to be able to rely on effective authoritative interpretation of how human rights and other international norms apply in this space.
I have two short points. I think what you said, Wafa, is very important, education. And I want to stress the importance of communication because it's such a complex topic. And there are so many silos, I think, in this. Like within the industry, there are silos. It's a technical question, it's a legal question, it's an ethical question. So even within the industry companies, there can be silos. Even more if you go outside of a company with respect to the state, to the international organizations and so on. So we do need communication, even if it's like maybe a standard thing to say, but we don't have enough of these conversations. And I think also on the national level, the governments need to communicate more clearly what their expectations are. And building on what Emily said, yes, the defense industry is used to working with the regulation and to dealing with it and complying with it. So it's very difficult right now to have these different or unknown requirements. So we need more transparency and more communication as to what these requirements are. And if we have, for example, more guidance or regulation, for example, what would be the necessary level of human control or judgment in a military AI system, that would definitely help. It will still be very challenging to break down this requirement into legal, technical requirements in the product design. But if we have some clear, transparent communication about what is actually required, that would definitely help.
Yes, on my end, I was asked about how to build responsibilities into AI systems to align them with international security standards. Two things are, one is aligning national standards with international standards, while importantly localizing those principles. The second one is, I think, moving the responsibilities closer to the point of application. On the first one, an example is a participatory approach Nigeria, for example, took to putting together its national strategy and standards program. About 2 years ago, 2024, the government invited about 110 experts globally from the Nigerian diaspora and beyond to come to Abuja and work together for a whole week, bringing together their vast amount of knowledge from wherever they were coming from towards co-designing that. So that's an example of that participatory approach to help uncover blind spots. And then on the second one, with moving the responsibility closer to the point of application, as you rightfully mentioned, one of the strongest responsibilities is with the OEM and the creator of the platform. And we don't want to be having to blame an OEM that is far across the ocean for providing devices that, say, AI devices that are trained on data that's not representative of the places where they've been applied. So that's why it continues to be very, very important to provide access to infrastructure like compute so that some of these solutions can be built locally. An example is on the education side, where we support military AI academy programs by equipping them with compute to improve, which they are now using to improve on existing systems to both reduce bias and increase the correctness of those systems as we find that to be very, very important and crucial. In my remark there.
Yeah, thank you. I was asked what we need to see in regulation. I guess my answer is really, I don't know. That's why I'm here together with all these smart people. But I know what we don't need. I've taken part in some discussions where we're very about, well, the discussion has gone, we need to be transparent. We need to tell people how have we created these AI technologies, how do we do them, how have we tested them? And my initial response is, no, we can't do that. It's against the Secrecy Acts and it's against the export control regulation. It's very counterproductive to be very transparent about how you produce defense. So I think I'll stick to what Anke said as well, that maybe if we would have more guidance on what can AI do and what can it not do. Do we have security requirements for how you should have tested AI before it's put into a product? Then that is something that could help us. And I'll just touch upon lastly the IHL, question on IHL to bypass national legislation. I haven't heard about it. I'm very fortunate to live in a country where we have very strong human rights and IHL legislation nationally as well. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much for these insightful remarks. Please join me in giving a round of applause to our speakers. So now we'll proceed with the series of lightning talks. So I will ask the speakers of the following lightning talks to come on stage already. Yulia from the Peer Center, Jamal from the Ministry of Defense of Kenya, Mekin Fund from African Union, and Mariana from the Policy Hub for Inclusive Development. If you can please come on stage so that we can proceed with the lightning talks. All right, so we'll start with the lightning talk by Yulia Tishkovskaya from the Peer Center. It is a lightning talk about public-private power, who really governs AI in security and defense in the new techno-geopolitical order. Yulia, you have 5 minutes for the lightning talk. The floor is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin, and thank you, UNIDIR, for organizing such an important discussion. So today's AI in defense and security is fundamentally different from traditional weapons. It relies on three pillars, mostly controlled by the private sector. Models and software built by commercial companies. Commercial cloud infrastructure for computing power. And data sets gathered in civilian environments. However, despite this reality, most national strategies still treat tech companies just as service providers rather than as co-participants in governance. Next slide, please. As a result, ignoring their real role creates four major risks. First, accountability gaps. If an autonomous system makes a critical decision, both the developer and operators should be responsible. Next, crisis of trust. Trust between states now depends not only on government actions, but also on the corporate ethics of the companies running our digital infrastructure. Then, technological dependence. Relying on a few outside suppliers for critical technologies creates vulnerabilities for national sovereignty. Finally, proliferation risks. Complex global supply chains make it easier for sensitive tech to leak to non-state actors. Therefore, the question is no longer whether the private sector should be involved, but how to structure this cooperation for stability. Analysis of global current trends allows us to identify 5 elements that could form the basis of balanced public-private governance. The first element is public-private governance mechanisms. We need clear national standards for companies whose technologies are critical to national security. We also need national protocols for sharing risks, handling incidents, and updating systems. National coordination bodies can manage this state-industry interaction strictly within national legislation. Second, shared responsibility. To fix accountability gaps, we should divide duties clearly. Developers must ensure the model is safe and robust during training. Operators, including the military, are responsible for how the system is actually used and for following international law. Third, security-focused AI standards. We need joint standards for data integrity and protection against manipulation. We also need clear standards for the AI lifecycle, like training data categories, use cases, limitations. And we also need technical requirements to certify military AI. Fourth, structured dialogue. Permanent platforms to discuss benefits, risks, and best practices are needed. The group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapon systems and the UN Disarmament Commission appear particularly suitable for this role. They include all key players, preventing fragmented discussions. They have proven procedures, a culture of consensus, and deep expertise in tech security matters. Their mandate is not to stimulate an arms race, but to consider measures for proper development and the use of the military systems with AI. Plus, their formats already allow experts from industry and academia to contribute without building new bureaucracies. Finally, private sector confidence building measures. The aim of such measures is to reduce uncertainty without compromising security. This means voluntarily sharing national AI security practices, exchanging views on CCW principles, and holding technical talks on robustness and preventing misuse. It's important to emphasize such measures should not require disclosure of sensitive data, limit legitimate interests, defense interests, or allow external control over national systems. Next slide. To conclude, the new geopolitical reality requires balance between private sector innovation and strong state control to ensure long-term stability. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Yulia. Now I'm giving the floor to Major Jamal Mohammed Hassan from the Ministry of Defense of Kenya to speak about the role of national strategies for the governance of AI in the military domain with the best practices from Kenya. Jamal, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much and good morning. Let me begin by first thanking UNIDIR for an excellent conference, and particularly Giacomo, Yasmin, and the amazing team from UNIDIR for bringing us together and for inviting Kenya to share our experience in governing AI in the military domain through national strategies. I speak from the vantage point of a defense practitioner involved in our AI and cyber work, but also as someone who has participated in our broader national AI and emerging technology policy processes. From that perspective, our key insight is simple. If you want responsible military AI, you cannot start with a military system. You have to start with a coherent national strategy. In Kenya, our draft National Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Technologies Policy and our National AI Strategy do 3 things that are particularly relevant for this community. First, they give us a common language and a single strategic framework. AI is treated not as a standalone buzzword, but as part of a wider digital transformation agenda that cuts across economic development, public service, national security, and foreign policy. That allows us in the Ministry of Defense to anchor any prospective military uses of AI within nationally agreed principles on human rights, data governance, ethics, and risk-based regulations, rather than inventing our own specific or sector-specific universe. Second, they clarify roles and build coordination. The policy establishes a national governance architecture for AI and other emerging technologies, including a high-level council and clear mandates for line ministries, regulators, and security institutions. For the military domain, this matters because questions about data, infrastructure, standards, and legal oversight cannot be answered by defense alone. Our national strategy forces us to sit at the same table with cyber, justice, interior, communications, and foreign affairs actors, and to work from a shared framework when we discuss command and control, target support, or AI-enabled cyber defense. Third, they create space for specialized defense capacity within a national vision. One example is the establishment of the Moran AI and Cyber Center of Excellence in Kenya. The Center of Excellence is designed as a sovereign platform to do three things: build elite human capital in AI and cyber across the defense and security community, run mission-driven experimentation and testing, including red teaming and war gaming, and provide doctrine and policy and strategic advisory support on responsible AI and cyber capabilities. Crucially, the center is not an isolated military lab. It is plugged into our national AI policy framework and to regional and multilateral process so that the standards it develops are interoperable with civilian regulation and international expectations. The center also works in hand with the Action Lab, which is under the Office of the Special Envoy on Technology. As such, let me quickly highlight three concrete practices we have drawn from this experience. The first is to design national AI strategies with the full life cycle of military AI in mind, even if you are not yet deploying advanced systems. Our policy thinking explicitly reference stages from pre-design through development and testing to deployment, use, and decommissioning. That life cycle lens has proven invaluable when we discuss export controls, acquisition, legal reviews, and de-risking AI-enabled decision support tools. The second practice is to ensure that national strategies recognize the security dimension explicitly, but do not securitize everything. In our case, the policy acknowledges defense and national security as priority use cases and risk areas, yet insists that governance of military AI remains grounded in international humanitarian law, international human rights law, and broader democratic oversight. This balance helps us resist both extremes, unchecked militarization of AI, and blank suspicion that paralyzes legitimate innovation. The third is to connect national strategy to regional multilateral work. Kenya has used its national framework to inform and be informed by our role in the REAIM process by hosting Africa REAIM regional consultations within the military domain, and by contributing as a core group members to the various General Assembly processes on AI in the military domain and the recent informal exchanges that we held here this week. That two-way circulation between Nairobi, the region, and multilateral forums has helped us ensure that our national strategy reflects global debates while also bringing African perspectives and capacity realities into those debates. To conclude, national strategies are not a silver bullet, but when they provide a clear vision, coherent governance architecture, and room for specialized defense institutions like the Moran AI and Cyber Center of Excellence, they become powerful tools for turning broad principles about responsible military AI into something that commanders, engineers, and diplomats can actually work with. Kenya stands ready to always share our experience with any state or region that provides this trajectory or sees this trajectory useful, and we look forward to learning from other approaches as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamal, for these insightful remarks. Now I would like to give the floor to Mekin from Awak Essien from the African Union, speaking in his personal capacity on closing the governance gap with African perspectives on inclusive AI frameworks for international peace and security. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm a storyteller, so I'll start with carrying you along. Imagine a room where the rules for technology and war and education with regards to AI and surveillance, and then the people most affected by it are not in the room. Imagine a security framework designed to govern a city, written entirely by people who have never visited the city, who don't speak the language, who have never experienced the specific vulnerabilities its residents are facing. This is not a hypothetical statement. That is in essence what is happening now in Africa and the global AI governance. So to give a bit of context, Africa is not on the sidelines of AI revolution. AI-powered tools are being deployed across the continent at a remarkable pace in healthcare, in agriculture, in financial services, and increasingly in security and conflict environments. AI is shaping how wars are fought, how surveillance is conducted, how disinformation spreads, how peace is brokered. These are not future scenarios, they are present realities. And yet, the frameworks being built to govern this risk, the standards, the norms, the safety benchmarks remain overwhelmingly concentrated in high-income countries and economies. The countries most vulnerable to destabilizing effects of ungoverned AI are least represented in the rooms where the rules are being written. Africa is home to over 90% of the world's, 19% of the world's population, and it's the fastest growing region on AI adoption. And it's operating with some of the most complex security environments on the planet. We are talking about conflict-affected zones, multilingual societies, fragile institutional ecosystems, and significant lack of compute sovereignty. That is the landscape that we are operating in. And yet, Africa remains almost entirely absent from the multilateral tables where AI, safety, and frameworks that will govern the systems and the international peace and security are being built. That combination of rapid AI development and structural representation in governance is not just an equity or fairness problem. It's both a governance failure and peace and security problem, because frameworks designed without the contextual knowledge of the environments they will operate in are incomplete at best and dangerous at worst. Drawing from my direct experience deploying digital innovation initiatives across Africa, I would want to name 3 critical governance fault lines. And the first is exclusion from standard settings. That is the first fault line. Bodies shaping AI safety norms in concentrated high-income countries, the technical benchmarks and safety standards being developed for AI systems largely reflect the threat models, languages, and institutional context of their creators. African states lack consistent representation in technical standard settings, standard settings processes, not because of disinterest, but because of structural barriers, resource constraints, limit compute sovereignty, and sheer pace at which these processes move. When these systems are deployed in environments where they were never designed to understand, they do not fail safely. They fail in ways that deepen conflict, erode trust in institutions, and accelerate instability. The result is a growing gap between systems being deployed and the governance frameworks that are meant to manage them. So the second fault line is asymmetric security risk. So AI systems designed without contextual understanding of conflict-affected, multilingual, and low-resource environments carry embedded risk. A facial recognition systems, for example, trained predominantly on one demographic, a content moderation algorithm that cannot process local languages, a predictive policing tool calibrated for different social contexts entirely. When these systems are deployed in fragile or post-conflict settings, the consequences are not abstract, they are actually human. Third fault line is absence from dual-use governance discourse. A conversation about AI that both civilian and military applications is one of the most consequential of our time. We are talking about lethal autonomous weapons, AI-enabled surveillance, and decision-making in conflict. It's happening largely without African voices, and yet African states are increasingly on the receiving end of these technologies, both as users and also as affected populations. So, what do we do about it? The UN has pointed us in the right direction. The General Assembly's Resolution 79239 and Resolution 8056 both affirm the importance of safe, secure, and trustworthy AI and call for inclusive and multilateral approaches in AI governance. These are not just aspirational statements, they are mandates. What I propose is a tiered inclusive governance model, one that enables meaningful African participation in AI, African participation in AI security framework without requiring the equivalent technological capacity as a prerequisite. Participation cannot be conditional on parity. Inclusion must be structural and not invited. This means dedicated African representation on technical norms setting bodies. It means co-designing governance frameworks with institutions that understand our conflict-affected context. And in closing, I would like to say the goal of AI governance is, especially for international peace and security, is at its heart for protection of the people, not just one set of people, but all the people. And the governance gap is real, but not inevitable. Closing it is not charity, but a choice. And the choice starts with who we invite into the room and whose perspective we treat as essential rather than optional. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mekinfon. I'll now turn to Mariana Belselga, who will talk about when security justifies opacity, human agency, algorithmic accountability, and destabilization risk in post-conflict AI governance. Mariana, the floor is yours. I do ask you to please keep your remarks to 5 minutes as we're operating on a tight schedule. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank UNIDIR for this opportunity to bring views from the global majority into conversations about the future of AI and security. Today, my presentation focuses on civilian AI systems that mediate access to rights and public services and the destabilization risks that may generate in fragile and post-conflict settings. When I think about AI and security, we usually think about autonomous weapons, military decision-making, and related operational contexts. But some of the most consequential AI systems are already shaping the outcomes of peace building and post-conflict reconstruction. They determine who receives welfare, who is classified as vulnerable, and who gains access to rights. And unlike military AI, the systems often operate with fewer accountability safeguards. Next slide, please. Over the past years, international frameworks, including UN General Assembly resolutions, have developed a growing body of norms for military applications of AI. Human oversight, traceability, and accountability are becoming central principles. However, civilian AI systems already embedded in welfare delivery and public services remain underregulated. This creates a structural imbalance in global AI governance. Next slide, please. Yes, perfect. This is not simply about administrative efficiency. When automated systems classify populations, determine eligibility, and allocate benefits, They exercise distributive power. They shape access rights. And in fragile and post-conflict settings, opacity can amplify information asymmetries, generate perception of exclusion, and erode trust. The systems become part of how state legitimacy itself is experienced, not merely infrastructure, but governance itself. Next slide. Thank you. Colombia offers a concrete illustration. Following the 2016 peace agreement, the CISPEN 4 system became central to social assistance and inclusion policies. Over time, it evolved from household surveys and observable living conditions toward practice algorithmic classification based on integrated administrative and alternative data sets. This was more than a technological change. It represented an epistemic turn in welfare governance. Administrative appeals formally remained available, but reduced transparency constrained meaningful participation and contestation. Next. Okay. Authorities often justify limited transparency through concerns about fraud, manipulations, or gaming of the system. These concerns and trade-offs are real, but when security becomes the dominant justification for opacity, opportunities for meaningful contestation, independent oversight become restricted. In fragile and institutional environments, opacity itself can become destabilizing. Next slide. Colombia's institutional history also matters to understand this point. The DAS surveillance scandal left a legacy of mistrust in state information systems. That history shapes how data systems can be perceived. Opacity is never merely technical. It carries institutional memory. And institutional memory shapes how algorithmic governance is trusted and resisted. Human agency and accountability do not depend only on technical systems. They also depend on social infrastructures. Human intermediaries and local actors often perform the invisible works that makes AI and public digital systems understandable, contestable, and legitimate. Final slide. International efforts have rightly focused on ensuring meaningful human-controlled military AI. But underlying principle that consequential decisions require transparency, traceability, and the possibility of challenge should not remain confined to the military domain. It applies equally to the systems that allocate rights and structure access to the state. In post-conflict societies, algorithmic governance is no longer a technical layer of the state. It is part of the infrastructure of the peace. If accountability matters in military AI, it matters just as much when AI determines access to rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariana. And on that note, this leads us to the next element of the agenda, and I'll give the floor back to Giacomo to MC us to this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin, and also thank you to all these great speakers for your lightning talks. It is now my pleasure to introduce the executive level fireside chat for today, which will be another discussion between UNIDIR's director, Dr. Robin Geis, and we have the honor and pleasure to welcome here on stage the Special Envoy for Technology of the Republic of Kenya, Ambassador Philip Tigo. Please, Ambassador. While we're setting up the stage, I do also encourage you to again use Slido to submit any questions that you may want Robin to share with the ambassador as part of the fireside chat. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning. Ambassador, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for being with us. You know, this audience has been in the room for 2 days now discussing all things AI. I'll skip any introductions about how important this is. I think they've heard it often enough. But we're really here to get your views on a lot of things. And I thought we can start international, go regional, and then go to Kenya directly. And, you know, we met yesterday. I know you travel widely. You're very engaged on these issues in various fora. Can you kick us off with, you know, your view, your perspective on the general state of affairs right now on things AI?
Thank you so much, Robin, and thank you so much for having me. We came from Evian. I think Evian was the last the last global conversation that gives us really the state of where we are in terms of artificial intelligence. So of course, I'll speak both from the company's perspective, from what I understood, but also from the member state government's perspective, especially the leading economies, the 7+, the invited countries, which were India, Kenya, South Korea. And so it gives you kind of a flavor of where we are. I think one is a realization that where artificial intelligence is right now requires global governance, that we need global norm settings, because AI, even for the companies, is moving very quickly. And we require something that governs us at the global level that ensures that AI does not necessarily cause adverse harms. I think that's where I think the state is. 2 years ago, we were struggling with even having a conversation of global governance. I think the second thing is that, of course, there is a realization that AI still is concentrated amongst a few countries and a few companies, and that by itself is a problem, because then you cannot talk about global governance when there's already a concentration of power amongst a few countries and a few companies. I think the third part is, again, the AI divide is increasing, and it's increasing at an exponential level, which is by itself a threat to global security. And so I think the entire conversation needs to move, yes, governance, but governance also must include inclusivity and inclusive access to these capabilities, because the fourth point then, there's also an understanding now that AI, as previously people thought, is not an ICT issue. It is a power issue, it is an economic issue, and therefore you cannot prevent access to economic opportunity or fruition of people by creating barriers to access. I think the last point, I think for me, is around guardrails. We realize now that the models are becoming powerful. AI is accelerating AI. And so even the companies realize that there is a potential for the models to go rogue, as we say. And so how do we ensure that we create guardrails, but still ensure that the companies, or we continue to still be pro-innovation? So there's actually a critical balance of how do you still create guardrails, but then ensure we are pro-innovation.
And I know you've been on the Secretary General's high-level advisory board on AI, so I want to turn things to the UN a little now and the multilateral sphere in which we operate here. Maybe first on substance, in the peace and security domain, no, I am asking you, not if, I'm asking you, can you make it very concrete on what would be the most salient issues to tackle in the near future? And then secondly, what is the role of the UN? What is it that the UN should be doing, could be doing? There's a lot of general skepticism to multilateralism and how these systems work. What do you think it can usefully do, the UN system, in this particular sphere?
Again, I think in this security sector, and the more conversation I'm hearing is this whole issue of dual use, right? Because the thing about, yes, we can talk about governance, but I think when it comes to dual use, I think we need earlier governance, right? Because many systems, I think, are getting into this environment, that they may be developed for civilian purposes or commercial purposes, but they later can be quickly adapted into the military domain or intelligence policing, border management, cyber operations, and surveillance. So I think that's what I'm hearing mostly. So I think that's something we need to be careful, because you cannot talk about governance in abstract. I've not really seen a lot of that. What can the UN do? I think in most cases is one, and let's be clear, and that's what we're also pushing with my president in Avion, is that, first of all, we need to recognize that the UN is the only space today that provides an opportunity for every country to have a voice in global governance of AI. So from the first UN resolutions around safe, secure, inclusive, and trustworthy AI, through the GDC, and now the two institutions, the independent panel, independent scientific panel on AI, but also the global dialogue mechanism. I think for me, the UN needs to strengthen that. And the member states, especially from the global majority, or, interesting enough, countries that are not within the AI leadership domain, which is US or in the East China, need to strengthen these two institutions.
Many thanks. I would just like to remind the audience, please do send questions if you have any via the Slido system. And then, Philip, Kenya, of course, has really it's been positioning itself as a leader on emerging technologies, AI. You will soon be hosting the IGF, Internet Governance Forum, and other things. So you spoke about inclusivity and how that's a key element of any meaningful governance. In which ways can there be meaningful global South contributions to this entire undertaking of governing AI?
I think one thing, and this is something I think we agree also with the companies, whether it's OpenAI, Anthropic, and the folks that I talk to often, is that I think as a realization that to be truly global, you need to also include voices from the global majority. I mean, think about it. Today, the models exclude 2,000 African languages, right? So even from an economic perspective, it doesn't make sense. And so I think for me, inclusivity means from mine to model, right? So in terms of how are you responsible from mining? How are you responsible from the development? How are you responsible from the design of the models? And part of the design must also include developers from the global majority. I think the one area that I'm struggling with, which is where I think there's a challenge, is in terms of the AI stack, right? So if you talk about the compute, the data, the talent, and the use cases, a lot of the global majority countries are not in the compute space, and neither do we necessarily have access to that. And so I think there has to be a movement towards that. And that's a case we're even making in Avion, that part of inclusivity, but also part of security, is to ensure that these capabilities are spread across democracies. And so I think compute will and must continue to be an issue of negotiation. The second part, of course, is the talent piece, is how are you skilling across the stack, including folks in the room, where you expect people to negotiate on a subject they're not fluent. And so I think capacity building is becoming an issue, and we don't have to be all data scientists. I think we just need to understand the basics around AI and how it's transforming or how it's disincentivizing democracy. When it comes, I think, to the issue around use cases, and that is why I feel we need to spend a lot of time, is how are we ensuring that AI is being deployed in a real environment, but then understanding how we create guardrails, but also how we can benefit from AI, because we know it has capabilities either to cure diseases or to increase crop cycles or to increase different learner pathways for young people.
And then back to peace and security, and you spoke about dual use. Also, I should first say I really like how you make the link between inclusivity and security. I think that's a really strong point. But you spoke earlier to the dual use dilemma. I'm not even sure it's dual use, it's multiple use. It really is blurred, right, in this space. So that, of course, is an issue that concerns all of us. Could you speak a little more to peace and security challenges relating to AI, in particular from an African perspective, national perspective in Kenya?
So I think if you think about, and this is interesting, like, so if you think about you not building any of the models and you're not having any of the capabilities, yet you bear all the risks. I think for me, that's the biggest challenge. So for context, and this, we joke about it, but it's a serious thing, right? So Kenya is the #1 user of ChatGPT, #1. Why we use it is for emotional advice and companionship. That for me is a problem, right? Especially when our languages, cultures are not in that model. So imagine how a community can quickly be engineered through some other cultures. So I think for me, there's a big peace and security issue. Second part, of course, is these capabilities are now in the hands of non-state actors. Kenya experienced about 4 billion cyber attacks only in the last quarter of 2025. And if you don't have an infrastructure to protect AI-enabled cyber attacks, what does that tell you? I think for me, that's a serious issue around African countries, including the economic damages. I think the third one is basically around nefarious non-state actors, right? So whether it's terrorist groups who now have access to drones and manned aerial vehicles. And so I think how does that create, or what is the posture of a member state when an non-state actor with nefarious kind of capabilities can have access to these very dangerous capabilities? I think for me, that's really the third big one, which means recruitment is easy for young people. Africa, by the way, has a median age of 20. So you can imagine young people, median age of 20, lack of opportunities and access to potential economic capabilities are basically at the mercy of a lot of these folks who now can develop interesting capabilities, whether it's deep fakes around social media. Again, Kenya is the #1 user of social media per capita. 4 hours and 13 minutes. So for us, we see Kenya as one of the test beds for a lot of this engineering or access to these capabilities. And so I think we see it basically, we see ourselves as a frontline country, and we see this potential harm. So these are the 4 big ones that we see. Of course, the 5th one for me is just capacity of the countries to cope with sort of this deluge. I call it a fire hose, right? So imagine pointing a fire hose to somebody with a cup at the end trying to catch that water. It's not possible. And so I think we need more international cooperation. And part of that is the governance question around peace and security, but then collaboration around capacity to be able to deal with these threats that are not necessarily in country, but are global.
Yeah, I want to go a little deeper on capacity building in a moment, but we have some questions coming in from the floor, so I'll read them. They're coming through the Slido. So, Ambassador, given the rapid AI divide we're seeing and that you spoke to, how can we ensure that developing nations are not just recipients of AI, but active architects of global governance that prioritize human-centric and ethical outcomes?
I think first thing again, and you spoke about capacity in the interesting bit, I think that there's a notion of fluency. I think even the Global South, as much as we say we're excluded, I think we need to build our own capacity. We need to staff our missions. I think for me, I think I've counted about 50 topics across the world around AI related, whether it's in Vienna, Geneva, New York, DC. And so I think countries in the Global South need to take some responsibility around building capacity by themselves, just to understand the issues. I think secondly, again, beyond this, and I've said it in many conferences, that we need more people like me. We have the talent in the Global South. We need to bring them into the public service. We need to bring them into the missions. We need to bring them in the negotiating table, so that at least when people are talking, there's some form of co-creation. Because from where I sit, I've not seen a challenge when I'm engaging either the companies or when I'm part of the UN Secretary General's advisory body. I've not seen it when I'm engaging from the perspective of the global majority. People actually get it and they want to engage. And so I think for me, again, just to push the ball back to my colleagues in the Global South. Third, I think, is that AI is not new. It's been there from the 1950s. So I don't understand when people say it's new. I think the idea is that it's just moving very quickly. So how do we adapt our systems to start moving quickly so that we can capture kind of the essence of the moment, which means governance in a very agile way? The principles are the same. It's human rights, it's inclusivity, it's democracy, it's development. SDGs have not changed. I see AI being a catalyst for SDGs. And so I think if we recalibrate our mind around, it's a global mindset, it's an agile mindset in terms of how we respond to this challenge of our times.
Thank you very much. I have a few more here for you from the audience. The formation of an international AI governance agency would depend on the backing of many actors, including the Global South, of course, framed in a new grand bargain. Given Kenya's leading role in the GDC agreement, what do you consider would be the key bargaining chip for the new grand bargain?
Oh God, this was 2 years of conversation. I lost half for that. So I think one is that, and again, I've said agile. I think there's no appetite for an agency per se. And I'm one of the folks who, yes, wanted something of an office in the UN. I think for me, more an office made more sense, but not an agency, because then an agency assumes AI is a vertical or is a sector. AI is everything and everywhere. So I think I will push back on that and say, how do we look at the existing agencies and see what are the implications of artificial intelligence? Because we live in an intelligent age, right? It's not about the technology, it's the age within which we live in right now. If I look at if I look at the health, if I look at education, right? Creating a single agency doesn't help a sector, right? So I think for me, it's how do we kind of reimagine the agencies today in the age of intelligence and how they adopt that. And then we still have the Secretary General, we still have mechanisms of interoperability, I think, up there. What though I would love to see is how do we, in this era of private sector being a dominant player around AI, for them to find a space within this global normative framework around the United Nations. I think we haven't figured that one out yet. We still engage them in the G7, we still engage, that infrastructure, I think for me, needs to change a bit because they have the models, they have the capabilities.
I very much tend to agree with you. I think, I mean, this forum and a lot of what we do as a research entity is also about experimenting with how in meaningful ways we can involve private sector and other stakeholders in these debates, not just having someone on a panel, being in a conference. That I think we've done a lot. But what you said about agility, I think, is a bigger question about the multilateral system generally. It's not just AI, it's not just tech. It really is about how do we construe it going forward in the future, and how do we make sure it's agile, and we can pursue the golden nuggets where actually something really can happen and move forward. More and more questions coming. That's excellent. So I'll keep you busy with them. Yeah, I know you'll take them all on. Ambassador, you mentioned that countries need more people like you. What is Africa doing to harness talent, ambition, and enthusiasm in this topic?
So interesting enough, I think we have talent. If you look at and we use simple indicators, right? So GitHub is that platform where people develop code and they develop code and put it out for free. Nigeria has about 1.2 million. Kenya has about 300,000. So that's just an indicator. Between Kenya and Nigeria, we have about 1.5 million kids or young people contributing free and open source code to an open source platform at no cost without pay. So it means talent is not an issue. Opportunity is a problem. And I think this is where, this is why, for example, you see me talking about the AI stack, that we need those capabilities in the continent. Today, 1% of global data centers are in Africa, 1%. 1.5 million that we know of excellent, top-notch talent with 1% data center capacity. That's a problem. And so I think for me, we need to start investing in the infrastructures of intelligence the same way we invest in roads, rails, bridges. So I think for me, that's what we need to do. Secondly is once you do the infrastructure, we need to create opportunity. And for me, opportunity is downstream, right? So downstream one is today, African data, as I mentioned, language, also the data doesn't exist, is not digitized, a majority of it. That in itself is an opportunity. Digitization itself is an opportunity. And so I think, how do we do that? 1 in 4 people by 2050 in the world will be African. That's the future. And so I think for me, it's beyond just Africans investing in Africa, but also others coming in to invest in that infrastructure, from the data centers to the use cases, which is why I think the economic opportunity is.
And here's another one, you've kind of spoken to it, but I think this is really something a lot of people are thinking about and care about. It got a lot of votes because people can vote on the questions here. So, Ambassador, how can we ensure that global AI guardrails are co-created with the Global South so that they reflect diverse local realities rather than being exported from the Global North?
Well, I've mentioned, yes, and you're right, I talked it about, so I'll talk about it from my own experience, right? So I think one, of course, is where these conversations are held. I think it's important to strengthen the multilateral system, especially the United Nations, because if you're not invited, then you're not there to set the norms, right? So again, love the G7, but it was only Kenya, right? So 1 of 54. But then that's a very exclusive space. G20 is the same. So I think we underestimate the capability of this body here. And I think we need to strengthen that as much as possible. So that's one point. The space needs to be protected in terms of multilateralism and the impact and outcomes of this. The second part is who engages in these spaces. We need, yes, more people like me, and more people like me means public sector being a little bit agile to reach out to private sector to get those types of talent in public sector. And I see less and less of that. The times today require different sets of skills that unfortunately are not within traditional public sector. So I'm the only tech envoy in Africa, which is a problem. Brazil just appointed one, so we have one in Latin America. In the global north, we have more than 25, which tells you something, that even the public sector needs to change so that the folks who engage understand the language, are fluent, but also are agile enough from a private sector mindset, but also can translate to their public sector colleagues in terms of implementation.
Thank you. And then how is Kenya ensuring that military AI systems are not falling into non-state actors' hands?
I think Jamal answered that. Jamal, that's your question. I think one, again, the same question around guardrails, right? I think one is that understanding that in the age of intelligence, even the security posture must change, right? But then we have to be careful because we're one of the countries that is very clear around human rights and constitutional norms and standards. That's why I kept on talking about dual use. So how you create guardrails is actually understanding dual use. The same way we did during chemical weapons. I think it's the same standards we are applying in terms of that standard where we basically understand from our AI policy, from AI strategy, from AI principles that technology doesn't end up in the hands of non-state actors. But again, these challenges are global. 45% of these types of attacks are external. So we can only prevent 55. How do we collaborate at a regional and international level to prevent the other 45? And that's why I think for us, the global governance of AI becomes very important. And then how do you anticipate these challenges? Means you have to work with the company. So pre-design, we need to be engaged from that space. That's why for us, co-creation with industry becomes important. And then it reduces the opportunity or the chances to do that. I think the final thing is information sharing. And I think that's important. And that for us is Kenya has become a priority. I work very closely, yes, with our allies, but also with the companies in terms of just information sharing of what we are seeing is happening in the field and the terrain. And in most cases, it's always tested somewhere before it's implemented at scale. Yeah. So we get that information early enough and then start to anticipate the potential implications on our borders.
Yeah, and then I can see, we're coming back to something you spoke to already, but again, it really is on the audience's mind, it's fine. So one is the vast majority of frontier AI compute is concentrated in the US and China currently. Developing nations risk becoming permanent consumers of AI products shaped by others' values and data and strategic interests. How can African, Asian, other nations gain a seat at the table to shift that imbalance? And then also related to that, how can African states build original native AI systems? And is that even a priority, the right idea?
It is, and I think a lot of countries, and I look at Asia and Latin America, I think it is important, one, to understand that we need to invest in the foundations, right? So I think we complain that we don't have access, but then we've not done the unfinished business of electricity. We need to put up power grids. You can't have compute if you don't have enough power. We still need to connect people to the internet. We still haven't done that. So I say, want a seat, but step up to the seat, right? So do the unfinished business, and I think we need to do that. The second part, of course, is I think there is a place for us to engage, especially with the companies, because we are engaging and they seem to be very interested in terms of ensuring that their models are used across. But I think for me, one point that I think we need to engage from a perspective of safety. That's what we bring into this conversation. So it's not about just using the model. We need to bring in the safety and the guardrails, because as you know, a lot of the socio-technical risks are happening more or less in our countries than in the global north. There is misinformation, disinformation, deepfakes, AI-generated cyber attacks, and that. So I think that's how we engage. We bring in a very different context and perspective, but also we need to invest in these bare minimums, and then we need to come together to negotiate for the difficult parts, right? Compute, GPUs, which I think today it's a geopolitical issue.
Ambassador, we're coming to nearing the end of our conversation here, and the questions keep coming, but I really want to thank you for the very agile way in dealing with all these questions, sharing your thoughtful insights. But of course, you have even more exciting things to do, and so we're going to conclude this panel with a major announcement from the ambassador. Ambassador, back over to you, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I think, as you know for sure, that RE-AIM has been held 3 times before. So Kenya is proud to announce that we'll be hosting the 4th Global Summit on Responsible AI in the military domain in Nairobi in April of next year. So please pack your bags. Safaris. And of course, and based on this trend of questions, why right now, right? So this is the first one in the Global South. Of course, we are building on the previous work. And in most cases for us, we'll really focus heavily on capacity building and collaboration between industry and governments. And so karibu Nairobi, karibu Kenya. Start learning Kiswahili if you haven't. At least that will get you from the airport and a smile. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador, and we look forward to seeing you in Nairobi.
Karibuni.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Robin, for this great fireside chat and for this major announcement. Yes, we're quickly reconfiguring the stage after we take a quick photo. So we'll now have just before lunch, we are going to have two thematic deep dive. One that really focuses on how military AI governance failures may disproportionately threaten small island developing states. And another one, which will really focus in on a very interesting topic, which is, can prisoner of war AI deepfakes be governed by IHL? So quite a different angle. So we're just waiting one moment while we reconfigure the stage, and then I'll be very happy to welcome the first speaker for this thematic deep dive. Okay, thank you for your patience. It's my pleasure now to welcome here on stage Ashley Robinson from the Jamaica Artificial Intelligence Association for this, excuse me, this deep dive on military AI governance. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and good morning. I am Ashley Robinson, and what brings me here today is a fundamental understanding that small island developing states are disproportionately threatened as military AI policies are being developed and as we develop AI in general. As small island states develop, we are becoming collateral in the code of military AI. Collateral code. That is the title of this talk, and it's the heart of the matter. Every system in this field is built somewhere. The failures, however, don't stay there. I work where they land, on a small island that was never in the room where these systems were designed, and really, it was never meant to be. Last October, Jamaica experienced something extraordinary. Our networks dropped to a third of our capacity. 3/4 of the island was cut off. Hospitals couldn't coordinate care. Security services could not reach the people they protect, and families could not reach each other. Jamaica went dark due to a significant catastrophic event. What brought us back online was a constellation of satellites owned by a single private company headquartered an ocean away. No agreement governs it that any of us helped to write. We didn't build it, we didn't choose it, but when the storm took everything else, we reached for it because there was nothing of our own to reach for. And that's what it means to be collateral in the code of military AI, a whole island in an emergency, reaching for a private system that sits on the very surface where the system failures land. My work and today's research is about exactly where those failures land. I'm here as chair of policy for Jamaica Artificial Intelligence Association, where we build the mandates for responsible and sustainable AI use in Jamaica and the Caribbean. There are 39 small island developing states across the Caribbean, the Pacific, the Atlantic, and Indian Ocean, and together we hold well under 1% of the world's military AI capabilities. We don't build these systems, admittedly. We're not in the rooms where these rules for them are written oftentimes, yet we sit downstream of it all. The same undersea cables, the same satellites, the same clouds and supply chains this technology runs through. But small islands are not often party to these conversations, but institutions like UNIDIR have worked to real credit to change that. And this year, through Jamaica, I'm proud to represent the region. My examples today will be unapologetically biased. I will draw them from the most beautiful of the islands, I believe, which is of course Jamaica. For those of you who have not visited yet, please come. Tell them Ashley sent you. And my Minister of Tourism will be particularly pleased because 30% of our island's GDP depends on visitors arriving and on decisions made from people who are not from the island as to whether or not it's safe to visit, whether the lights stay on, and whether we are secure. Today, I'll answer one question in two halves. What is the cost of AI governance failures for small island states? And what does it cost the global community if those failures are left unaddressed? The first half is mine to answer this morning, and the second half, I'd like each of you to keep answering after I leave. Next slide, please. In Jamaica's own National Readiness Assessment, the Salises study at the University of West Indies, with more than 1,000 respondents, decided that our public AI readiness sits at 60 out of 100 across the Pacific. The AI Asia Pacific Institute finds that not one of the 16 Pacific Island countries have an active national AI strategy. And UNESCO finds that roughly half of all of the 39 small island developing states have no national AI initiative at all. So 60 out of 100, 0 out of 16, half of 39, that is the evidence triangle. 3 structural vulnerabilities follow. 1, infrastructural dependency. The world is divided into compute north that owns a substrate and compute south that rents it. The cloud that runs Caribbean banking, Pacific civil aviation, and the Indian Ocean health record sits in North Virginia, in Dublin, in Frankfurt, under the United States Cloud Act or under the European data law, but never under our own. And that substrate, cables, satellites, servers, is almost entirely dual use. The infrastructure that runs our hospitals is the same infrastructure a targeting system may one day classify as a military objective. Data sovereignty asymmetry. Maritime, climate, biometric population data flows out of small island states into foreign models with no reciprocal governance rights. The data flows out, the decisions made on it flow back over us, and this is a significant data sovereignty asymmetry. There's also significant regulatory absence. The Caribbean Telecommunication Union calls it the connectivity paradox. There's high digital engagement sitting on fragile infrastructure and thin regulation. Jamaica makes it concrete. Mobile penetration above 100% of the population and fixed broadband below 16 lines per 100 people. Saturated enough to be reached by a deepfake, but too shallow to verify one. And before any conflict begins, the harm already started. AI-enabled fraud is eroding some states' capacity in the Caribbean today. Synthetic identities, deepfake procurement scams, romance scam revenue that can fund hostile actors. The weaknesses civilians feel at home is the same weakness an adversary exploits before a shot is fired. There is no firewall between the two. Next slide, please. Okay. All right. So let me put that as one number, 1 to 200. One compromised procurement officer in a 200-person ministry can compromise an entire national AI stack. The compromised risk is the security. There is no firewall between the two, and one layer above it sits the dependency I described at the start. When the platform is foreign-owned, a single decision taken elsewhere can switch an entire ministry of government off. Okay. No, that's fine. All right. The peacetime vulnerabilities do not simply persist in conflict, they multiply. And there's 4 amplifiers I'm going to bring to your attention today. The first, targeting and misidentification. AI-targeted systems trained mainly on northern theaters can and have misclassified civil maritime traffic, fishing fleets into island ferries, cruise lines, and here's the thing. Small island economies are their maritime traffic. The Caribbean cruise sector alone supports more than 360,000 jobs and over $4 billion in regional GDP every year. The misclassification of one cruise vessel is not a modeling error. It's a national economic event. And Woodcock observes these targeted outputs are inherently decontextualized, a statistical rendering of the world, not the circumstances of the actual case. The system doesn't know it is looking at a Jamaican fishing fleet because the draining data never anticipated one. And no single actor holds enough control to be accountable. The responsibility chain dissolves across 3 jurisdictions, and none of them are ours. The second amplifier, which is critical infrastructure as collateral. Submarine cables and satellites are dual use. Under one reading of Article 52 of the Additional Protocol 1, the entire internet can become a military objective if it's being used, even in part, for military purposes. The Caribbean is served by a handful of cables with limited redundancy. The Pacific has even less. One cut in the wrong place takes out government services, banking, telemedicine, and hurricane warnings in the same minute. One cut, 1 minute. And history has already run the experience. For those of you who have heard of Stuxnet, this was a cyber weapon engineered with extraordinary care to strike a single facility. And it still infected thousands of civilian computers around the world. A carefully constrained system still leaked across a shared substrate. What's less careful is autonomous systems will do what autonomous systems will do over the infrastructure we share. And that's not a question, it's really a timeline. Slide 6, please. Okay, 6, yes. So the third amplifier is cognitive and information warfare. AI-generated disinformation aimed at our elections, our climate narratives, and the cohesion of our regional blocs. And the objective is not to defeat a small state, it's to fragment its multilateral voice. CARICOM and the Pacific Island Forums, these are blocs that hold significant diplomatic collective weight and their actual targets. And a small state with limited independent media and high trust in what people see, one high quality synthetic video of a head of state can outrun every institution capable of responding. The session right after this asks whether prisoners of war deepfakes can be governed by international humanitarian law. I'm describing a version of that question that arrives in a state with no capacity to even pose it. Next slide, please. Yes. Another one over. Yes, please. All right, the fourth, supply chain and dual-use drift. Commercial AI is sold into our region for development, translation, biometrics, analytics, public service chatbots, and then repurposed upstream for military uses without the state's consent. Boutin describes this pattern as a system designed for one peaceful context routinely ends up deployed in contexts no one anticipated at design. Those design assumptions are made for somewhere else. The consequences, however, land instead. We procure the civilian product, we never see the military derivative, and no Article 36 review, no audit rights, and in many cases, no national AI strategy under which to even ask the question is zero. So there are 4 amplifiers we've highlighted and 4 pathways from a civilian readiness gap to wartime asymmetric harm. None of them are unique to us, but harm to capacity ratio is. Hold on to that ratio as it is where disproportion lives. Next slide, please. So I'll bring to you the case of Hurricane Melissa once more. And you may be asking, whether or not this is a military event. For small islands, especially those who are facing significant climate disasters, these are, as it increases our need and also our vulnerabilities and our penetration. Now, there are 2 cases, one Caribbean, one Pacific. I believe that the point throughout it is architecture, not specific actors, to note. So Melissa made landfall as a Category 5 hurricane, and within hours, our mobile networks were 22 to 31% of capacity, and the entire west of Jamaica were digitally severed. Hospitals couldn't coordinate, families couldn't find each other, and in that vacuum, governments procured 200 satellites terminals by ministry directives. Roughly 700 more satellites were flown in from companies and from donors, and within 2 weeks, our largest operator had formalized a satellite service as a backup architecture of our national mobile network. Now, I want to be precise about what happened here. A small island under disaster made necessary, rational, life-changing decisions. I'm not questioning those decisions, but it's architecture that left us no other option. In the space of 2 weeks, foreign satellite constellations have now become, across the Caribbean, a load-bearing piece of connectivity because we had it built into our sovereign, because we had built no sovereign alternative. Now, that same constellation, however, has been involved in significant warfare and military objectives. 2 sovereign states were affected in 2022, and neither of them had any mechanism to compel different outcomes. However, the outcome for the parties was that this satellite service simply ended the connectivity for another power. The governance vacuum should not discriminate and doesn't discriminate by size, but it simply lands where the capacity is thinnest. I'm not here to relegate that decision. The point is structural, and it's something for us to hold in mind as military AI policy is written. The connectivity that shapes a battlefield and the connectivity that now runs Caribbean backup networks sit on the same constellation governed by the same private decision chain. We don't have a treaty with that chain. We don't have a regulator that can compel service to continue. We have an award and a press release. And in our region, hurricanes happen every year. I'm going to go to the Pacific. Over recent years, next slide, thank you. Over recent years, Pacific air corridors and shipping lanes have logged rising patterns of GPS spoofing. Civilian aircraft and commercial ships fed false positive data attributable to military-grade electronic warfare and AI-assisted system. Attribution is often contested, and the effect is consistent. Flight delays, rerouted shipping, rising insurance premiums, and eroding confidence in the region's connectivity. The academic literature and research on this exists, and the legal frameworks exist. But what has not happened is that either one has reached the affected region. No aggregated incident reporting, no regional electronic warfare assessment capabilities, and 0 of 16 Pacific states with national AI strategy under which to build one. What this would cost a state with its own satellites is one thing, but what it costs a state with none is something entirely else. The proportionality impact is the point. So we've listed 2 cases and 1 pattern. The collateral doesn't require malice. It requires only that small island states are not in the room when the systems are designed, as they are disproportionately affected. Next slide, please. Everything so far could be filed away as a regional grievance. And I did say that I'm biased, but I want to close that door because the second half of my question is the half I don't intend to delegate, or this room cannot delegate. So we'll do the math. Fewer than a dozen states meaningfully build military AI. 193 sit at the United Nations. Every state that does not build these systems lives on the collateral surface of the states that do. Small island states are simply the most concentrated version of that, the place where logic is visible at full strength. And here's why it matters to every one of us in this hall. A failure mode that is tolerated for us today becomes a failure mode available against anyone tomorrow. Left unaddressed, the global community pays 3 times. Operationally, because the substrate is shared, a cable cut does not check passports on its way down. The same cables that land on our shores carry the world's financial settlements in transition, and a spoofed corridor reprises aviation insurance for every flag that flies it. Legally, because impunity once normalized is universal. If the computer made a mistake is an acceptable answer to a state with no standing, it eventually becomes an acceptable answer to every state. The responsibility gap does not stay where it first tolerated, and politically. Because legitimacy is the only enforcement this field has. Things like climate governance learned the hard way. The regime recovered credibility only when it named its most exposed states. 39 small island states are a fifth of the membership of organizations like this. And no voluntary governance regime survives the disbelief of a fifth of its members. So the 5 layers that I'm about to propose are a load test of whether or not this architecture works at all for anyone. But first, because I suspect someone in this room is already drafting military AI policies and the capacity building response, let me answer it for you. A question small islands are asked, why don't you just build your own LLMs and systems? And for an entry cost that is low, hundreds of thousands of US dollars, a full national bill in single digit millions over 5 years, in Jamaica's own planning work, which we've tried, for a sovereign government AI platform, open weight models, national key custody, citizen data under Jamaican law, full national build is 69 million US dollars over 5 years, if not more. An ordinary modernization budget, but set that against the more than $30 billion that the government will have to spend on sovereign AI infrastructure with a single chip vendor last year alone. So let me be clear. If we can afford sovereignty of our own civilian systems, we will be building it, or we'll try. What no national budget can buy at any price is the protection for military AI systems that are designed, deployed, and governed entirely without small island states being in the room. So don't mistake this diagnosis and what looks like a capacity problem for a justice problem. Because the truth is you cannot capacity build your way out of exclusion. And the remedy for exclusion is not capacity, it is inclusion. So here's the architecture. 5 layers, each one tied to an instrument that already exists or is already being built. Layer 1, require. In the implementation of Resolution 80/58 and any instrument that follows it, a disproportionate impact clause modeled on climate loss and damage language that names small island developing states as a category with a defined interest in responsibility architecture, not as a developing country footnote, as a name test of whether or not the architecture works. And this is not me asking from the outside. The Caribbean has already written it down. In 2023, in Port of Spain, our heads of government adopted the CARICOM Declaration on Autonomous Weapon Systems, and it explicitly calls for the capacity building to bridge the gap of technological disparities that may increase the vulnerability of our states. Heads of states wrote that 2 years before this conference. AOSIS spent 3 decades getting small state vulnerability recognized in climate treaty text, and the precedent exists. We built it. And now I'm asking you to apply it as we develop military AI policy. A rotating AOSIS coordinated small island seats on tables are necessary, and UNIDIR, again, to incredible credit, has consistently ensured that the Caribbean and small islands are present in these rooms. This is a low cost but highest signal change available, and absence will end. And absence ending is what helps the solution. Absence is documented where not asserted, and fewer than 20 Global South countries take part regularly in expert meetings on autonomous weapons. In the last year's 90-minute trust building panel in this very forum, 6 ambassadors, not one small island state was named. And in UNIDIR's own PRISM reports, to its great credit, names digital divide as a structural feature of this landscape. It even records that across its 76 pages, the term small island developing states doesn't appear once. But I say this not as a criticism of the report, it's it is the most honest account we have. I say it as the measure of the gap. Naming is the correction, and that is what the seat is for. Next, our capacity pool. A small island military AI resilience facility, pooled technical assessment so that no small state negotiates a vendor contract alone, modeled on Caribbean catastrophic risk insurance facility, which the region and the World Bank built nearly 2 decades ago for climate risk. The model exists, and we're porting it. Layer number 4 is legal, of course, legislate. Regional model legislation through CARICOM and Pacific Island forums on procurement transparency, dual use disclosure, and data sovereignty. Small island states are a coalition of like-minded states, and this pipeline is current, not future. The international system's job is to receive what the region is already producing, not to ask us to start again. Layer 5 is technical, and we must assess. Mandatory algorithmic impact assessments for any military or dual-use AI deployed over, through, or routed via our infrastructure. Not only systems sold to us, this is the design correction. A system procured by state A, deployed in theater B, routed through cable C, satellite D, data center E, touches every state under that footprint. So the assessment must follow the footprint, not the purchase order. The laws for this already exist. Article 36 already obligates states to review new means and methods of warfare, and we're asking for an honest application of it. 5 layers, 1 architecture, each one anchored to a named instrument that exists or is being built. Let me return to where I began. Military AI governance has been built to manage relationships between states that deploy these systems and between the states that deploy them. Small island states are neither, and this is not an oversight, this is the design. The architecture is working exactly as it was built to, so the design has to change. There's a phrase used when an AI system fails that the computer made a mistake. I wanted to leave with one inversion of that. The computer did not make a mistake. The architecture did. And a failing architecture does not only fail the islands, it fails wherever the footprint falls. And the footprint falls on everyone in this room. So when you return to your delegation, let the small island column appear in your impact assessment, not as a footnote, not as a vulnerability annex, as a named category of state with a named interest, and as a test of whether this architecture protects anyone at all. The Caribbean wrote the words in 2023 to bridge the gap of technological disparities that may increase our vulnerability. That is the work I believe conferences like this are here to do. No code, all collateral. And collateral is not a category we should accept. It is a category we end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. If you don't mind, we have a couple of questions for you from the audience. You have a few minutes before we welcome the next speakers on stage. So the first question reads as follows. There are a couple, I'm going to try to combine them because there are a couple that really focus on how can international military AI governance better integrate the specific security requirements of small island development states to ensure a more inclusive and resilient approach for all nations. So there are a couple of questions that points towards what can be done differently by the international community to make sure that your specific requirements or the specific requirements of SIDS are better integrated. But then there is also the other side of the question, which is what do you think SIDS could do differently to make sure that they are better represented in this context, please?
I'll answer the second question first. As you know, we're working consistently in Jamaica and across the Caribbean on answering that. So what should we be doing differently? So to the best of my understanding, as a policy expert, artificial intelligence simply accelerates the problems that we currently have. It means understanding our vulnerabilities and doing the policy research and working with our regional members to have a collective diplomatic advocacy. It means understanding our structural vulnerabilities and working assiduously to ensure that those vulnerabilities will not be exploited. To the credit of Jamaica, I'll say that we have, through our government, ensured a budget allocation for technological improvements. So we'll see significant AI and sustainability initiatives throughout the Caribbean stemming from that premier state. What I'll say is not only one island, but working together with the entire CARICOM is what ensures that small islands are able to have the conversations. Now, what can international states do differently? I believe that there's significant work happening currently, I'll say, with the UN Global Dialogue happening in 2 weeks, with conversations like this, it just needs to be an action in the books. Oftentimes, when we look at reports, small islands are not, we make no representation for them at all. Yet, it is one of the favorite vacation spots, but we don't make the alignment to also how technology is being impacted. So the next time you go to a hotel and you see a chatbot, just know we have AI in Jamaica, and we are working assiduously to ensure that these are safe and secure, not just today, but in the future as well. And that's how I believe we can help, just ensuring that we continue to have institutional visibility in spaces like this.
Thank you. I have one more question for you. This is actually coming from a representative of SIDS that is sitting here in the room today. What is your reaction to states and other stakeholders that are kind of insisting on the importance of capacity and confidence building initiatives?
So as I said in my speech, we don't necessarily have a capacity issue, or the capacity issue is secondary to a justice issue. It is that small islands must have the space and the seat in the area. And we must understand that individuals are and our teams are well capable of understanding the systems and how they impact the islands themselves. Now, it may not be large scale, such as in developed countries, but we have our own intricate needs and necessities that must be addressed. So the capacity reflects the needs of the country. As we continue to develop, as artificial intelligence continues to develop, we catch up, and we're all playing catch up in a global scale. So it requires for us to keep agile, of course, but also for us to understand that it's not a lack of capacity at all times. It's an understanding of the issues that the island itself faces.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ashley, for your presentation. And apologies if at the beginning we didn't manage to put the slides, but I think we caught up with you at some point. Yes. Thank you also for your willingness to take on some of the questions from the Slido. And please join me in a round of applause to thank Ashley for her contribution. We're now very happy to invite on stage the last thematic deep dive before lunch, but it's going to be an active one. Colleagues are going to join us here on stage, and they're going to connect their laptop. There is going to be a small presentation first, followed by a demonstration directly on their website. So I'm really looking forward to it. If we can go on the next slide to introduce the panelists, perfect. So I will be shifting to the right in a moment, but for now, let me just introduce Dr. Matthew Kennedy and Nathan Heath, will be the speakers for this thematic deep dive under the title, This Black Darkness of Not Knowing, Can Prisoner of War AI Deepfakes Be Governed by IHL? So I guess I have to move, but we will be starting in a second. it wouldn't be a good conference on AI if we didn't have some tech issues at some point, maybe multiple ones over the course of the 2 days. But you know what? This is the beauty of live events. So sometimes these things happen. Please be patient. I'm sure we'll sort it out in a moment. In the meantime, actually, I'm going to take the opportunity to remind you, if you haven't done so already, to use the QR code that is on your desk and that we showed earlier to submit your hard-won question when it comes to AI governance. That will inform the session this afternoon. All right, it looks like we're now ready to go. So please, take us away.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. I think, yes, it wouldn't be a good conference about technology without a tiny bit of technological showmanship one way or another. So thank you all for bearing with us. Yes, my name is Matt Kennedy, and my colleague's name is Nathan Heath, and together we are here to present a project that we have been working on for some time and that we will continue to work on for a good deal after today. The project in general is called the AIHL project, and in particular we're going to present one output from that project, which is entitled Maestro for IHL. It's not a particularly easy thing to say or read, for that matter, so I thought I might give you something to think about when you're thinking about this term. This is a threat model framework that we propose to help us understand how it is that synthetic media generation capabilities may, in fact, cause harms not only to individuals that are protected under international humanitarian law as detained persons when captured in combat, but indeed to the entire information system that underpins the protections established in IHL for captured persons. This is a deep dive, and so we'll spend a fair amount of time exploring this space in our proposed artifact to help us reach solutions to it. We'll go through a couple of different phases of the presentation. You might think of them as follows. In the first case, we thought it was good, I think, for everybody to help us understand, or to understand where we're coming from, so that we can make sure that we're thinking about the problem in a way that accords with how most, or indeed all of you, are also thinking about this problem. So we'll explain a little bit of our motivations. We'll explain a little bit of our approach to some of our main research questions, and we'll overall describe our process that we used to move from what we felt at the beginning was a fairly loose, kind of unstructured problem towards something that we feel like is structured enough to actually implement some threat modeling methodologies in order to advance a solution. My colleague then will take over about midway. He'll explain our actual threat model, and he'll demonstrate some of the artifacts that we have produced in the doing of this work. And last, of course, we're very curious to hear from all of you, the experts in the room, so to speak. We have designed a tool that we think can be used by many of the people in this room, at least for research or information purposes. But this is a question that essentially we're asking to all of you. Please do ask questions of us, suggest any contributions you think you yourself or your office or your agency or your delegation may be able to make. And also, correct us in places that we have made mistakes. This is something that we hope to develop together with community. Yes, please treat that as a question that we're asking to all of you at the same time as it is a presentation of some of the stuff that we've been up to over the past couple of months. So our motivating question is probably familiar to pretty much everybody in this room. A while ago, we both were chatting and we stumbled across our interest in this question independently and really quite serendipitously. We, like I imagine everybody else in this room, is curious about the potential answers to the question of whether or not IHL can actually govern AI when deployed in conflict conditions, whether or not it was intended to be deployed in those conflict conditions. Earlier in this conference, we heard about the dual use applications of AI technologies and specifically generative AI technologies. And this is another tributary stream that we felt flowed into this question. The more that we thought about this question and the more that we embedded ourselves in the literature of this question, literature, by the way, produced by very many of the people in this room, we came to observe a couple of things about the structure of the conversation as it has unfolded so far. In the first place, we noted that many of the answers or work that attempts to work towards an answer to this question focus primarily on AI and the effects that AI may have on the nature, the conduct, or the result of military action. And in particular, it seemed that the discourse focused on systems such as autonomous weapon systems and also decision support systems, which of course is an urgently needed area, especially as we see more and more of these systems coming online in an operational capacity, and further see more of these systems being developed either by defense startups or by frontier labs themselves. In the review of the literature, however, one thing that we thought was relatively under-examined were questions that implicate not human agency and responsibility per se, although of course these are also related, but human dignity, and specifically the prisoner of war protections that were designed to protect human dignity under duress as a detained person. By extension, one might also consider the human dignity owed to civilians, which of course has been discussed at length earlier in this conference. But it may also bear mention that others are included under these same protections. For example, humanitarian workers, military attachés, military observers, and a whole host of others that are well-defined people or the combat that deserve that are entitled to the same protections under the system. So broadly speaking, we launched the project, AIHL project, and the central goal of the project is to encourage all of us to pay the same kind of attention that we have paid to Hague law concerns to Geneva law concerns, specifically when it comes to the protection of individuals, rather than, in a very crude oversimplification, the effects on the conduct of warfare. And what better place to start, we reasoned at least, than to investigate prisoner of war protections, and specifically how it is that the use of generative AI systems may in fact cause harm not just to individuals who have been captured, but like I mentioned at the beginning, to the entire information system upon which these protections depend. Now, we'll note here that I think our presentation takes a slightly different point of view than many of the other presentations, and we hope to come at this question not necessarily from the point of view of actors who are acting in, say, good faith or who want to comply with IHL, but investigating how it is that actors who do not wish to comply with IHL or to use generative AI capabilities in a malicious way may, in fact, be able to exert these kinds of pressures on information systems and ultimately cause harm. At the same time, too, as an evaluation scientist, I guess by trade, I did want to emphasize that when we speak about harm, we've mentioned a couple of different times that we're speaking about harms both in an individual instance basis, but also on a systemic basis. That is to say, as we're thinking about this problem informally, we're thinking about both how it is that malicious use of, say, deepfake generation capabilities can affect individuals at a very, very local level, but also over time, how the production of deepfakes can infect, say, the information regime in general. Bad records tend to produce information traces that produce harmful cascades throughout the entire system that can ultimately rear their heads at very different times and across the entire life cycle of a prisoner of war's internment. At the same time, the context of use becomes increasingly important for understanding how it is that particular harms manifest throughout all these different places in the life cycle, and how the different manifestations of these potential harms can have very different instance level effects as well. So as you can see, there's multiple dimensions that are intersecting in this problem. And over the course of several chats with my colleague Nathan, we felt like we were uncovering layer after layer after layer of implications, not only in terms of the kinds of harms that can be produced, but also the kinds of actors that can produce them. And then furthermore, as we'll speak about toward the very end, the kinds of parties who are responsible for defending or mitigating at all kinds of different layers throughout this information system. All that to say, we came to the point where we realized that in order to move from an informal understanding of the problem to a formal understanding of the problem, we needed to investigate how it is that prisoner of war protections depend on the information system, and specifically how information within that system remains both valid and that it corresponds to reality, but also that it flows correctly and that it has a provenance chain all the way through the entire cycle. Which, when we came to think of it, mapped fairly well to what actually is described in a number of pertinent articles, specifically within the Geneva Conventions that are intentionally put in place to realize the protections owed to prisoners of war in these kinds of conditions. Article 13, of course, of the Geneva Conventions, the Third Geneva Conventions, is particularly well known, but I think it surprised me, at least, the emphasis upon reinvestigation, the emphasis that Article 13 also places on information, and specifically protection that prisoners of war are due from having their likeness used in a propagandistic capacity or otherwise to become objects of public curiosity. Now, at the time that these were drafted, the historical context, of course, would maintain that public curiosity protections were put in place in order to prevent prisoners of war from, say, physically being paraded down the street, again, to influence public opinion and for other public curiosity goals. But now, of course, with the rise of digital polymedia, it's very reasonable, I think, to understand or interpret this article as also governing digital likenesses and the malicious production of those licensed images. One could also make similar analyses, I feel like, of several articles that place obligations on detaining powers to keep records. To keep records entails, in my opinion, and also in the opinion of the commentaries recently released by the ICRC, which is a monumental undertaking, and congratulations for the successful undertaking of that particular project. It entails an obligation to ensure that the records that are kept are correct, and also that they are reported and that they flow through established and legitimate information pathways. And finally, this final thought that we had when approaching this problem is that information protections are also heavily implicated in articles designed to protect the reintegration process. And I have to credit friends at the ICRC archives for raising this particular point, which we thought was a fascinating one, because at the end of the day, the point of protection from public curiosity and the point of good record keeping is to ensure that prisoners of war who are detained can return to post-conflict life, and maintaining contact and legitimate contact, valid contact, both with families and with humanitarian actors is essential in that process, preventing these people from going missing. So all this to say, there are three information conditions that we described formally as necessary to the maintenance of this system: validity, access, and attributability. We feel, and again, this is a question to everyone here, that these are supported in IHL and specifically the Geneva Conventions. And also, as it turns out, it's these three conditions that lend themselves to formal definition from a technical point of view as well. To reiterate, we're not in the business of kind of academic classification here. We want to formalize this area so that we can produce artifacts that help model developers, that help model deployers, that help humanitarian actors, that help states, and other responsible actors as well move from an understanding of what ought to be done to a process and a tool that helps them clarify how to do the things that ought to be done. And the stakes are high because at the end of the day, if the target is an information system, it also evokes this very interesting concept, in my opinion, called the liar's dividend. If the validity of information is the target of, say, a malicious actor's attack, the mere plausibility that information could be degraded or even fabricated suggests that not only are the conditions for harm there, but harm may already be ongoing in a system's point of view. And this is something that, in my judgment, is also suggestive of judicial opinion when it comes to international humanitarian legal concerns as well. And I believe it's Nicaragua versus the United States, 1986, the International Court of Justice's decision that established the test that if one can reasonably describe a potential harm, then one has perhaps an informal, perhaps a soft, but nonetheless an obligation to take measures to prevent that harm. And I think that is specifically where this moves from an academic exercise into an implementation exercise. So with that basis, we decided to attempt a threat modeling exercise. And in order for us to do that, we decided that we needed to employ some of the best in threat modeling methodology to go about and structure that process. We structured that process based on this construct of the distributed prisoner of war information regime. The construct that breaks down into subcategories of the capture process, the internment process, the monitoring and correspondence process, the repatriation process, and then crucially the reparation process, all of which are contingent, again, upon the accuracy, the freedom of movement or legitimate movement, and also the attributability of information, but that have different valences within the particular dynamics of those subtasks that can be modeled. The last thing, too, and the part that makes it very difficult, and indeed the part that I am glad that I am not speaking about, and I will let my much more eloquent co-author speak to, is that traditional threat models assume a number of centralizations and architectural stabilities that the prisoner of war information regime does not exhibit. So in order to pursue any kind of threat modeling exercise, we had to think very carefully about what specific kind of threat model to use perhaps as a basis, but then how it is that one could adapt, say, a threat model to suit the very particular conditions, not only of this information regime, but also of the very important job of assigning responsibility across a very diverse ecosystem. With that, I will hand over to my colleague to discuss some of the threat model itself, our pathway into it, and what we hope will be the takeaways coming from it. So thank you for your attention to me, and over to my colleague, Nathan.
Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us. I know that we are right before lunch, and so your attention deserves its own, I believe, medal of recognition for being tuned in at this point at all. But we're very excited to share with you some of these insights. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about the threat modeling, which Matt so beautifully set up through his demonstrably just indisputable mastery of complicated IHL things. And not being a lawyer myself, I was very grateful that he was the one who brought many of the historical IHL analyses to the table. So threat modeling, as you all may be well, or I'm sure already aware, is a heavily cybersecurity-oriented school of thought, which really is designed to analyze and mitigate the risks proactively that threat actors pose against institutions, whether they're private or public. And so we looked at a variety of, and they've been used not just in specifically, only cybersecurity companies, but also to protect the cybersecurity welfare of systems ranging from energy and power infrastructure to healthcare to defense. And threat modeling is, while not purely a cybersecurity exercise, one that has informed the cybersecurity defenses of many organizations for decades now. And a few of the models that we considered are among the most well-known approaches. Stride, Lindun, Pasta, and then Maestro, which is the Cloud Security Alliance's agentic AI framework of threat modeling. It's one of the only ones that actually accounts for agentic AI. It came out last year. And we felt that due to a variety of things, I'll kind of summarize here, it was the most appropriate one for our purposes in designing the AIHL project and the approach to POW threat modeling in particular. So Stride is useful, right? And we thought about this one because it provides a lot of really strong centering around the kind of software systems, the assets in question, and the trust boundaries. But some of the one of the big problems that we found here was that it focused heavily on information linkage and information integrity in the context of not just IHL protections, but also POW protections, and the information pipeline Matt so beautifully discussed is a primary concern for us. And so we thought, okay, Stride, that's going to be too narrow. Okay, so we looked at Lindun and thought, okay, right, this centers around privacy and data subject risks. And that makes a lot of sense because those are core considerations when adapting a threat model to the POW information protection pipeline, as we are doing in our model. But unfortunately, due to the conflict conditions in play, there's a lot of assumptions that Lindun makes about the regulatory regime and the adversarial model, and the very dynamic conflict conditions, which are only augmented by not only generative AI threats, but agentic generative AI threats, renders that one insufficient as well. And then finally, Pasta, which, for some reason always makes me hungry when I see the name, but I guess I'm alone in that. It has, very strong centering around mission objectives and attack scenarios. Unfortunately, though, the risk logic here is often very monetized, and it ends up being more static than our purposes allow. So we settled on Maestro, which has seven steps and 7 different sort of threat layers within those. And I'm going to demonstrate a walkthrough of a specific scenario from our website as a deeper dive that will hopefully explain some of this. And I find that application is the safest way to understand threat modeling because conceptually speaking, it's very complex. But it really centers around the kind of entitlements and information conditions that we need. The system of Maestro, even whether it was the 7 layers that we can map onto threats or the full kind of risk assessment, prioritization, and mitigation offered by the threat model are really adaptable for the IHL application purposes. And so we've adapted it to focus on the entitlements and information conditions in question for the POWs. And we focus on integrating specifically humanitarian outcomes, distributed actors involved, whether they're the AI companies, whether they're the threat actors themselves, whether they're state or non-state belligerents, ICRC and other international governing bodies, and then also pulled in IHL compliance and life cycle harms. And if we go forward, you'll see a little bit more of why this specifically turns AI evaluation into humanitarian evaluation. So Maestro traces the harms against POWs all the way through data, model, orchestration, deployment, observability, compliance, and ecosystem. And I won't go through each of these layers on these slides, so we'll look at them more closely on the website, but we measure humanitarian outcomes, thinking about things like verified status of the POWs, the maintenance of contact, the accuracy of the repatriation or not. We detect information failures, for example, attributability under adversarial synthesis, and then we provide mitigations at layer level, whether that's red teaming exercises, provenance audits, reporting, and then escalation within or to appropriate bodies of governing authority. So moving forward, because I want to make sure we maintain focus on the demonstration time-wise, these scenarios that we have come up with as examples turn IHL concerns into testable attack chains so that we can then apply the Maestro for IHL threat model. And in brief, they are 3 scenarios to begin with for our use case. This deep fake propaganda, a video, authentic capture footage that becomes part of political messaging and is distributed widely online, which maps onto the protection concerns of public curiosity, propaganda, and then the platform spread and application. Same thing, public curiosity and propaganda, a deep fake capture card. If there was a mass fabrication, say an automated jailbreak that mass fabricated many POW capture cards, which if you don't know, provide essential information like the health data about the POW. So even beyond things like their name, rank, and serial numbers, they say data on the capture of the prisoner, the location of the camps to which they are transported and detained, their overall, well-being, falsification of those, and not just falsification, but on a mass scale through automated jailbreaking and fabrication could be crimes, violate protections on public curiosity and propaganda. And then finally, audio cloning. Let's say that a POW's voice is cloned for purposes of a faked phone call so that, when a family is receiving assurances of humane treatment and talking to their loved one thinking, oh, that they're doing fine in prison overseas, actually, that is a corruption of the evidentiary chain because it's not really their voice, it's a clone, and that could communicate falsely their status, violating protections of contact and reintegration. So moving forward, we're going to not only focus on the scenario in our demonstration, but talk very specifically about responsibility. And my colleague Matt will chime in here later on as well, but we believe that the responsibility piece here, as many of our colleagues have eloquently teed us up today, is really one of the core advantages and the gaps that Maestro for IHL seeks to engage with. And so, briefly in this chart, I won't repeat the whole thing, obviously, you can peruse at your leisure, but we see that there are specific advantages that Maestro for IHL provides to clarify actor responsibility. For example, the documentation of the belligerent states' detaining powers or the humanitarian monitors' detection applications. So I want to move forward a bit to talk about what the site is going to do. So if we can skip 2 slides ahead, we'll come back to this at the end. So we have introduced the framework under the AIHL project, and it is an interactive platform intending to turn our threat modeling into walkthroughs. The regime, the 7 layers of modeling under Maestro for IHL, a scenario explorer, and a responsibility matrix. You can look at the website on your own device by scanning the QR code, which I believe works. And if it does not, please let us know. That will be our first and most severe point of feedback to immediately remedy. But I will now ask Matt to pull up the website so you can personally see it. So we didn't actually originally think of this as a website. We thought, okay, we need a way to just show the threat model to people. But as happens to people who wear many hats and are enthusiastic, passionate individuals who care, we stumbled into making one. So it's far from perfect, but it really is intended to first demonstrate the use case in question. And so I'm going to go to the Explorer for the scenarios, and you can look at the whole website again at your convenience. And we're just going to pick one. We're going to pick a deepfake video, the first scenario, and walk through it. So let's just say that a belligerent state, unnamed, films a POW asking only benign questions, offering food and water with their name, and their cyber division uses a popular generative AI tool to alter footage into a propagandistic deepfake, and the prisoner praises their captors and condemns his own country as an evil imperialist regime. That video spreads online very rapidly through news and social channels. So if we break down things into the model's steps, the system decomposition, layer 1, foundation models, general purpose generative AI tool, data operations, the data required to generate the fake, that was an authentic recorded video of the prisoner. Moving through agent frameworks, deployment infrastructure, eval and observability, I'll highlight the fact that security and compliance, actually specifically we build in Geneva, the 3rd Geneva Convention and customary IHL law. There are protections against public curiosity governing this content, which are thereby being violated. And then, the agentic ecosystem here, the agent ecosystem is the online environments and distribution, social media news. The stakeholders affected include not only families and governments, but the ICRC and other global institutions, again, specifically integrated into our modified Maestro for IHL model. If we go to the second step then, so when you've then decomposed the system, you can map the layers, and we've actually tentatively applied some criticality framing here too. So the foundation models is a critical, as is the deployment infrastructure, eval and observability. You can see how the specific threats are mapped. So for example, at the foundation model level, this generative tool is manipulated through a jailbreak. So an actor finds a way to bypass the safeguards into producing the deepfake video, and that is a model safeguards breakdown that then enables the other steps, which produce various levels of harm and corruption of the evidentiary chain, resulting in highly negative impact on the institutions in question, not only the prisoner, their well-being, maybe their home country, their home government or military, but also the ICRC and the UN, other international bodies' jurisdiction is impacted. The integrity of those governance frameworks is impacted. And then if you go into the third and later steps, we map cross-layer threats. So for example, we understand that the third layer of the jailbreak toolkit and the first layer of the deepfake production and is connected to the evidentiary chain being corrupted, the mass distribution, and then the stakeholder and IHL harms. And you can, again, look through all this at your leisure. But we, for example, highlight there's an observability gap in layer 5, which runs through the whole chain, and that reduces the, and if we had ability to, excuse me, I'm trying to, yes, the synthetic artifact thereby passes through undetected, and it reinforces the weaknesses we've seen in layers 1 through 3. So there are cross-layer effects here. If we move on to risk prioritization, we have to choose sort of which are some of the highest risks. We rank them by severity, breakdowns of model safeguards. The foundational model can be jailbroken to produce the deep fake of the prisoner at all for propaganda purposes. Not enough provenance for video. No chain of custody for the Gen AI ingestion and downstream use, and then weak oversight of the pipeline. So little visibility as the content has flowed from state actors towards ICRC infrastructure. Then we go on to mitigation and implementation and monitoring. We, look at adversarial training, so models are better at resisting jailbreaks. Evaluation observability, agentic frameworks, security and compliance, governance reforms that can actually impact all these things positively. So then finally, we move to the next step on our slides, monitoring implementation. So a few things which take us back to our conclusion in our slides is, thinking about more red teaming. We need continuous machine-driven probing of generative pipelines for new failure modes. Human-in-the-loop review. Experts need to red team and review things as well, including in particularly where legal and humanitarian judgment is needed. Regular cross-actor reviews, we recommend as well, spanning ICRC, government and private companies and other stakeholders. And then finally, institutional reporting, folding findings into regular plenary reporting and global accountability mechanisms. So back to our slides. We then, as next steps, recommend that we have, so the previous one actually, I think is the better. We believe, most importantly, that responsibility sits with actors positioned to act and not victims. We believe that we need technical red teaming, we need evidence, we need institutional shared reporting and governance policy and controls. And the ultimate takeaway of this is that synthetic media can attack the Geneva law conditions protecting the status, family contact, and human dignity of POWs. And back on our website itself, I want to end by showing you a particular mapping of responsibility that we believe up here, number 5, provides a critical insight into why this matters. We've heard so much about responsibility, even sort of sideways this conference. We think that the advantage Maestro for IHL provides is a particularly positive net impact on addressing that question of responsibility. And Matt, if you want to close with any comments on that, you particularly wanted to bring back the focus to that as we wrapped up.
I did, yes. And in our closing seconds here, we're conscious of the fact that we've spoken a lot about systems, technical and otherwise. And I think when it comes to responsibility, it's always important in fact, critical at the very end of the day to realize that the reason why we're talking about systems, the reason why we're talking about layers, the reason why we're talking about threat models is because these are all systems that affect people. And specifically individual human dignity. And if there is a way, and we believe that this may be one way, of contributing to the very hard work of ensuring that both the Hague Law and the Geneva Law concerns are accounted for in these kinds of discussions, we would like to remind people that in the process of so doing, that it is ultimately people that all of this hard work is for. This quote was in fact the very first thing that we shared between each other as we read this report. And that is, I guess, our both primary motivation and ultimate takeaway, that I think we together in this room, through various interventions, all together have a real opportunity to make substantial impact on advancing this conversation. And we hope that our invitation to begin considering some of these things anew in light of everything that we've spoken about over the last day or two has landed on people who are willing to join us in our mission, or at least to tell us where we're going wrong. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Matthew and Nathan, for your presentation, also for the very powerful quote that you left us with in the very last slide. Unfortunately, we're out of time to go to the questions on Slido, but for those of you in the room who have asked questions, you can perhaps approach our speakers during lunch, and I'm sure you're not difficult to find online. If colleagues online have questions, they can contact you as well. So thank you so much for staying with us the whole morning and having an engaging and fruitful morning session of the conference. We now break for lunch, and please enjoy the posters, the demos that are all outside, and we'll see you back in the room at 2 p.m. Thank you. be a very interactive session, which is great after the lunch break. So without further ado, I'd like to leave the floor to Fedra Boino-Diris from IBM Consulting. I hope you had the chance to submit your questions because it's going to be a very fun and entertaining session. Please, Fedra.
Thank you so much, Giacomo, and thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Fedra Boino-Diris. I am IBM Consulting's global lead for AI ethics and governance. My day job is that I help teach clients how to be accountable for AI outcomes and how to have shared accountability with their vendors. I say it's my day job because I also do a lot of volunteer work in this space as well. I serve on my governor's AI Leadership Council in the state of North Carolina. It is a coalition made up of government and private industry, nonprofits, as well as academic institutions to get things done. I also like to do a volunteer work in schools, not just higher ed, but also K through 12. And I also like to teach this subject in informal learning settings like the Girl Scouts. And I've got to tell you, if you can help get a shared vocabulary on the subject of AI ethics and governance with the Girl Scouts, you can do this anywhere. So I started this work years ago, years before agentic AI, generative AI, back when I was compelled to study the risks and the considerations for predictive AI. And what's been so fascinating about the journey is that, when I first started this work, it felt very much like I was landing a spaceship in somebody's backyard, talking about AI ethics and governance, and I'm sure many of you feel the same way. But what's been fascinating is that this topic of conversation has really hit the public's consciousness. And to tell you how I know, I'm going to show you what I see in Times Square. Thank you, artists, for donating your life's work to our AI. Your generosity hasn't gone unnoticed, just uncompensated LMAO. Or this one. Our AI does your daughter's homework, reads her bedtime stories, romances her, deepfakes her. Don't worry, it's totally legal. Right? And it's no wonder we're seeing billboards like this, right? Considering some of today's quotes from today's AI leaders. This is a direct quote from Sam Altman. AI will probably most likely lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there'll be great companies. Or this one from Elon Musk. If an AI has a goal and humanity just happens to be in the way, it will destroy humanity as a matter of course without even thinking about it. It's just like if we're building a road and an anthill just happens to be in the way, we don't hate ants, we're just building a road, right? Contrary to what I think is the underlying message in these quotes, the future is not inevitable. We decide. This billboard in Times Square also caught my attention for different reasons, right? Looking at this, it reminded me of what a thought leader, he's a former IBMer, his name is Dave Snowden. He started a think tank called Sinofin in Ireland. And he talks a lot about the differences between complex problems and complicated problems. He says a complicated problem is a really tough problem. It takes a lot of human brains, a lot of work to solve. But once it's solved for good, like inventing the first jet engine, right? Totally different from a complex problem, which has so many different variables that it's ultimately not solvable for good, like loneliness, like finding one's life purpose. And Sinofin, what they were saying was oftentimes technologists like to conflate solutions to complicated problems as if they're the solutions to complex problems. And I think that's what's happening here in this billboard. Here's this woman being embraced in the arms of an AI. I mean, it totally looks like the cover of one of my Aunt Olga's romance novels, right? You even see the galloping white horse in the background, right? She finally feels heard, finally feels valued, finally feels cared for. I think an example of one of those conflations, right? This one is another popular one that I see rotating around New York City, right? Stop hiring humans. And I think, this is all very fascinating, especially given this quote from Jan LeCun saying current AI systems are not even close to human level intelligence. I think a good place to start this conversation is to explain what the analysts are saying. And depending on which analyst you believe, between 75% to 95% of investments in AI are actually failing to bring a return on those investments. And according to the analyst, this is due to 3 core reasons. Number one is that the initial investment in the AI was not actually tied to solving a business problem. Number two are major challenges around earning people's trust, earning confidence. Either people are way overly trusting of the AI outcomes, or do not trust it at all, right? And the third reason for failure, according to those analysts, is a lack of skills and competencies. And the analysts, what they're saying is, this isn't just lack of skills and competencies in terms of how to use AI in your job, but how to design, develop, deploy, govern, maintain AI in a way that's actually responsible, right? Those are the reasons for failure. This topic, especially the one about trust, which is bringing us here today, I promise you, it is not strictly a technical challenge at all. It is one that is socio-technical, and any socio-technical challenge has to be approached in a holistic way, meaning you need to be thinking about 3 core things: people, process, tools. People meaning, what is the right organizational culture required to curate AI responsibly? What are those AI governance processes and the tools in AI engineering frameworks? And of those 3, people, process, tools, which one is the hardest? Yell it. People. It's the hardest. People, it is the hardest. I think that it's the hardest because of data, right? Data is the lifeblood of artificial intelligence. It's the lifeblood. This is my favorite definition of the word data. Data is an artifact of the human experience. We human beings, we make the data, or we make the machines that make the data. And we as human beings, we have over 188 biases and counting. And we have these biases for good reason since the dawn of humankind, right? We're trying to make sense of the world. Things are moving too quickly. That's why we have these biases. Our data is biased. What's important to recognize about AI is it often acts like a mirror that reflects our biases back towards us. And we all have to be brave enough and introspective enough to look into that mirror and decide if that reflection aligns with our values. It also acts as a museum because it captures whose values represent the builders, or who decided what data went in at that particular moment in the time. So it's both a mirror as well as a museum. This subject may be one of the hardest things that we as human beings are actually trying to arm wrestle with today, AI ethics and governance, because it is forcing us to confront what do we truly value across cultures and across systems and across time. My favorite mental model for data, and I was explaining this to a couple of folks last night, right? Imagine you're walking down the street here in Geneva and you find a sheet of paper that looks like it's been ripped out of a spiral notebook. And you see a date up at the top with some personal notes. That's an example of data. You walk a little bit further and you find the notebook it was ripped out of, and you know exactly where the page came from. You see what was written before and you see what was written after, right? Now you have context. Data plus context equals information, which is much greater than data. You flip the book over and you see it's your sister's name and you see it's her diary. Now you know exactly who wrote it. Data plus context plus relationships equals knowledge, which I promise you is much greater than information, which is certainly much greater than data. We as human beings, we've been imparting wisdom to one another from generation to generation through storytelling, which combines stories with data and context and relationships. Often just having data is not enough, and I'm going to prove it to you, right? The bookshelf challenge, when you go back to your homes or your apartments, take out your phones and take a picture of the bookshelf in your house and upload the photo to your favorite GPT and ask it to guess what your job is. Have you guys ever done this? Have you ever done this, Giacomo? So in my bookshelf, right, yes, I have books about data science and AI, but I also have like an entire row on cryptography and game design and game theory. I like to paint and I like to weld, so I have books about painting and welding. I also edit my dad's books on Byzantine history, and he also started writing sci-fi, so I've got a ton on sci-fi. And I have The Far Side and Calvin and Hobbes and all the things, right? last time I asked this question of a general purpose large language model, it thought I worked for the NSA, the National Security Agency. I do not work for the NSA, I promise you. Of course, that probably is something that someone who worked for the NSA would say. But no, I think it over-indexed on the cryptography books. It doesn't know why certain books are in the bookshelf. And it doesn't know that all those books may not belong to me, right? This is important. This is an important mental model to have in your minds, right? To distinguish probabilistic AI with deterministic AI. Probabilistic AI sees the data without understanding the context of the data and necessarily the relationships with the data, which is distinctly different from deterministic AI or rules-based AI, like, for example, knowledge graphs, ontologies, etc. How important is it to know why certain books are in the bookshelf, right? Again, an important lesson or framing when thinking about AI. So I told you, I promised this is going to be interactive. So if you would kindly either go to this website, menti.com, and enter in this code, or pull out your phone and take a picture of the QR code. Have you guys join? And if I go past this slide too quickly and you don't get a chance to join, there'll be other points in time in the presentation where you'll be able to join as well. Did you get in? Yep. Yeah. Okay. Bless you. All right. I want you to guess which of these news stories are true. I'm going to read them out. A general purpose AI sent an armed man to steal a robot body for it to inhabit, then encouraged him to kill himself. An AI coding agent ignored instructions and wiped a software as a service community organization's production database during an active code freeze. A massive agentic AI flaw led attackers impersonate users and create admin accounts on a popular platform. A chatbot began generating anti-Semitic content and instructions on how to commit assault. Multiple US newspapers published summer reading lists that included non-existent AI-invented books. An AI babysitting app was shut down after it left a child unsupervised for 6 hours. A general purpose AI with weak safeguards against deepfake sexual content is now being integrated into certain defense systems. A company was sued because its AI allegedly encouraged a teen to commit suicide, providing methods and drafting a note. There is one story here that is false. All the rest are true. The one story that is false is the babysitting app. The rest are true. And I think what's important about this chart is, first of all, it was not easy. It was not hard to craft. Like, it was not difficult to find the news stories, right? But also these, I think, reflect organizations that had the best of intentions. It's not like they had malintent. So this is really important is that just having good intentions is not nearly enough, right? Without the appropriate level of literacy, safeguard rails, governance, accountability in place. All forms of artificial intelligence present some kind of risk. I mentioned, when I first got interested in this was back in the day of just predictive AI, right? Now, with generative AI, we've already been talking about things like hallucinations or harmful outputs, jailbreaking, etc. Yet now we have brand new emerging risks that are being introduced by AI agents. So I want to spend some time reflecting specifically on the risks of agents. We have this resource, the IBM AI Risk Atlas, that is being curated by IBM Research, but it pools together, again, as a nexus, all kinds of different risk classification repositories from around the world, including MIT and others. And what's nice about it is it doesn't just classify different kinds of risks, but it does it based on what category of AI you're using and also gives some really nice examples. Okay, so AI agents are those kinds of AIs that can execute on your behalf, execute an entire workflow. It can behave autonomously. And of course, with greater autonomy, it introduces new different kinds of risks. So I'd ask you, what kind of agentic AI risk do you think is being depicted here? Please keep my house warm, is what you're telling the AI agent. And it's torching your house. What's happening? Good. Most of you are guessing it correctly. The answer is goal misalignment. Okay, now this next one is true. This one actually happened, right? An AI agent was told to go win the chess game. Instead of playing, it hacked into the game engine and removed the opponent's pieces. What is this an example of? This too is an example of goal misalignment. Who's being given a goal, right? And did not consider what the rules are in order to be able to reach that particular goal. All right, another one. AI-powered drones formed new unprogrammed search patterns, improving coverage but ignoring the return orders. Never came back. What risk is being depicted here? This is an example of emergent behavior, right? And again, the AI risk atlas or nexus I was telling you about also has more examples of this. During a drone drill, 2 AI agents kept updating each other's flight plans until the drones never launched. What risk does this show? Yeah, that's an example of an infinite feedback loop. Excellent. Okay, when we first started this work, we published these core principles for trust and transparency. I am certain you all have something similar. There's nothing easy about anything on this chart. There's nothing easy, there's nothing obvious. Starting with fairness, right? We all expect AI to be fair, but whose worldview on fairness? There are many worldviews on fairness. There's equality, there's equity, there's meritocracy, there's needs-based, there's many worldview on fairness. Whose worldview of fairness gets to be reflected in AI? Explainability. As you have an AI that's generating an output, you should be able to ascertain, why am I getting the output that I'm getting? What data went into this? What methodology? What approach? Robustness against adversaries, that's about cybersecurity, right? Has this been tampered with? Is it secure? Transparency means, is it transparent to know what kind of training data, what kind of methodology went into this entire AI solution? Who's accountable for it? How often is it being audited? When is it being audited? What is it being audited for? Right? All of these are around this concept of transparency and data privacy, right? But we have clients who have totally different ones from this. And by the way, if you're doing anything with agentic AI, you need to include observability in here, right? Observability is the idea of being able to see in real time how different AI agents are interacting with each other. What's happening? Are they behaving in the way that is intended to behave? But we also have clients who are including things like environmental sustainability on here, right? So again, it's very important to be thinking as an organization, like, what are the principles that are important to us? But you don't stop there. Just publishing principles does not give you the shared vocabulary to use with your builders and your buyers so that they have a clue what to build and what to buy, right? So I'm going to talk to you about a framework that has come out of IBM's own AI Design Guild. And actually, we have donated this to UNIDIR so that you can all be able to see this and use it in an open sourced way and reflect on it and add to it, right? So what you're seeing here are functional requirements and non-functional requirements that reflect key principles. For example, not all use cases require functional and non-functional requirements given their risk. For example, like we all here care about data privacy, right? But if we have an AI that is going to forecast how ants are going to move around on an ant farm, data privacy is not applicable. So it's all the way down on the left, NA. Baseline, imagine it's sort of your first step towards reflecting that particular principle. Enhanced would be more for mid-risk, kind of like middle of the road, and vigilant you would reserve for your higher risk use cases. So I'm going to talk about explainability in particular. And you remember that's the principle where you're trying to ascertain, why am I getting the output I'm getting? Imagine a functional requirement for explainability that's baseline would be like, let's say you're interfacing with Apple TV and its AI is recommending you watch the show Ted Lasso. Do you guys have Ted Lasso here in Geneva? Excellent show. Got me through the last couple of elections. So excellent show, right? And you're wondering why? Why is this AI telling me to watch Ted Lasso? Baseline explainability might be for it to just say, because of your prior viewing history, that's why I'm suggesting you watch this show. And then it stops there. Enhanced, middle of the road might be, okay, I'm going to give you the data lineage and the data provenance for this particular output, but I might not show you the reasoning. And by the way, the 99th time you ask for this explanation, it might hallucinate. That's an example of baseline. Vigilant, again, would be for like a use case like, imagine you've got an AI that is being used to train nurses how to triage soldiers. You would never want it to hallucinate an explanation, right? So you want data lineage, you want data provenance, you want evidence, you want you want test, retest reliability, right? That would preclude having these vigilant features and functions. Depending on which level of functional and non-functional requirements you choose should ultimately inform your technical architecture. Risk should inform your requirements, which should inform your technical architecture. You guys following me? For example, if you said baseline was okay in terms of functional requirements, and you said, okay, you know, just having Apple TV say it's because of your prior viewing history, having strictly a probabilistic AI might be okay. If you need something maybe middle of the road, maybe it's probabilistic AI with some kind of context orchestration. But if you have an AI that is helping nurses triage wounds, you might choose something that's more deterministic, right? That has that rules-based and an understanding of context and relationships, or some level of a hybrid in between. This is, I can't explain to you how foundational this is. And once you get to this kind of language, again, this is language that ultimately, when we work with clients, you do with the governing council. And your governing council is made up of all your favorite people: chief data privacy, your chief information security officers, like head of procurement, head of HR, like it's all your people, all your core people, thinking about and reflecting on what are these functional and non-functional requirements that we need to reflect principles that are important to us. And it needs constant reflection, constant reflection. This is not something that stays in a Word doc or on a website. Ultimately, what you want it to do is have these functional and non-functional requirements be used to train guardian agents, right? Imagine a guardian agent is used in an intake form, right? If somebody has a new idea for an AI use case, that kind of a guardian agent could say, hey, given the level of risk of this use case, at a minimum, we would expect to see the following functional and non-functional requirements. Or that language could go into procurement, right? So that it is shared specifically with your vendors or with your defense contractors. And then that guardian agent can look through a statement of work to see, has that language been put in here? Do I have a way of being able to have shared accountability with this particular vendor? And in this way, we can get beyond the conversations about fairness and explainability and transparency and observability and get to brass tacks and get to this language, again, that people will ultimately need in order to know what to build and what to buy. And this, everything that I just said, there's a direct dotted line between this and a healthy perspective towards human in the loop, right? What does it take to trust someone on your team, another human on your team, right? You have to know that they're credible. You have to know that they're reliable. You have to know that they're dependable. Self-orientation is about, like, have you ever worked with someone who's really toxic, right? And they're only caring about themselves and not really about the mission or the team. That's an example of self-orientation. And of course, integrity. There's a direct dotted line from all of these to what a human in the loop will need in order to be able to ascertain if they can interrogate the model, right? So this is really, really important, because if you don't give your humans in the loop the tools they need to interrogate, it is liability laundering. And if you're measuring them on the wrong thing, if you're measuring them on speed, guess what's going to suffer? The quality of oversight, right? So this is also a challenge around change management. When I ask this question of large audiences, the top answers I get are terrible. The number one answer I get is no one. I would often get the answer, we don't use AI, which was laughable because it was already embedded in their enterprise licenses and easily accessible shadow AI. Another answer I was getting, which it sounds the most noble, but it also worries me, is the answer everyone, because if everyone is accountable, is anyone actually accountable? And it's important to understand the job. You have to get value alignment within your organization, meaning you have to get all your leader peers to recognize building and buying AI responsibly as table stakes for the success of the mission, right? You have to capture AI model inventory because you can't possibly audit what you can't see. You have to know how to audit the AI to make sure it's behaving in the way it's intended to behave. You have to keep track of regulations, but you can have AI be lawful but awful, which means whether you like it or not, you're going to have to push into ethics. And as soon as you push into the space of ethics, you have to be a great teacher, because you have to be teaching people not just building AI on your behalf, but also buying AI on your behalf, how to do so in a way that reflects your organization's ethos, which means oftentimes those who are accountable, right, are often responsible for running AI literacy programs. It's a big job, and it requires power, and it requires a funded mandate. And these are common patterns. Again, I'm not focused specifically on defense. I work with some of the world's automobile manufacturers as well as retailers and whatnot. These are common patterns I keep seeing again and again and again, right? The right organizational culture to curate AI responsibly requires humility. Because you have to recognize, as much as there is to learn on the subject of AI, there's also a lot that has to be unlearned, starting with thinking about who gets a seat at the table. Who gets a seat at the table, right? Because for far too long, we have been siloed. And I'll ask this question of you, right? If AI will reshape every part of society, and you can put this in your phones, your answer, which roles do you think most needs a seat at the table beyond engineers and data scientists? I want to hear what you have to say, and then I'm going to show you what other communities around the world, how they responded to this question. Ethicists, lawyers, psychologists, social scientists, philosophers, people affected by AI, victims and billionaires, users, auditors, mothers, trade economists. I love it. But the biggest one here, philosophers. Okay, you ready to see how other people answered this? Okay, I think you're going to find this interesting. So I'm in New York City. This was about 2 years ago. And I asked the same question, and I got this, right? Big emphasis, psychologists, minorities, women, global South. I loved seeing historians here, like, yes, right? And then I go in front of students, right? And these are honor students at my university, UNC Chapel Hill. And I asked them this same question, and this is what I got. Sorry, this one. This is what I got. And I saw the word God, right? And I asked them, I said, I know you don't know me, right? But if you put the word God down, I really want to hear from you. Like, why? Why did you put God down? Like, come up to me after I walk off the stage. I want to hear. I had several, maybe seven students coming up to me. And they said, it's important to recognize people are desperately lonely. More of us are using AI for help with our relationships, for help with mental health, even for spiritual guidance. We expect to see morality. We expect to see morality reflected here, right? And again, I thought to myself, wow, that's really profound. I'm never going to see God again. And then I'm in front of some of the world's biggest nonprofits and philanthropy groups, and I see the word priests. And then I'm in front of military leaders, like this is senior Navy admirals, and I see clergy. And you know what these word clouds tell me is that we need to rethink how we're talking about this subject, how we're teaching this in schools, where we're teaching this, and when we're teaching this. We need to introduce this subject much earlier in people's academic careers. We need to get it out of strictly teaching it in schools of computer science and engineering, right? And have multidisciplinary curriculum on this subject and bring it into social studies classes. Thank you for your time. Sorry I went over.
Thank you, Phaedra, for an energizing presentation. I think that's all what we all needed after lunch break, and it was super interesting. Thank you so much for making it so interactive. Okay, I think we're now ready for a second deep dive. The colleagues will join me here on stage now. The title of the next deep dive is Agreement in the Age of Algorithms, Building US-China Norms for AI and National Security. And I'm very happy to welcome here on stage Tim Rutherford from the Mindaru Foundation, Chao Chen from Tsinghua University, and David Eldman from the MIT and the Brookings Institution. They're just getting installed, and whenever you're ready, you have the floor. Please take us away. Thank you.
Hi. It's been a long conference. It's been an amazing conference. And I feel like before we go any further, I'd really like to commend Robin, Giacomo, and Jasmine for the work they've done. It's no small effort to get everyone into this room. There's been a broad brush of conversations have been had. Not all of them have been easy, and so they've really done well to pioneer and lead the conversation. So from me, mate. We're going to hold the stage for about 30 minutes. I'd like to hold the microphones for about 15 of those and then offer an opportunity for questions. The topic you see is building agreement in the age of algorithms. And so what we're going to talk through is the longest running track 2 on AI and the military in China. We want to go through a bit of a chronology to talk about how you pull the two superpowers together and how you reach consensus on big issues, consequential issues, at a time that, if we're frank, that track 1 wasn't always operating well. But before we go any further, it's probably worth just explaining who we are. So I'm Tim. I work now for the Mindaru Foundation as Australian Philanthropy. I spent about 26 years in uniform, commanding special purpose units in the military. I've been an advisor for defence and intelligence to a Prime Minister. I'm a professor at UWA in Australia and hold positions in our National Security College at the Australian National University too. To my left, Xiao Shen, who, amongst many things, was a distinguished diplomat, postings to Russia and the UK. She's now a professor and the Deputy Director of the Centre for International Security and Strategy at Tsinghua University, and also the Vice Dean for AI and International Governance. To my right, the most distinguished David Edelman, who, aside from being a former advisor to US President Obama and serving on the National Security Council and the Economic Council, he was the inaugural Director for International Cyber inside the NSC, led the USA's cyber negotiations at the UN, and is an AI and cyber strategy architect. He's also the director of the Project for Technology, Economy and National Security at MIT and a fellow of the Brookings. So now we know each other. I want to start with where the dialogue had its origins, and it was 2018. It's a bit of a mind trip to think back to 2018 from where we are now. So I'll colour in a few pieces for you. In 2018, the global order, if we can think of it, was fracturing. I think it was probably fractured. But President Trump was in his first term, serving out this second year there. The Russian double agent, Sergei Skripal, was poisoned in Salisbury, and 100 Russian diplomats were expelled from Western countries, we might remember. The US had withdrawn from the JCPOA only a month later. The global war on terror was spilling out of Afghanistan into North Africa and Southeast Asia. The Syrian conflict was kicking off and pulling in its neighbours. President Trump met with his North Korean counterpart in the DMZ. US-China rivalry was probably peaking. There was a tariff war that was underway. And so in that context, it was a fairly polarising time. The US had, for the first time, framed the relationship with China as strategic competitors. In July of 2018, the 7th World Peace Forum was held in Beijing. It was an interesting place to be, and amongst the topics that were being presented there was AI and what it is and what it isn't. It's 2018, GPT-1 has come out. It's not a proliferated technology at all. I mean, if you have it on your Spotify or your Apple playlist, that's probably what you knew of AI. But there was a conversation had. It was actually had on the lawns between Madame Fu Ying, the former Vice Foreign Affairs Minister, Dr. Andrew Forrest, the Australian mining magnate, Ryan Haas, and Dr. Chris Messerol from the Frontier Model Forum. And they started realising that this was going to be a technology that was going to proliferate and it was going to be consequential for the world order. So I'm going to ask a question of the colleagues to my left and right now and sort of pull this into a bit more of a dialogue. So I'll start with Dave. I've gone through 2018 and it's hectic. We're in Beijing. We've got a handful of people from either side of this divide that's emerging talking about a new technology that was novel at that point. Walk me through the moment.
Let me first take a moment and also thank UNIDIR for hosting and also recognize that, as we've heard throughout the last 2 days, what we're going to talk about today is a conversation that has taken place between two powers, but this is not a conversation of two powers. This is an importantly global conversation that we've heard a lot about today. And so our focus for this conversation, this discussion right here on two states and non-state interactions is not in any way to preclude the broader conversation that is taking place. So I just want to acknowledge that. This was a series of dialogues that, Tim, as you point out, happened at a not uncomplicated moment in international affairs. We think it's as complicated as it gets right now. Well, it was complicated then too. And recognizing that these two entities, groups of experts, were coming together, in the first instance at a time that the US-China relations were on a bad trajectory and would continue to be on a negative trajectory for a period of time. And the first instantiation of this conversation took place not on the basis of mutual trust, but on the basis of mutual interest. And what do I mean by that? Well, specifically in that era, if you go back to 2018, there's a broad recognition AI was coming down the pike. You had early statements of doctrine coming out of Beijing. We had early statements of doctrine coming out of the United States. The US, at that point, Department of Defense, was perhaps the only ministry-level agency that had actually issued a broad series of statements about what AI could mean. There was a collective sense of what I would refer to as foreboding. We knew this was going to be an issue. We knew that it would matter for international security. We didn't quite know how, but most importantly, we knew that at a time in which the US-China relationship was on a negative trajectory, the chances that that friction would be exacerbated by AI and the uncertainties around it was significant and growing. And therefore, there was an urgent need to, at a minimum, understand the perspectives of where respective sides were coming from, how they understood what those threats might be, to even begin to see if there could be anything that would set the foundation of what could look like confidence building measures, transparency measures, or even just areas of mutual alignment in how we thought about those issues. That was setting the stage.
So I mean, that's a lot in an already complicated landscape. I guess when you get down to the tic-tacs of it, though, you've got to get people into a room and talk about something. And right now, there is no talking at all occurring. So, Xiaoxian, I want to throw to you and ask, we've overcome the obstacle of saying there's an issue we need to talk about. How do you progress that next step?
Okay, thank you, Tim, for the good question. People always say if you want to know where you are going, you should always look at where you came from. So thank you for UNIDIR, especially Giacomo and Yasmin for this opportunity to talk about our track to dialogue. I totally agree with what our previous two speakers mentioned, but when I thought about the original story of our track to dialogue, I think there are two important persons apart from those you mentioned. I need to mention the first one is late Dr. Henry Kissinger, and the other is Madam Fu Yin, the former Vice Foreign Minister of China, and also the founding chair of CIS Tsinghua University. I remember during the last few years of Dr. Henry Kissinger, he came to China quite for a few times, and every time he visited China, met with the top leaders of China, he mentioned about this AI thing, and he also wrote a book, The Genesis. What was high on his mind is that the AI will change the international security dynamics and also the US-China relations. So it is really important for US and China to talk about this. However, Tim mentioned that at that time, there was no intergovernmental dialogue between China and the US on AI, nor there was meal-to-meal dialogue. So it is at that moment that we started to have this dialogue. And to be honest, at the very beginning, we don't know what we would talk about and this dialogue will lead us to. However, when we put our experts together, at that time, many of them in China will also not know very much about the AI's impact on the international security. There was some kind of academic discussions back home, but was not very much talked about publicly. However, when we bring both Chinese and the US experts together, it seemed like to form a community, I mean the knowledge community, people focused on what are the problems and what are the solutions. So this really, the dialogue developed among these experts and also with the process of the dialogue, we thought about what we can talk about next time and then the one after next. So it is more and more coming out based on our interaction.
So I guess I frame here and say that the dialogue was not ambitious at the outset other than to convene. It was originally scoped as sort of 3 sessions over a 12-month period and then just see where we are. And you successfully complete the 3 sessions and then COVID hits and locks down the world. I don't know, that's a curveball no one saw coming. I guess, you know, Xiaoxian, I want to keep with you. How do you forge trust in that environment to keep a dialogue flowing that's precarious?
Yes, the COVID was really a very difficult time when experts couldn't meet with each other in person. However, we continued the momentum online. We met online twice a year and sometimes intersessional dialogues also online. Because we had a firm belief that no matter what happened, the AI will continue to develop. And also the speed was so quickly during the COVID time because there are a lot of high demands for AI development because of the COVID. So things would develop very quickly. And the second thing was that the US-China relations would also on the downward spiral. So this kind of communication and trying to understand each other was even more important during that period of time. So, and the third thing is that both experts, both teams believe strongly in human agency. We believe that if we want to do something, we will really have the same purpose. We work together, then we can really achieve something. So that is why we continue the process, even during the difficult times of the COVID. Yeah.
So I guess that brings me to the next point. So we're coming together. We're forging ourselves some trust in a difficult period. We're overcoming the barriers of COVID and dealing with one another remotely. But, I mean, what are the ideas? What are people talking about, Dave?
So the challenge with any dialogue like this, frankly, is how do you make it real, right? There are lots of conversations. They're all interesting. These are really important. How do you actually get to a position that we're talking about the right things that can have consequence for what matters? And that was, frankly, the challenge, particularly as we were starting to get a reasonable bit of cadence back and forth in these dialogues. And I think what we arrived at through a number of techniques, I could talk through some of them, was a recognition that while there had been very important, really great, very detail-oriented work taking place, including these very walls and things like a group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapons systems, that was long-running, long-standing work, but that there was something perhaps even more immediate and even more concerning, not necessarily more important, but more immediate and concerning, which was the way in which AI systems could precipitate an armed conflict that neither side, US or China, wanted or intended. And it's very easy to think about these scenarios, and we literally did this. We actually worked through fictitious near future scenarios where we were coming up with what did it look like? What would it look like if you had a device that was running amok in a contested area that resulted in human casualties, where there was no way to communicate about what that failure mode was, where neither side, US or China, was able to actually describe whether they had gone through proper weapons testing, as would be generally internationally accepted as a requirement under IHL for that particular tool. How would both sides even communicate if they were on the precipice of some type of conflict, again, precipitated in part by AI, in the first place? Who would pick up the phone and where, and what would they have to say to each other? And so the actual grinding work of the experts in this case, in many cases, was extremely, as all of you know who work in arms control or any space related to it, it was unsexy. It was very detailed. Things like developing glossaries. And you might look up and say, a glossary? Wait a minute, we're looking at the possibility of a major military confrontation and you're writing a glossary? Yes. Why? Because right now we established as experts who were working on these issues that there was so much unwritten and unsaid about this particular set of issues that there was a vital, urgent need for when one side in Chinese said a particular set of circumstances that the US or others knew what they were talking about and vice versa. Let me just give you one example. We discovered over the course of our conversations that for these purposes, because doctrine diverges, when, for instance, an AI weapons system is described, even in the abstract, an American English audience would generally regard that as a technical device, like the drone with AI in it is the weapons system. And yet a weapons system, as we came to learn in counterpart doctrine, included the human operator. Well, the requirements that you put on the operation and oversight of that system is wildly different if you include the human operator in it versus something that is strictly technological. It sounds basic, but it's actually critical to discussing these issues. And so you build up from original discussions of where things come together, glossaries, ultimately coming up with scenarios that allow us to understand perspectives of where things might head so that fundamentally we can visualize what those major risk conditions are. What would be the thing that was of greatest concern? And we arrived, as I'm sure you'll talk about in a second, to this idea that the intersection of AI plus a nuclear launch decision was a very scary scenario for everyone, nuclear powers and otherwise. And that this was an area that required urgent attention, specifically because neither the US nor China had confidence in the accuracy, the operation, and our own ability to internalize how AI systems worked and the reliability of those systems. We've heard all about that for the last day and a half. Well, that really, the rubber really hits the road there when we are talking about the most consequential national security decisions that governments can make on behalf of their people. And so that's how we focused on that of one set of issues that really required particular attention.
I mean, Shasha, tell us more, because we're touching on the intersection of AI and nuclear. We're talking about it at a time before it was common knowledge what AI could do. Frontier models was not in the lexicon. So we're looking at ambitious ideas. Like how do you retain focus? What are the issues that you're looking for?
Well, I remember that at the very beginning of our dialogue, Andrew Forrest would repeatedly remind us that the goal was to ensure no harm would come to civilians. So apart from having dialogues with the US colleagues, of course, I totally agree with what David mentioned, but we also, the Chinese team also followed closely on what was going on in the international community, the arms control community, what are the debated areas, what are the issues that they concerned. So we also had a very close contact with UNIDIR. We also held roundtable among with UNIDIR and the Chinese scholars who are doing this AI and military domain research. And also we organized conferences with ICRC on the responsible use of technology in the humanitarian domain. So what I want to say is that these Chinese scholars in this way also followed closely on what are the international arms control community were concerned with, and then trying to feed back into our dialogue with the US colleagues. And another concern is that deliverables, which is also a high concern from the Andrew Forrest and also Madam Fu Ying, who used to, at the very beginning, was the head of the team. So we published the glossaries of 46 words in parallel, not the joint glossary, but in parallel, because we still have different understandings of many of the terms. And also we published the separate reports on the progress of this dialogue. The purpose of this is that we would like the international community and also the researchers in China and in US to follow what we have discussed. And also based on our research, they could build on their own progress in this area. Yeah, I will stop here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for the audience, I don't want to gloss over how difficult this process is. We've all dealt with governments, and there's a very valid reason for track 1 dialogues, but there's an equally valid purpose of the track 2 to create the safe space that's depoliticised to have the big and ambitious chat. And when track 1 breaks down, it can also provide that level of redundancy. I'm also poignantly aware from my time working in government that not everyone agrees. Change is slow and often contested, and that there will be headwinds. And so I guess very briefly, Dave, what were the sort of headwinds you're experiencing on the US side? And Xiaoshan, I'll get 2 fingers on that from you after.
Well, look, I mean, I think it is important to focus as much on, the lacuna that existed in that era in terms of ideas and development that could actually shape or help inform track 1 as the headwinds. I'll talk about headwinds in a second, but it's worth recognizing we've all been in government one capacity or another. It is not as if people at the top of government are spending their days writing 40-page papers exploring every possible idea on how we could really get to the bottom of AI and security, because they don't have time. They want to, they have knowledge, they have great depth. And part of the role of these dialogues is not just to float trial balloons, but also to, as experts, really get to the bottom of where might there be content. And so one of the not friction points, but one of the headwinds was that in many cases, we in these dialogues, and there are other dialogues like these, and others did it as well, were attempting to functionally support or inform doctrine that didn't exist. So there were, various ministries, agencies of the US government that had written about their AI strategy. They had written about their particular flavor on it. But that was not necessarily one that was shared broadly across all members of, say, the US delegation. We came from different perspectives, different areas, and there was a desire to inform that. So one, not wanting to get out in front of government, they are the track 1. They are speaking on behalf of the nation, but at the same time, recognizing that there's a very important informing function there. So that's headwind 1. Headwind 2, you already mentioned it. The vicissitudes of the bilateral relationship are not insignificant. And it is, there is always the reality that the bilateral relationship and whatever tenor it takes at any given moment can be a real challenge, because even if the frictions have no relationship to what's happening in that room, they color the space of what is possible outside of that room. And so having the opportunity to get through, get beyond, recognize both sides had to say their piece, but developing, a level of understanding among those in the room that we did not have to dispense with 70% of every dialogue through diplomatic hortatory and throat clearing of all the things that our respective governments were mad about that week. Those are important things too. We're not government. It wasn't our job to bring them up. And then I think, third, we heard different messages back and continue to from our own government, both individuals within the government and outside. We heard lots of individuals within the government say, we are so glad that this exists, that we think it's a big problem that there is not any channel of even informal, even academic dialogue on these issues. And we're really pleased that this is an issue that is at least getting this kind of attention. I think there are others that were probably more skeptical about what could be achieved in any non-governmental forum, and that's healthy and normal. But I think recognizing that those three pieces of headwind, not only didn't prevent the progress that we were able to help support and inform, but actually really meaningfully shaped it. Because the track 2 that is happening in the absence of any involvement or awareness of what is happening at the intergovernmental level is just a talk shop. And instead, I think there's a real desire to, as appropriate, help to at least be informed by, if not to helpfully inform what was happening within the governmental level, again, as they see fit. Shasha?
Yeah, Tim, you are right. There was a lot of difficulties going on during the whole process, and it really required determination and resilience. I remember during the Biden administration, there was a small yes, high fence policy, and also then the second Trump administration, there was a kind of a tech rivalry between the narrative of U.S.-China tech rivalry. And then also we saw the expansion of the entity list and many of the Chinese companies, industry people, and also the institutions, including many of the universities. So there were a lot of difficulties here, which actually created real problems for Chinese scholars to trying to engage with the U.S. colleagues. And also in China, there were also repeated questions of why, because why you want to talk with the U.S.? They are sanctioning us. Why are you going to do this? We face these questions all the time. But we also know very well that this is exactly the time that the track 2 can play a role, because just now David mentioned about these informing functions, and also I would like to say also the policy options, because we always believe that the track 2 should always think 3 steps ahead of the government. We need to develop policy options for track 1 for governments. They may not be ready to talk with each other right now, but it doesn't mean that they will never talk with each other. So we are preparing for the future dialogues of the track 1. So this is exactly what we are trying to do. And also the track 2 dialogue can play an important role in de-risking track 1. So they are the depoliticized region, or the safe space for some bold and ambitious ideas to be examined.
Yeah, and I guess I look at that and say the novel aspect of the AI military track 2 wasn't necessarily its complexity. I was riffing on this in the hotel earlier this morning with someone, but governments have done complex, right? Nuclear is complex. And we've seemed to have held that expertise within government. The novelty about the AI military intersection that I observed was the pace. That the iterative change that was occurring within the models and their applications and use cases was faster than anything that I think we could have experienced. And it created a disconnect between the expertise held at government and industry. Yeah. I mean, the nuclear industry was formed from government. AI is formed from private industry by and large now. And so they didn't have resident expertise, and that again drew into the importance of we need a track 2 that can talk about the stuff we just don't understand yet, and then dilute it and feed it back to us. I think the headwinds that we experience both east and west of the Pacific, as a funder, I'll throw in and say we're experienced within the philanthropic community too. The dialogue had been going at this point for 5 or 6 years, and it hadn't delivered anything tangible. There'd been a lot of talk at meetings, and it was an exercise in generating trust. But there were 2 funders to begin with, and one of them withdrew because change wasn't happening fast enough for them on a subject where doctrine didn't exist, in a political and geostrategic context that was contested at best. So it drives us into the question now of impact, and I want to sort of wrap up our points here and then offer the floor to a question or two. But thinking through, impact, Dave, on the 1st of September 2024, the dialogue met in October. The glossary of terms had just been published a month before, and we were going to discuss some substantive issues. You now had a lexicon. You could talk to one another. What's happening in November 24?
This is the bingo question. This is when at the margins of the APEC summit, then President Biden and President Xi issued a statement that, to those of us in this room, probably should have to go without saying, but was actually really critical in the international context. And that was that humans must maintain control of nuclear launch decisions. Again, that should strike you as a, yeah, no kidding sort of statement. And yet it was critical for exactly the reasons that we identified. That as we began going through the glossary to understand the scenarios that were of greatest concern, what could really create this absolute hollowing out of the trust in bilateral relations and ultimately precipitate a major, as in a scale none of us can comprehend, military problem. Well, it would be something like that, a loss of nuclear launch decision control because of AI on either side, because one side believes an AI system too much that is malfunctioning and decides to launch, or another makes the absolutely foolhardy decision of putting AI in the decision-making chair. For more, Google the name Stanislav Petrov. This was a very concerning issue. And so to have this work, as it may or may not have informed the track one, to ultimately make this high-level statement, I think was absolute accelerant to the need for elaboration of this conversation, recognition of the depth of conversations that had taken place, and also, frankly, a sense of mutuality between where the track two had identified this area of great risk when there was very little area of, at the time, overlap in what a US and Chinese leader could say that they could agree on. The fact that this was something upon which they would agree, incidentally not lost on this room, in the context of nuclear weapons, an issue that the US and China have historically said almost nothing to one another about. That AI created the space or the need, the mutual concern, to force a statement by leaders on nuclear doctrine was a remarkable moment. And I think it's a remarkable moment that we should all take account of, recognizing it is just two powers. There are others that need to be involved here. But this is the way in which AI, to your point, Tim, is reconfiguring what can and should be on the table in international security, and critically, the urgency with which we have to take on these issues.
So I'm going to pivot to Xiaoshen for one question, and then hopefully, Guacamole, we've got time for one from the floor, but I guess, okay. So we've got 7 years of dialogue at a track two level, and you've thankfully got the word unsexy on the record from this platform, this conference, doing glossary work that enabled it. I have to ask, as the sort of end of our chat here, what next?
Okay, very brief, because we know that during the last summit between China and the US, the two leaders agreed to resume the intergovernmental dialogue on AI. That was really a good news for us. So we hope that during our future dialogue, we may produce something for them. And also we hope that they could agree, the leaders could agree some important things as they did previously. Thank you.
I think what's next is an invitation that the US and Chinese leaders made to the rest of the world, and that is to assert something that is even more critically important in a world in which nuclear weapons continue to proliferate and are possessed by parties around the world. And that is something that you have heard from the leadership of UNIDIR, you've heard from the Secretary General of the UN, that you've heard from leaders. Nuclear war must never be waged because it can never be won, and then we would add, and must never be ordered by AI. If we can end this year or next year with a broad assertion of that incredibly straightforward, simple, who could possibly oppose it statement, we would be meaningfully moving forward the near term of international security at the intersection of conventional arms, nuclear arms, AI, and the norms and the environment that we are building right now for what is permissible in that space. And so my hope, my expectation is that we can actually come together on that most basic but deeply important set of policies.
Hey, thanks both. As this is turning into a hot yoga studio, I appreciate everyone's time. We're floating around, so do feel free to come and have a chat to us. We'd love to engage with you. Giacomo.
Thank you. Thank you, Team David and Josh Ann, for sharing the stage with us and for this extremely interesting presentation. As I was mentioning, unfortunately, but I didn't want to interrupt because we were having a very good discussion. We didn't have time to go through some of the very interesting questions that we received, but Yasmin is waiting for you at the other end of the room, and there are some questions that you may want to answer even briefly directly on the platform because they were very, very interesting. Please join me with a round of applause to thank the speaker. Thank you. And I would like now to invite the next set of speakers. We have two lightning talks in rapid succession before another panel. So it is my pleasure to welcome here on stage Nakul Nayar, who will be providing a briefing on bridging the governance gap, a UN-led soft law framework for military AI and the role of NATO, who will be followed by Arevik Martirosyan from the School of International Information Security, who will be giving a lightning talk under the title From Silent Standard Setting to International Cooperation, the United Nations and AI Security Governance. That being said, Nakul, you're the first speaker. Please, the floor is yours. Yes, it's loading. Here we go.
Distinguished delegates, colleagues, it's an absolute honor to be here. Thank you to Yasmin and the UNIDIR team to organize this excellent event. I'm a military officer in the Canadian Armed Forces and presently working at NATO. In the military, we use a concept called the OODA loop, which is displayed on the slide. OODA stands for Observe, Orient, Decide, Act. It describes the continuous cycle of observing information, assessing the situation, making decisions, and then taking action. At each step, human judgment and reasoning is vital. The inner loop in the slide is the AI-enabled loop, much smaller as AI is accelerating each stage of this process from minutes to milliseconds, potentially replacing human judgment with machine learning and data-driven probabilistic models. We are not quite in the age of killer robots or the Terminator, but while Hollywood imagines the future, Gaza, Ukraine, and Iran are already field testing it, and the governance frameworks have not kept pace. The question is no longer whether military AI will transform warfare. It already has. The question is whether governance and accountability will catch up to it. So what is the challenge that we face today? First, there is a challenge of ensuring compliance with international humanitarian law, including its core principles of distinction, proportionality, precaution, and command responsibility. These legal frameworks were developed on the assumption that decisions about the use of force are made through traceable human judgment, not AI. Second is the accountability gap. AI may be built by teams of engineers, programmers, and data scientists, but accountability on the battlefield cannot be outsourced. The commander who authorizes an AI-assisted strike remains legally and ethically responsible for that decision, even though it's AI-enabled. Governance must therefore ensure that humans retain not only decision-making authority, but also the ability to understand and justify the decisions they make. Third, there is a risk of escalation. If one state accelerates military decisions with AI, others may feel pressured to do the same, creating a race towards machine speed warfare and erosion of human control. Keeping humans meaningfully involved is therefore not just about legal compliance, it's about ensuring deliberation, reducing the risk of miscalculation, and preserving strategic stability. So what is the solution? As we have heard this over and over again today, we need effective and implementable governance. Governance encapsulates how AI systems are designed, tested, validated, deployed, monitored, and ultimately retired. I recognize that governance can sometimes be portrayed as anti-innovation. The aim is not to prohibit AI or suppress innovation, but to have guardrails so that AI is used responsibly. A useful analogy is road safety. We do not ban cars because accidents can happen. We establish the rules of the road and hold people accountable for their actions. Military AI deserves the same principled approach. The solution that I am proposing is a UN-led soft law approach. I'm not arguing for an immediate legally binding treaty, but instead a soft law approach because it's a recognition that the most effective governance is governance that is actually adopted and implemented. A treaty that the world's major military AI powers are unwilling to join may carry symbolic value, but will have limited practical impact. What I'm proposing is a UN-anchored soft law framework, a system of voluntary standards and transparency measures that can shape behavior today while laying the groundwork for stronger commitments tomorrow. Why this must be UN-led, not US-led and not China-led, but UN-led, because legitimacy is the precondition for adoption. A framework developed by one geopolitical bloc may be rejected by another, not on its merits, but on its origins. The group picture we took yesterday in front of the Alley of the Flags reminded me of what the UN represents, a shared vision for humanity. Only the UN, with 193 member states, has the global reach to bring together the diverse actors whose cooperation is essential. Importantly, this is not an untested idea. We've already seen evidence of how soft law can foster meaningful cooperation. The UNIDIR Roundtable for AI, Security and Ethics has demonstrated that even strategic competitors can find common ground and responsible AI practices. That is the strength of soft law. As a military officer who works in NATO, I propose that NATO, comprising of 32 member countries and 35 affiliates countries, is uniquely positioned to accelerate responsible military AI as an early adopter. Consider a multinational NATO strike operation. One nation's AI-enabled targeting system flags a location as a high-value object based on pattern of life analysis. A second partner nation's intelligence fusion platform, trained on a different data set under different validation standards, assesses the same location with a lower confidence. And a third nation's legal review tool, operating under a different threshold for civilian harm estimation, produces an inconsistent proportionality assessment. Three allies, three standards of conflicting outputs. Who authorizes the strike? Whose proportionality assessment governs? Under which legal standard will the decision be made? Without common validation standards and harmonized human override requirements, collective defense under Article 5 of NATO becomes significantly more complicated. The absence of harmonized military AI governance standards create not just legal exposure, but real operational friction between allies. A UN-anchored soft law framework would not supplant NATO's internal initiatives. It would reinforce them by providing globally recognized baselines that allied systems can be built and validated against. In closing, I'd like to say that the opportunity to shape these norms remained open, but it will not remain open indefinitely. A UN-led soft law framework is not a constraint on military power. It is a foundation for accountable, stable, and interoperable military power in an AI-enabled world. History will not ask whether we had the technology, it will ask whether we had the wisdom to govern it. The opportunity is here, the moment is now, and I hope this conference will be part of building it. Thank you.
Thank you. Arik, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I have also a presentation. Okay. So I would like to thank UNIDIR and the organizing team for the invitation and for hosting this important discussion. And my remarks today will focus on the role of United Nations in addressing the growing gap between emerging AI standards and inclusive international cooperation. And I would like also invite you to refer to the presentation where these developments and documents are presented in greater detail than time allows me to cover today. So Okay, we'll start with our presentation. So AI has become not only a, thank you. AI has become not only a technological factor, but also a political and legal factor in international relations. AI does not develop in a normative vacuum. A significant part of the rules governing its development, deployment, and control is emerging not through a universal intergovernmental negotiation process, but within limited formats. This can be described from my point of view as silent standard setting. Norms have not been formalized in a universal international framework, but they already affect the conduct of states, companies, and users. Therefore, the key question today is who participates in shaping these rules. Next slide, please. This is a fundamental problem, the asymmetry of technological capabilities. As a result, many countries risk becoming not participants in rulemaking, but merely recipients of rules. In such situation, international cooperation on AI may fail to overcome technological inequality and may, on the contrary, consolidating in the form of standards and rules developed by a limited group of most technologically advanced actors. Against this background, fragmentation becomes an independent risk for AI security governance. It's not only an institutional problem, but also international political one, since AI regulatory regimes may increase mistrust, different regimes increase mistrust, technological dependence, and competition over the rules of the future digital order. Next slide, please. This is precisely where the role of United Nations becomes increasingly important. Its role not limited to serving as a platform for discussing AI, as the only universal international organization bringing together almost all states of the world. And the United Nations makes it possible to develop approaches to AI governance on the basis of sovereign equality, inclusiveness, and broad international participation. Unlike limited-based format, it allows the interest of states with different levels of technological developments to be taken into account and helps prevent a situation in which rules are shaped by a limited circle of actors. In addition, United Nations performs an important coordinating function by linking security, sustainable development, human rights, digital inequality, and capacity building into a single international agenda for AI governance. Next slide, please. Through General Assembly resolutions, expert mechanism, and multilateral dialogue platforms, the organization helps to build a common understanding of AI risks and opportunities and creates conditions for developing coordinated international approaches and its safe and responsible use. This process accelerated in 2024 with the adoption of key General Assembly resolution addressing both safe and trustworthy AI systems and international cooperation of AI capacity building. Next slide, please. Recent initiatives also demonstrate a growing regional dimension of AI cooperation, including proposal for regional AI capacity building centers. Next slide, please. Of particular importance is United Nations General Assembly resolution of 26 August 2025, which established the independent international scientific panel on AI and global dialogue on AI governance. This mechanism makes it possible to connect scientific and expert assessment of AI risks and opportunities with intergovernmental and multilateral political dialogue. In institutional terms, this mechanism marks a transition from general declarations and expert initiative to a more structured and permanent architecture for international cooperation on artificial intelligence within the United Nations system. Next slide, please. At the same time, it's important to recognize that United Nations does not eliminate competition between different approaches to AI governance. Its role to keep the global discussion with a universal framework where technologically less advanced states can participate in shaping the rules rather than merely adapting to them. One of the central issues is the intergovernmental and inclusive nature of rulemaking. The participation of business, the technical community, and other stakeholders is necessary, since they possess a significant share of expertise and practical experience in the field of AI. However, the development of key international parameters of AI governance must retain its intergovernmental character and be carried out with the leading role of states. International cooperation in the field of AI should be based on the principle of sovereign equality of states, respect for national legislation, and non-discriminatory access to technologies. And next slide, please. The main question today is not so much whether artificial intelligence will be regulated. It's already being regulated. The main question is different. Will this regulation remain silent, fragmented, and not always inclusive, or it will be transformed into a format of universal international cooperation? And you may ask, why silence standard setting? Because silence is not only the absence of formal negotiations, it's also silent because the voices of many countries, particularly from the global south and the broader majority of the world, are still not sufficient reflected in the processes where these rules are shaped. And the challenge today is to ensure that the voices of all states are heard and the international cooperation on AI reflects the interest of the entire international community. This is why the role of United Nations is becoming especially important. The United Nations remain a central universal platform capable of ensuring broad dialogue and involving all states in the discussion. And strengthening its role will make it possible to connect technological development with the principles of sovereign equality, non-discriminatory access, and international cooperation, and thereby to turn the emerging international architecture of artificial internal governance into an instrument for building trust and preventing new challenges to international security. And the last slide, please. Thank you for attention. I was trying to be very fast, so I will be pleased to continue the discussion during the breaks and explore opportunities for future cooperation. My contacts on slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Nakul. Thank you, Ravik, for your presentations and your talks. I'm happy now to invite back here on stage my colleague, Joanna Pushkas, who will be moderating the next panel that will focus on the convergence of AI, with other disarmament fields. So, Joanna, if you can please join me here on stage and also invite the speakers to please do the same. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I think we're ready to start. Just before I start and before I forget, just a reminder to please use Slido for your questions. I'm sure there will be a lot. This is an important panel, but also a very diverse panel. So I hope you will ask a lot of questions. So it is my pleasure to moderate this panel on convergence of AI with other disarmament domains. Of course, the conversation about AI convergence is critical in the context of international peace and security, and it is also by nature a multidisciplinary discussion, as well as a conversation across disarmament communities. This panel brings together 5 distinguished experts from across disciplines, and I will introduce them in the order in which they will take the floor. First is we'll hear from Dr. Naeem Salik from Strategic Vision Institute on AI nuclear convergence. Then from Artem Lomakin, Arms Control Negotiation Academy Fellow, 2024-2025, who will discuss AI and conventional arms. Then we will hear from Edward Choi from AI Safety Institute Asia on AI Bio. Fourthly, we will hear from Amy Chang from Cisco on AI Cyber. And last but of course not least, Kazuo Noguchi from Hitachi America on AI Quantum. So a lot of ground to cover, some very important and very interesting topics to delve into. And now I invite Dr. Naim Salik to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I would start with two small anecdotes. First, I think most people are familiar with is the 1983 incident where a Russian military officer, Lieutenant Colonel Stanislav Petrov, was on duty, and he saw on his computer screen telling him that there are 5 ballistic missiles coming Russia's way, and if he had followed the machine's instructions, he would have passed on the information to his seniors, and that might have led to a response and could have been ultimately a catastrophic nuclear war between Russia and the United States. But he exercised his human judgment, did not rely totally on the machines, and decided not to pass the information upwards in the command channels, because he thought that if the US had to carry out a preemptive strike, they would not fire 5 missiles only. And so it turned out to be that his judgment was accurate, although he got reprimand later on, but he saved the humanity from a catastrophe. The second anecdote is of a US military patrol in Afghanistan. They came to know that the Afghans, Taliban, hiding in a village. So a patrol went at night, and by the time they reached the village, the sun was already rising, and it was getting visibility was now open. So they hid themselves behind the boulders on a hill which was just outside the village. And while they were waiting there, they saw a 5-year-old girl tending her sheep, and came there and looked at them. So the decision with them was either to shoot that girl so that she does not go back and raise the alarm, or let her go. So again, the human judgment, human compassion came up, and they let the girl go. She went back and raised the alarm, and the whole village came out and went after them. So that is where we understand, if there was a machine or there was an autonomous weapon, for them, a 5-year-old girl is also a target, and a fighter carrying a gun is also a target. So that's I think should set us up for the kind of situations we are likely to face. We understand that nuclear deterrence is mainly built around counter value targets, that is the vulnerability of the populations on each side. But with the AI-enabled sensors, the target acquisition systems, and the delivery system, the accuracy has increased to an extent that now it's very tempting to go for counter force targets, which are numerous in numbers, and they need precision. And with that temptation and the ability to have those kind of targets, both sides will be tempted to go first in case of a crisis. What Thomas Schelling calls the first strike instability. That is also known as the crisis instability. And that destabilizes the nuclear deterrence totally. And with that kind of a situation, in any crisis, both sides will be trying to beat each other and try to go first. Another thing related to this is that because of this precision and accuracy which has been provided by the AI-enabled systems, the decapitation is also a temptation, as we have seen recently in the Middle East war. And if there is a threat of decapitation and also a threat of a preemptive strike, then there will also be a tendency, in addition to trying to go first, there will also be a tendency to delegate the authority to nuclear launch to the lower levels, which is again a very unsatisfactory situation because it can lead to accidents and it can lead to unauthorized use of nuclear weapons. So this is how it is developing. And as far as the other issues related to the AI-enabled sensors and weapon systems are concerned, there are some positives also, because AI is a great help in identifying the incoming targets. And because the problem for last 2-3 decades since the onset of the information revolution is that there is information overload, and it was beyond the capabilities of human beings to collate and analyze that information and turn it into an actionable intelligence. But with quantum computing and AI, it is now very much possible that within moments, the data is analyzed and it also gives you the options. Up to that, I think it serves a very useful purpose, but then the decision has to be, final decision has to be made by the humans, not left to the machines. The problem, however, is that in the proverbial fog of war and the time-compressed decision-making cycles, both sides will be worrying that the other side may have handed over the control to the automated systems, command systems. So they will also, without analyzing or questioning or deliberating on the possible actions being suggested by the AI, they will be having automation bias and will go with the decision without giving it much thought. And that can again be a very dangerous situation. As far as the arms control and disarmament are concerned, most of the arms control disarmament agreement which are in place these days, they were all framed well before the AI made its appearance. And so that capability of AI was not catered for. However, again, here there is an area where AI can be of great help in verification, inspection, and surveillance mechanisms. So that is another area where AI can be used in a positive way. But again, on the other end of the spectrum, a combination of the cyber, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing, it is going to have a very negative impact on the second strike capability, because all these loitering, these munitions, the drones, they are all the time they are hovering over your head. So the location secrecy which was provided by the mobile launchers, that will be gone because they are being observed and the information being passed in the real time. Similarly, we relied on the submarines for a long time for a short second strike capability. But with the unmanned underwater vehicles, some of them are just surveillance vehicles. Some are also armed. So they can not only discover the position of a submerged submarine, they can also attack and destroy it. So this is how the AI, quantum computing, and cyber, all space, all these capabilities combined together, these emerging technologies are going to have a very negative impact on the short second strike capability. People are already talking about transparent oceans. It's not around the corner, but the technologies, the way they are developing, it will come one day. So we have to start thinking innovatively and think of other means of survivability of nuclear weapons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So now let's move to Artem, who will discuss AI conventional.
Check. Appreciate it. First of all, it's a great honor, a great pleasure to be here. I completely agree, Mr. Dr. Salik. Thank you so much. You started with a very good point. I just want to add something important from my perspective during my preparation for this panel. I assume that we're staying on the last moments of the era of the traditional logic of control, arms control, or disarmament control. And this is just a historical timeline, logically come to this end. And it was based on the materialistic aspect. So we can measure the number of rifles, we can measure the number of tanks, nuclear warheads, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what about the AI? So the very first thought about it, so we have the double meaning of AI. So for the first perspective, we can use it for military dimension. For the second, from the second perspective, we can use it for civil dimension, and also it's posed very strong methodological issue. AI, is it object or it is just instrument of international arms control system? How we can deal with this, how we can put it in the basement or the basis of our future negotiation process between the international family. And also, I suppose that Dr. Salik covered completely. What about the verification and using as AI? My thought about this, we can also during this panel, we can touch this as a part of the AI export control for trading or selling or negotiations about the conventional arms, and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. But I would like to make the very last statement. I really appreciate it for the speech of the one of the lady. It was said it like 3 hours ago, and she mentioned that we are already at this stage, like 12 or something like that country, national country, the developing their own AI military doctrine with their own instruments, and et cetera, and et cetera, et cetera. And I also have a great opportunity to participate the same conference 1 year ago when we were stating on the age when the national approach was developed for different perspective in defense, in verification, in national security, and et cetera, and et cetera, et cetera. But what about the negotiation basement? What about the unifficial or common basement approach for whole international family? It's also posed a very serious question in my opinion. And last but not least, I also really appreciate it for a statement from Dr. Edelman. The role of academic society, the role of academia is extremely high in this area, and I completely agree that only with a like common efforts we can deal with this. And yeah, so that's it. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Ed, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. A small clarification. We are from AI Safety Asia, so we are a small civil society organization. So we are not an AI Safety Institute, which is usually affiliated with a particular government. In this panel, we will be mainly talking about AI and biosecurity and drawing insight from one of the ongoing research that we're doing, commissioned by the UK FCDO. The project looks specifically at 3 countries in Asia. So we look at Thailand, we look at the Philippines, we also look at India, try to understand the gaps, the risks, and also the opportunities at the intersection between AI and biosecurity. I am also not a biosecurity expert. The expert who put together this report, she sadly couldn't make it because of visa issue. So I, as the co-founder of the organization, will just take the credit and present her work. So For this particular conversation, I'll be focusing on some of the very small policy hurdle that we're seeing at the intersection between AI governance and biosecurity governance. So for example, one very common problem that we're seeing from the convening that we've done in different countries, in the Philippines, in Thailand, in India, for example, one very common consensus that they think is that, well, my country is not necessarily at the cutting edge in terms of biosecurity. We also don't have the ability in terms of developing frontier AI model. If we don't have the infrastructure, that means we are safe from the risk. We are safe from the risk from the intersection between AI safety and biosecurity, right? That is a very common statement that we heard from all these convening. Then the answer, of course, is not true, because on the other hand, we're also seeing a great increase in capability of the frontier AI model. It's just become easier and easier for anyone, including a 15-year-old high school student, to do something interesting at that intersection at his basement. The false ceiling premise that we called in the interim report is a very concerning one. The other concerning trend that we're seeing is that because AI and engineering biology is such a new intersection, in most of these countries that we operate in, there's no one single agency to oversee this particular area. So AI is usually being managed by the digital ministry, the ICT ministry. So for example, in Singapore, you have the IMDA. In the Philippines, you have the DICT, for example. But then biology is usually handled by the Department of Health. So there's no one single owner of that particular new intersection, which caused quite a lot of problem, and no one has the oversight of this particular problem. So the first recommendation that we came up with is very simple: find a new owner of that. We're also not saying that you have to create a new ministry of AI and biology. That's not needed. We're simply saying that there needs to be some clear understanding which ministry will be taking a lead to handle these kind of new intersections of problem. And the other thing that we recommend is there also needs to be a review in terms of looking into existing bio policy to see where are the gaps in light of the upcoming AI development. And the other trends that we're seeing, which is a big problem across the region, is the continuity of science and technology policy. Very often, these kind of S&T policy, they don't survive when you have a new president. What happens is when you have a new president, when you have a new PM, then they change the officials, and that causes a discontinuation of the science and tech policy. So these kind of problem plus the silo that we're seeing from the researcher, there are some AI researcher in the region. There are also some bioengineering researcher in the region, but usually they're two separate group of people. That has two problems. One, you are not capturing the full potential in terms of innovation, but the other hand, you're also not capturing the full extent of the potential problem as well. So that kind of silo is quite problematic. We are also sitting in a very interesting policy window as well. So for example, if we look at ASEAN, the Secretariat, they have published in 2024 the leader declaration on biosafety and biosecurity. And if you look at Thailand, for example, they have an upcoming AI Act. So there's quite a lot of policy opportunity that we can tap into. And then lastly, in terms of the other recommendation that we're seeing, I mean, given that this report is commissioned by the British government, we specifically look at what the Brit has done in the region of Southeast Asia and South Asia. And there's one very interesting case study that we come across. So for example, in terms of Thailand and UK, there are 3 levels of collaboration that we're seeing. So at the opportunities unlock level, we're seeing a collaboration between Genomic England and Genomic Thailand. It's a very simple genomic data exchange agreement, especially around rare disease genomic data. But then at the same time, we're also seeing collaboration mainly led by the UK AI Security Institute. They have done a global report trying to understand the bio uplift of the frontier AI model, meaning if a non-expert, for example, have access to the frontier AI model, what kind of uplift would that person get because of the frontier model? So we have that government-led agency research, but also we have some interesting project done by UK civil society as well. So for example, one of the examples that we looked at is the Center for Long-Term Resilience. So they have done an interesting research looking at the cost and benefit analysis of implementing DNA synthesis. And the result is very positive. So what we're trying to argue is we need to see more public-private partnership, but it's not just between private industry and also government. It's between private industry, government, but also civil society. They can all come together as a package, both trying to unlock innovation, but also unlock governance as well. And civil society shouldn't be a nice to have at a conference, nice to have at a consultation, but we should see civil society organization as a part of the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed. Amy, you have the floor, please. Yes.
All right. Thank you, UNIDIR, for convening this conference and facilitating important discussions on these topics. As stated earlier, my name is Amy Chang. I lead AI threat intelligence and security research at Cisco. AI is collapsing the distinction that has kept cyber out of disarmament discussions for decades, and our measurement and governance tools have still not caught up. For 3 decades, cyber was feared, but operationally underwhelming on its own. The 2023 US DoD cyber strategy conceded it directly. Capabilities used in isolation produce little deterrent effect. Cyber lived in the gray zone, useful for espionage and disruption, but unable to compel the way kinetic force can. I want to pick up directly on a lot of the conversations yesterday about humans in the loop, because cyber's limits have always been human limits. How fast one analyst can develop a target, one operator write an exploit, one team sustain a campaign. One scholar in this field also called this the subversive trilemma. In cyberspace, speed, intensity, and control trade off against each other, because a human under time pressure can't maintain precise targeting while also moving fast and hitting hard. So that reframes yesterday's debates. We treat the human in the loop as a safeguard on the machine. But in offensive cyber, the human then becomes the bottleneck that kept these capabilities tactical rather than decisive. So the question moves from whether there is a human in the loop to what their role actually is. If operators increasingly defer to a system that's faster and allegedly more capable, the human then becomes just a rubber stamp. You get the strategic scale of automation with only the appearance of human control. I plead this audience to consider what that means, because so much of our governance language, even in the last conversation as well, leans on meaningful human control, but the deference to that technology quietly hollows it out. This isn't theoretical. Over several years, one actor maintained dormant access to a rival state's critical infrastructure, activating destructive effects on political timelines rather than technical ones, including wiping a major bank's data and destroying roughly $90 million in assets. Maintaining covert access across that many sectors at once exceeds human monitoring capability, but AI is what makes that posture sustainable. It turns cyber into something resembling a strategic weapon, persistently deployed, continuously maintained, deliverable at the speed of a decision. That is the convergence theme of this panel. Next slide, please. Cyber theory assumes that effects are reversible. Reboot, patch, restore. But AI breaks that. An agent or an AI system can have persistent access and then can corrupt backups below detection thresholds. So even when you restore to a state that an attacker controls. When attack velocity outpaces recovery velocity, effects become permanent. An electric grid held offline for weeks is, to the people affected, indistinguishable from one that is physically destroyed. And this is imminent, not speculative. Take some US frontier labs' cyber-capable models. In 1 month, one of these models flagged over 23,000 vulnerabilities across 1,000 projects, roughly about 90% of those being verified. The same engine that surfaces these flaws for the defenders are also finding footholds for the attackers. Nor will the models themselves save us. In Cisco research I led, we red teamed 15 frontier models and 8 open weight models and found that single turn safety scores, the numbers on the model cards and also the ones in your procurement decisions, don't predict resilience under iterative pressure, which is how real adversaries operate. Next slide. One frontier model went from 3% single turn attack success rate to nearly 25% across multiple turns. Another from 18% baseline to over 73%. For some open weight models, we also elicited multi-turn success rate up to 93%. None of these guardrails that were inherently built in the models safeguarded or eliminated against residual risk. As many speakers already have mentioned, AI security is context dependent and configuration contingent, and a point-in-time assessment does not suffice. Next slide. I've left some QR codes for you to review our research more closely, where we have more diagrams and more about our methodologies. Nuclear, conventional arms, and bio became governable partly because we learned to measure them. Cyber never had cross-domain equivalence metrics, which is precisely why we stayed out of disarmament discussions. The frameworks we have in AI and cyber, such as NIST AI Risk Management Framework, MITRE Atlas, even Cisco's own AI security framework, defend AI systems or measure point-in-time risk. None quantify the strategic weight of an offensive campaign. But measurement is the means, not the end. What matters is what sits downstream. The same models we've shown to be flawed under pressure are being placed closer to decisions with real consequences. We can build these capabilities faster than we can govern them, but we shouldn't mistake that speed for readiness. The work is to close the gap between what we can deploy and what we can responsibly account for before the consequences, not after. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Kazlo, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Iona. Yeah, thank you, UNIDIR, and particularly Giacomo and Yasmin. It is my honor to participate in this panel. My name is Kazuo Noguchi from Hitachi America R&D. So I have been involved the UNIDIR's RAISE Roundtable for AI, Security and Ethics, as well as the Open-Ended Working Group of United Nations. Since then, new AI companies, and particularly agentic AI securities are coming up, and in the future, AGI, artificial general intelligence, or superhuman intelligence, it is considered as coming soon. And the technology itself for AI is dual use. Also, positively, we can use for efficiency, as well as negatively use, we have to protect. And I recognize that there are more than 10,000 AI-related companies existing already. Hitachi provide the critical infrastructure, in particular, for civilian use with global supply chain, such as the electric power grid, also the recently small modular reactors for nuclear generator, railways, water, digital in general, and a bit of defense. We operate more than 140 countries somehow, and under 600 plus companies independently under one Hitachi umbrella. So we have to have a lot of the operational, the governance for the global companies. And our social innovations that recently focused AI, quantum, and nuclear fusion, and so on, again, focus is civilian use. But again and again, it can be used for dual use, for technical perspective. So in addition to AI, quantum is coming up, Q-Day. We are thinking about 2030 in general as the global perspective. Every company, country, or region, and depending on the sectors, the defense is coming very quickly. And for the Japanese banks, for instance, 2030 and so on, it's different, the policy requirement, as well as the compliance happening. We call Y2Q, quantum is coming, same as Y2K, which is a fixed one, but a quantum is evolving constantly, how we can put things together, such as the vulnerability of cryptography for RSA, for public key, so which is part of the ecosystems of the cyber or digital in general, how to be secure. That's really the issue. AI quantum can improve human life and precisely where to find or very quickly to find or decision making and some discovery. However, in the meantime, there are vulnerabilities. If it was abused or negatively used, we have to protect so that we can start doing right now, because the quantum migration post-quantum takes easily 3 to 5 years. So 2030 is coming up, 2028, some people may say. So this is the time we have to put things together. In fact, in our company, Center of Excellence for Cyber, Center of Excellence for AI, and recently we launched Center of Excellence for Quantum, computing as well as safe and security. And for industry solutions for AI, we are thinking about AI bill of material in addition to software bill of materials. Certainly, supply chain for hardware, we have to be very trusted in the whole part of the supply chain. Yeah, certainly, human in the loop for AI is very important one, but how to make it happen for the actionable way for the decision makers, particularly for nuclear. And the zero trust and the security by design from the beginning of AI, those are really principle, but to do that consistently is the kind of company-wide issue. Certainly, public-private partnerships, government, industry, and academia putting things together, that's a very important one to protect from elderly people, young people, for anybody globally. But AI quantum can be utilized negatively, how we can protect for safe. That's really the issue coming up. Some suggestion is that we can put capacity building together, working together globally, and that itself can be a confidence building. We don't escalate the things. We put things together, and also quickly we can detect and also recover a BCP, business continuity, and the safe operations, and utilizing standard, their existing standard, new standard we can create and practice, and sharing the best practices, putting different jurisdiction and different business models and so on. And finally, trusted human-to-human communication. That's the most important one. And governing the public-private partnerships, certainly, and the capacity building again, putting things together can be a confidence building together. Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished 5 speakers here who walked us through 5 different areas of AI convergence. As I'm collecting questions from the audience, from you that you are raising on Slido, I want to just ask you, all 5 of you, or whoever feels most comfortable answering some follow-up questions. And that the first one is, especially as Ed was talking about how institutionally across different countries we don't have yet in many places institutional frameworks to connect the dots. You have AI and bio, or usually there these issues, these problems are, and the risks are addressed in a very fragmented way. And that prompted me to go even further and think about areas of double or, triple convergence, where you have AI, cyber, and bio risks. We talk a lot about cyber bio risk, for example, and how AI systems that are involved in biological processes can be victims of cyber attacks. So we have different areas of convergence at several levels, not just between AI and another field, but AI and another domain and another domain. So for very complex situations and cases like this, where we have across domain sort of risks and across domain governance issues and technical solutions that are different, how do you see this particular issue also being addressed, or what's the missing link there to think about institutionally but also technically about how to address these kinds of problems?
I'm happy to take the first step. This is a question that we've been dabbling with for quite some time as well. So one of our track at the organization is to focus on AI crisis diplomacy. It's led by a former veteran US diplomat. The hypothesis is there are novel AI-related crises that we might not be seeing 3 years ago, and that is going to be cross-cutting. We already have, among countries, some existing crisis coordinating framework, for example. For example, in the realm of cyber security, there's already AP-CERT. There are also existing framework around bio and counterterrorism, for example. But what we're trying to do here is try to map out, after looking at all these existing network, what are some of these gaps that arise because of the development of frontier AI? And we will be coming back in Geneva in 2 weeks' time for the UN Global Dialogue on AI Governance. And we'll be working with Chatham House to organize a crisis coordination scenario simulation focus on this particular area. And then the other thing that we're actively working on is to bring government together to go through scenario simulation. So we'll be doing one in 2 weeks' time at Geneva, and building on one of the recent research paper published by Chatham House, Crisis as a Catalyst. So we're not necessarily saying that government will only act after seeing a particular crisis, but we're saying that potentially we can use hypothetical crisis to act as a catalyst to kind of push governments to come together to coordinate. And that might be a way for us to improve some of these governance questions as well. We will be also working with the Singaporean government later on for another exercise in ASEAN as well. So this is an approach that we're trying.
I think we can take any of these areas separately or take them together. There can be various ways they can be held. We all know that it is very difficult to negotiate multilateral agreements, and it takes a long time. But in the meantime, the pace at which the technologies are advancing, it may be too late to then regulate or control them. So what we can do in the meantime is that at bilateral level, at regional level, we can have confidence building measures like the statement which was mentioned, statement by President Xi and President Biden, that the nuclear decision making will always be handled by the humans and it will not be handed over to the AI. So if these kind of declarations are adopted by different countries which are in conflictual relationships, at least for the time being, the things can be cooled off while we are trying to establish some kind of an international regulatory mechanism which can then bring these things under control. Otherwise, if we keep thinking about different ideas and try to resolve the differences at the international level, then probably we are going to then be beaten by in time and space.
Thank you. Yes, Amy, of course.
I think I'm going to speak from like an organization or entity perspective, understanding that AI is inherently cross-cutting and interdimensional or interdisciplinary in nature, that the understanding of how a compromise can occur that would either elicit an unwanted action, unwanted output, unwanted decision, can then help inform what kind of policies or controls we need to put in place to better guard against any sort of runaway risk.
Wonderful, thank you. I have several questions now for you, but of course, given the very different topics you covered, I think I will ask. Some of them are for specific speakers. Some are, I guess, they can be answered by all of you because they are more general in nature. I'll continue with you, Amy. There is a question, an interesting question from someone related to something you mentioned about AI cyber operations. If AI allows cyber operations to achieve persistence, reach, and deliverability at an unprecedented scale, what is the most significant technical vulnerability that governments, corporations are currently failing to address? So where do you think we still have a higher of priority where we need to work?
Yeah, and if we're using the word vulnerability, typically in cybersecurity, you think of like a 0-day or things like that. But I think if we zoom out a little bit, the vulnerability is not necessarily in the insecure code or any insecurities in general, but more on the fact that organizations are granting AI and AI agents specifically like continuous high privilege access faster than they're building the controls around it. And so when you have that excessive agency, there's as well as no existing consensus for how we can verify and audit and authorize AI actions, that we have that vulnerability from an ability to monitor, observe, contain, as well as to revoke or audit AI behaviors in organizations.
Thank you. I'll move now on to two very different fields, conventional and nuclear, but there is a question that I think is most most addressed to these two domains, most relevant to these two domains. So I'll again combine two of the questions raised by someone in the audience. What do you think are significant lessons to take forward from other fields in verification and evaluation measures? So in conventional arms, and we speak often about verification and evaluation. What do you think could be sort of some high-level lessons we can take and borrow when we talk about AI governance, or particularly in the context of frontier AI systems? I don't know, Artem, if you want to answer.
Just, quite briefly, in one sentence, I made a lot of reference to the tensions in Europe during the Cold War. So the Cold War was full of implementations of new technologies, such internet. So like it's our normal instrument today, but back in history, it was like the completely military technology, and we have some same tendency with the AI. So answering to your question directly, so the lesson number one, be careful with the national strategies, So I feel this tendency very sharply that we have a problem that national state completely control the AI as a national defense element, like an instrument. I feel I see no international cooperation. I see some bilateral tendencies in regions like Europe, so common European AIs, common AI in America or in Asia, etc., etc., etc. But still, I see the lack of the communication about it. So that is my observation.
Thank you, Artem. I have a question now for Dr. Salik. The way we think about traditional deterrence assumes, and also this is how you started your remarks, has this assumption of humans as rational beings that will eventually make or most likely end up making the right decisions. What is in one sentence, how do you think the introduction of AI-driven autonomous decision-making change this fundamental logic in nuclear or even in conventional deterrence for Artem? But now I would like to hear especially from you on nuclear deterrence. How does AI and autonomous decision-making and automated processing, how does that change fundamentally the logic of deterrence?
Nuclear deterrence is actually all about perception management and state of mind. You have to influence the mind of the other side through nuclear signaling, through your capability, and they know that you have the capability, and in a crisis situation, there is a very subtle nuclear signaling going on, and which affects these mental perceptions of the other side. But in case the decision making is handed over to the AI and the machines, they won't understand those signals because they do not think like a human mind, because human compassion and emotions and all those things get involved, and that is how you perceive the statements and signaling which is happening. But machines won't do that. So that is where the problem will come, because they will be immune to any kind of threats or any kind of messaging, signaling which is coming across, and they will just decide that, okay, this is a target which is very lucrative, and we must engage that target, and they will take the decision accordingly. They will just tell you which weapon system is the most suitable to engage it, and then you can do it. And we have seen in many cases, AI does make mistakes. And whereas in conventional situations, if a mistake is made, it is still tolerable. But in the case of nuclear environment, any mistake by machines or by humans, it will have catastrophic consequences. That is why the stakes are very high in the nuclear domain. So we cannot take the chance, because machines are fallible. And so far, the exercises which people have carried out, tabletop exercises, they found out in some cases there's a very high percentage of mistakes, and in some cases they're lower, but still any mistake in a nuclear environment can have very serious consequences.
Thank you. And I have just two more questions. One is for you, Mr. Kazuo, on of course your talk already alluded to this, but I want, if the audience is to remember one key fundamental thing we should care about in the AI quantum convergence, and as a next sort of next thing on the horizon, what should it be? What do you think is the next big thing to really care about in this convergence?
Yes, yeah, thank you for the really fundamental question here. The speed of discovery, what's really the facts, is also coming into the picture. AI can discover with many different kind of LLMs to learn from different data sources, but at speed, quantum can make things happening. In the meantime, so who authorized for the decision? And that is also part of the cryptography, how to make sure that who are the decision maker carrying on to be responsible. In the meantime, to dig in very quickly. So is that really the error, or this is a fact, or this is the somebody that you couldn't see from humans' eyes, to dig into the validation process of the AI as well as the quantum to pick the right with the speed and the scope. So that is coming up, and eventually that can speed up for the superhumans. So those areas we have to have attention.
Thank you very much. And just to end on a more dramatic note, because I think a lot of the conversations about convergence are also about pointing out to elevate types of risks and the disruptive factor that AI could have across all these 5 domains. But I want to end just because I'm told we need to wrap up in the next minute and a half. So I just want to ask Ed a very dramatic question at the end. Also, of course, I'm actually relaying it from someone from the audience. When we talk about convergence of AI with other domains, one of the risks that most often comes up is biosecurity risk. So for a lot of people, AI and bio is the ultimate sort of level of threat and risks and catastrophic risk for humanity. What is your take on that? And how realistic and how scary is that convergence really for humanity?
The good thing of having a colleague that's leading biosecurity inside our organization is that she will tell you 1,000 ways that bio can kill the world every single day. So there's already quite a lot of existing concern out there. I mean, for example, if you look at the frontier model, if you look at some of the work done by the UK AI Security Institute, one of the particular access that they look at is the CBRN capability, chemical, biological, radioactive, nuclear capability. So we are seeing model progressing quite fast. And even with the recent news of Fable/Mythos incidents in Anthropic, the main concern with Mythos is cyber, but then that can create quite a lot of uplifts that can cut across multiple area and dimension as well. So yes, it's very concerning. But then going back to the last question that you asked in terms of, I mean, there's a lot of risks that are upcoming. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's also a lot of people working in government here. So what can we do? I was just having a catch up with some of the colleagues at the Biological Weapon Convention working group just now. I mean, one thing that we see cases after cases is that, well, many of the countries, you do have a very strong scientific capacity. You do have very capable scientists that are looking into these particular area. So, I mean, one of the lessons that we keep kind of recommending in cases after cases is to lean on your scientists and to protect your country's scientific R&D capacity. These can be coming from initiative, for example, from a Canadian institution like Miller Quebec, setting up scientist office hour for their government officials, so that if government officials have some questions around, oh, I came across this frontier AI model, I came across this bio model, what does that mean? How should I think about this? At least there's some channels for them to get the answers. Not necessarily the answer that you look for, but at least you can get the latest evidence. But you also need to try to institutionalize. So for example, I'm not in the biospace, but I was quite surprised to hear that there's no scientific panel for the Biological Weapon Convention.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers for walking us through this, through these various fields and enlightening us on what AI brings in terms of opportunities and risks across several domains. Please join me in a round of applause and thanking them once again for their insights. And with this, I'm happy now to hand it over to my colleague, Yasmin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna, and thank you very much, dear speakers, for this very insightful panel. So now we're reaching the final stage of 2 long days of A's with 2 mini panels, and I'll be moderating the first mini panel, and my colleague, Dr. Giacomo Persipaoli, will be moderating the second mini panel, both of which are looking at discussions on the way ahead. So this first mini panel will be dedicated to the governance of AI in defense and security, a multi-layered approach. So I do ask speakers for this mini panel to come to the stage. Mr. Denis Zuikov, Senior Counselor from the Permanent Mission of the Russian Federation to the UN in Geneva. Mr. Claudio Leopoldino, from Counselor, Permanent Delegation of Brazil to the Conference on Disarmament. And finally, Mr. Mahmoud El Nasharti, First Secretary, Legal Advisor, Disarmament, Peace and Security from the Permanent Mission of Egypt to the United Nations Office in Geneva. Thank you very much for joining us on stage. So I'll start with a round of questions to each of you to set the scene, so to speak. And then we'll take a round of questions and answer from the audience via Slido. So as usual, please do submit your questions using the QR code that you have either on the screen for those joining online or on the table for those joining in person. So I will ask my first question to you, Denise. How should international and multilateral discussions consider and integrate meaningfully national governance frameworks and initiatives, particularly in the context of AI in security? And what is one good practice that you can share with us to ensure the complementarity of both national and international levels? Please, Denise, you have the floor.
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers from UNIDIR for the opportunity to speak at this important event and present the approaches of my country and on one of the most pressing issues on the modern international security agenda. It's well known that introduction of advanced technologies into the military sphere can both contribute to the strengthening of international security and on the one hand, on the other hand, it can create additional risks and threats. Thus, the impact of new technologies on international security and on disarmament sphere is significant but multi-directional. And therefore, the scale of consequences of such rapid scientific and technological progress are still difficult to assess. In this regard, the Russian Federation attaches particular importance to the study of the military application of new technologies, including AI, at international venues. Russian experts take an active part in and make a professional contribution to the work of all formats and that address various aspects of this topic within the respective mandates. This primarily refers to a group of governmental experts on laws in framework of CCW Convention, the new global mechanism on advances in ICT in the context of international security and previous UN formats in this field, the open-ended working group on PARAS, the Biological Weapons Convention, the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, and until recently, it's of course the UN Disarmament Commission, UNDC. At the current stage, we consider the GGE laws a key format for these purposes, as the discussion within the group has a broad scope, as it's an advanced stage, and is not limited to laws alone, covering a range of legal, technical, and military aspects related to the use of AI in military purposes, for military purposes. Moreover, within the CCW framework, a balance is maintained between humanitarian concerns and the legitimate security interests of states, and in-depth analysis of IHL norms is conducted, and participation of all countries is ensured, even non-parties to the CCW. All of this allows for a particular practically oriented discussion in the GGE and convergence of positions. Actually, we look forward to the adoption of a substantive report on the outcomes of the GGE's work for 2024 and 2026 in accordance with its mandate. Russia pays great attention to the military application of new technologies, including AI, also at the national level. All fundamental principles in this area contained in the international law and documents of international venues, including GGEs, are reflected in Russian legislation and practice. This primarily refers to strict compliance with international humanitarian law norms and armed conflict situations. And a concept for the activities of the armed forces of the Russian Federation in the field of development and use of weapons systems employing artificial intelligence technologies, which was adopted in 2022, which is built upon these 11 principles and serves as a kind of best practice model. Here, I'd like to stress that some provisions of the concept used as a basis for current international activities in the GGE on laws, where the active work is on the rolling text, as all well aware of it, is underway. Some of ideas and textual formulations are taken from this concept, and accommodated partially in the GGE document. It's was to be acknowledged. This is, in our view, a good example of a kind of complementarity of both national and international levels in AI in military domain. I can help but say a few words about the work of UN Disarmament Commission, UNDC, on new technologies in the context of international security. We remain convinced that despite the lack of substantive outcomes at the end of this three-year cycle, this venue has demonstrated its full viability and proved optimal for comprehensive review of those aspects of AI that had not been studied in other formats. And last but not the least, finally, we consider attempts at this stage to institutionalize dialogue on military AI in one venue or another, including some new UN venue, is inappropriate, premature, and counterproductive. On one hand, work on the most important aspects of this issue is already underway in specialized formats. Duplication of discussions would simply be detrimental to each format. On the other hand, there is untapped potential in permanent venues like the UNDC. Any attempts by some UN member states to conduct further work, not on a consensus basis or to tailor it to a predetermined outcome or to skip the stage of developing basic understandings and approaches regarding military AI use, would be fatal to the very idea of studying this topic and fraught with creating new disagreements among UN member states in WMD-related issues. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to answering questions, if any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise, for these remarks and for setting the scene on how, among others, the international space does feed into your national legislation as well, including compliance with international law. Now I would like to turn to Mahmoud, if I may. Building on your experience, what do you think is the value of regional and sub-regional mechanisms and measures for the governance of AI and security? And what is one success story that you would like to share on how can these measures support both international but also national peace and security? Mahmoud, please.
Thank you, Yasmin, and many thanks for hosting me today. It's a privilege to speak alongside two dear colleagues and friends, and before such an esteemed audience. To your question, there is a real and growing value in regional and sub-regional mechanisms, not as an alternative to global level, but as the layer that makes the global level work in practice. I would provide 3 reasons. I'll try to be brief as well. First, regional translate universal principles into the realities states actually face. For many states in my region, the most pressing AI and security risk is not only great power competitions, but also the diffusion of these technologies, including into the hands of armed groups operating across our borders. A regional lens keeps those risks at the center of the conversation. Second, I would say that regional coordination gives developing states collective weight. A single delegation can be set aside in global negotiations. A coordinated continental position cannot. And third, I would say that regions build capacity that no developing state can build alone, pooling expertise, harmonizing approaches, and creating confidence among neighbors. Regarding the success stories, there are some actually worth flagging. I would point to the Freetown Communique of April 2024, convened by the ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States, and it was convened in Sierra Leone. It was a regional conference devoted specifically to the peace and security dimensions of autonomous weapon systems. And it produced a united regional call for a legally binding instrument. What makes it a success is not only the text, but what it did. It took a group of states, some of them are not weapon producers, and gave them a shared technically informed position, which they then carried into global processes like the CCW-GGO laws. We can say that it is regional consensus converted into global leverage. On the third point of your question of how these measures support both the international and national levels, I would say that they work in 2 directions at once. Upward, as they feed the multilateral processes. For instance, the African group position were conceived expressly as Africa's contribution to many global frameworks, and also downward as the guide national action. A strategy's first implementation phase is about helping member states build the national strategies and governance structure they would otherwise lack. So in a way, the region becomes the bridge between a universal norm and a national capability. And let me close with one caution, because it's in the heart of my country's own position. The regional layer adds value only when it reinforces a single universal framework, not when it fragments it. The risk we must avoid is a patchwork of regional rules that lets the most advanced military powers stay outside binding global obligations, or that entrenches technological monopolies. Used well, the regional layer is how regions make the global framework more legitimate and more universal. Used carelessly, it becomes an excuse for the global framework never to arrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud, for taking us to the regional level, so to speak. And I really like your point about how the region can act as a sort of bridge between the national and international levels, but also as a leverage for international deliberations. So now I wanted to turn to you, Claudio. When you look at ongoing questions on the next steps with respect to the governance of AI in the military and more widely international peace and security, especially as we just had the AIMD informal exchange just a couple of days ago, where do you see the role of the UN and the work of multilateral institutions amidst all of these processes and initiatives, and how can they work in complementarity with regional efforts and perspectives? Claudio, please.
Thank you, Yasmin. And like my colleagues and friends in the panel, I would like to thank you, UNIDIR, for inviting us, our perceptions about this very important topic. My answer to your question will be very straightforward. For Brazil, the UN, the United Nations, must remain the primary and indispensable forum for governance of AI in the military domain. And this is not because other venues or spaces lack value, but because legitimacy in a matter that touches on international peace and security ultimately requires universal participation, particularly if we are talking about norm-building efforts. Regional and plurilateral efforts have a real role, and I fully agree with the remarks made by Mahmoud, my colleague Mahmoud, on this regard, but as complements, not as substitutes for the role of the UN. The broader issue of AI in the military domain is too important and too consequential to be left out of the multilateral agenda. And our primary concern in this regard is to avoid the fragmentation of governance efforts across parallel processes, such as plurilateral summits. Useful as some of these initiatives may be, they cannot replace a genuinely multilateral process with universal participation. And this is the reason why Brazil has expressed clearly its support to the Secretary General's recommendation as contained in the report that he prepared last year, 80/78, on the issue of AI in the military domain, to establish and I quote the Secretary General's report, a dedicated and inclusive process to comprehensively tackle the issue of AI in the military domain and its implications for international peace and security. And in the national position that Brazil has just circulated this week in the context of the informal exchanges, we have advanced a proposal that this process should be undertaken in the format of an open-ended working group to be established under the auspices of the General Assembly. And this is a view that has been espoused by many other delegations in that context. And let me offer a word on what are the comparative advantages of this format compared to alternatives that we have heard. Let's start with what we have now, which is this arrangement of informal exchanges, the ones that we had this week. We believe it has been very useful by creating a dedicated venue and spurring member states to continue to reflect on the subject, but it has no mandate for outcomes. At some point, this listening exercise has to be translated into something concrete. So we see basically these informal exchanges as a very important but exploratory first step. Another idea that has been floated was to use the CCW. I heard my distinguished friend and colleague Denise mention that. And of course, the CCW has delivered important results in the field of autonomous weapon systems, and we certainly hope that these results will be used as a basis for a negotiating mandate. Brazil has delivered last year a joint statement on behalf of 42 states asking for precisely that, and we hope that the 7th Review Conference of the CCW, to be held later this year, will adopt a mandate to that end. However, for the broader issue of AI in the military domain, we believe that the remit of the CCW is limited since it's focused on international humanitarian law and it's not equipped to address the wider peace and security architecture that this agenda deserves. Another alternative, which is the UNDC, for those that are not very familiar with it, it's a deliberative forum that is part of the UN disarmament machinery, which can offer recommendations, but has not led to the adoption of binding or non-binding norms by itself, and it has been susceptible to procedural blockages and has been mostly paralyzed in the past decade. So an open-ended working group, in our view, would offer something that none of these alternatives have or can match, which is a genuine universal participation, open to every member state on an issue of pressing importance that will affect the security of us all. And we have a precedent, a very important precedent, which was the OEWG on information and communications technologies, is so sometimes referred to as the cyber OEWG, which has gradually built consensus and norms of conduct for states on a very fast-moving, complex, and important security domain without excluding any state from the table. In practice, we see this possible OEWG as complementary to existing processes, in particular the CCW's possible outcomes in terms of regulating autonomous weapon systems. There are other discussions on AI on specific domain of CBRN, chemical, biological, and nuclear that we hope will continue in their respective regimes, such as the Biological Weapons Convention has been mentioned by previous speakers in the previous panel. And of course, there is a really important role to be played by regional initiatives. As Mahmoud has identified, this is one of the primary vehicles to empower the participation of the Global South in a very technically complex issue. But it's also important to engage with one argument that we have been hearing of late, which is that international governance may slow down innovation, that the priority should be to develop this capability in unbridled form. We believe that governance done well is not a brake on technology. It provides a trust infrastructure that allows a broader and faster and safer adoption. So we do think that there is no incompatibility between governance and technological development when governance is done well. So in a nutshell, this is what my personal observations are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudio, for these remarks as well. And I also really like your last point about how international governance is not necessarily slowing down innovation, but more provides a trust infrastructure that I think is a really key message for our discussions today. So we do have some time for Q&A from the audience, and I see that there's already a lot of questions in the queue that we've collected from the floor. We do have until, we have just above 20-ish minutes for our discussions. So now, there is a general questions that I would like to pose to the three of you, perhaps if anyone would like to take this one. The colleague from the Russian Federation mentioned the guiding principles agreed in the GGE laws. Could these guiding principles be used as a basis for normative framework of responsible behavior for AI in the military domain that extends beyond lethal autonomous weapon systems in a dedicated process? And if not, why not? Would anyone like to take this question? Yes.
Thank you for this question. For me, from my perspective, of course, GGE and laws can be involved in elaborating a kind of guiding principles that in terms of so-called concept of internet responsible behavior, it's not easy just to say it for sure. First, we need just to determine what responsible means. This concept has very vague in other domains meaning, and from my perspectives, it's not easy to talk in this context on such kind of concept itself. But at the same time, yes, GGE on laws can be involved and can be used as a good platform for elaborating some guidances on this. And at the time, for the time being, this work is done, as audience know very well. The work on rolling text is underway, and we are actually approaching to the I would say to general agreement on at least terminology and some other principles. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, I'll also like to offer a few reflections on this question. I think that I agree with Denise that there's a lot of space for exploring complementarity between the consensus and the common understandings of a technical and legal nature that are being developed in the autonomous weapons domain, and to use them for AI governance. I think that there are clear parallels. Of course, each of these issues has their own in dynamics, and they are important differences between well, I would say that autonomous weapons is part of a wider universe of AI in the military domain, and a lot of the challenges and the problems that we identify that are specific to autonomous weapons also apply to the wider AI in the military domain. So of course that the guiding principles for autonomous weapons are also useful as a basis for the development of governance arrangements for AI. And I think that however we choose to proceed, we'll certainly have to bear in mind not only the guiding principles, but also the results, the final report of the GGE, which we hope will be adopted by consensus in August, and whatever comes out of the next cycle after the review conference. Thank you.
Actually, my colleagues have said everything already, so it's quite difficult for me to add to that. But I may highlight actually Egypt's own national position when it comes to autonomous weapons and also to AI in the military domain. We are supportive of a two-tiered approach of the prohibition of fully autonomous weapons, unpredictable systems that target humans directly, while we advocate for regulating other forms of AI or autonomous weapons other than this category. And I would assure also that the importance of complementarity between the dialogue on AI and the GG on those discussions, given that autonomous weapons have the utmost priority in the current time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the three of you, for taking this question. I want to pick on something that, Denise, you mentioned about what does responsible even mean in this context. And we do have a question from the floor asking how can we convert subjective terms such as responsible AI or human-centric into actionable and sustainable standards and regulations, and who should lead this initiative? Does anyone want to take this question from the panel?
Well, yes, I'll try my hand at this. I think that unfortunately, this word responsible has many meanings, but it can mean legally responsible. It can mean like serious. It can mean professional. It can mean many things. But in the context of the UN, we have used this word responsible many times, and one of them is precisely the process that I have alluded to before, which is the process of the development of norms for state conduct, responsible state conduct in the field of ICTs. In this regard, I think that the broad understanding that was adopted in that case is that responsible simply means appropriate. It would not mean legal, as we all know. A lot of things are legal, or I could do a lot of things that are, strictly speaking, legal, but not necessarily responsible as a private citizen. And the same applies to the conduct of states. Some things might be legal, but might not be conducive to international peace and security. And I think that this was the understanding that was at the basis of the ICT discussions. And I think the same thing can happen here. But certainly, this is something that the international community as a whole will have to decide exactly what the end goal of this dedicated process will be. If it be to decide to develop norms for responsible state conduct or for developed technical standards, we don't want to prejudge that. I think it's something that is going to have to be decided collectively. But I just wanted to react on this particular specific issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudio. Does anyone want to add anything, or otherwise I'll throw in another question? Okay. So there was another question that came in. I think it builds a bit on what you just said, Claudio, in terms of lessons from the UN, so to speak. And actually, in your first kickoff remarks, this is a question for you, but please, for the other speakers, if you have thoughts, feel free to jump in as well. You mentioned that universal participation is critical in norm-setting efforts. But how would you define norm setting, so to speak, as a construct in the context of AI in the military and security? And what makes something not necessarily norm setting, but would remain useful to complement and not substitute the UN?
Well, I think that like norms are basically standards of conduct, and I think that it would be, it can be a broad concept that includes legally binding obligations or simply principles, non-binding voluntary principles of conduct. It's a very general term. Even at the least binding formulation, we can say that, for example, measures to confidence and trust building measures are norms in the sense that states have agreed to behave in accordance with those rules or measures. So again, I won't prejudge. I won't try to prejudge what shape these norms might have. But any sort of normative effort undertaking will have more legitimacy if all states participate in their making. History in many fields shows, and in particular in the field of disarmament, arms control, international security, that plurilateral regional initiatives sometimes can help and sometimes can represent positive contributions, but they are at an inherent disadvantage given the fact that not all states have participated in their elaboration. So that is why we believe that the UN offers the ideal venue for such ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudio. Sorry for picking on you just so many times. I'm going to ask a few questions from the floor, and then I'll start perhaps with Mahmoud, Denise, and then Claudio to pick on whatever question you think you would prefer answering. So the first question I had is, what approaches to confidence building would you suggest to help nations modernize their technology while still preventing accidental escalation? So that's one question. Another question is, I guess, building on some of the questions, some of the remarks that have been made so far, how do you reconcile the shared feeling that the UN is the right place to have discussions on AI and the military with the difficulty of involving stakeholders in formal UN processes? I have another question on how do we design a multi-layered approach to AI governance that ensures that all nations, regardless of their current capacity, be it technical but also political capacity, can participate meaningfully and fairly in building global security. So I have three questions from the floor. Perhaps we'll start with Mahmoud and then Denise and then finally Claudio.
Thank you. Well, quite excellent questions. Hopefully we'll be lucky enough to address all these points in time. When it comes to AI governance and new technologies in general, I think, or from Egypt's own position, we believe the UN is the only organization, only institution that this dialogue has to be under its auspices. It's very important for us because it's really an inclusive process. We have many formats that we have witnessed in our works, GGEs or open-ended working groups or many other discussions. We believe that the more inclusive dialogue under a first committee or under the General Assembly that includes all stakeholders is the most useful and most beneficial for everyone. And when it comes to the multi-layers that you have mentioned, I think during the third day of the morning session of the AI informal exchanges this week, we had Dr. Giacomo actually highlighted the layers, the approach that should be there. Starting from international law, we have other ones as well, and our international law actually should be the starting point for all these discussions, especially IHL and its cardinal principles of precaution, proportionality, and necessity. And other layers, as we have mentioned before, the regional layer should complement an international framework and not fragment it, which is a very important point also. And for that, I give you back. I thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. I would, these questions are very, very relevant today. We are now at initial stage, I mean, international community in contemplating and considering AI plus and minuses in military domain. So what can confidence building measures may be relevant here, just to raise awareness of these problems and advantages of these technologies. Of course, all stakeholders should be involved in this process. We find, and I'd like to echo what Mahmoud said, that UN and intergovernmental process is a main discussion process in this field, because state countries are responsible in legal terms for everything in the security domain. At the same time, non-stakeholders can play its positive role, can be invited to these processes, but their assistance should be provided without detriment to the intergovernmental process, and be supportive, depoliticized, and one more thing, exclusively within the competence of specific non-state actors involved. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try to address this. While noting that the next panel is focused on the issue of stakeholder involvement, I would just say that I fully agree with what has been said, that this process has to be, whatever shape it might take, it has to be state-led. It is certainly something that has to be first and foremost in our efforts in thinking about the mandate of any future multilateral processes. But past initiatives is also always interesting to consider past experiences in order to consider what worked and avoid mistakes. They offer a wealth of possibilities in terms of how to bring the contributions of non-state stakeholders, which are crucial for this area, such as industry, academia, civil society, in a constructive way. And I think that the mandate should be structured in a way that allows for this input to be received by this deliberative process. And regarding the issue of a multi-layered approach, just to clarify the point of how the format of an OEWG can be conducive, and why we favor that. It's at the same time important to note that it's not the solution to all the problems when it comes to the participation of all member states. It's basically just the venue. But in order for this venue to be fully utilized, all member states need to come to the table with appropriate reflection, appropriate awareness, appropriate knowledge about the technical underpinnings of this debate. So that's where, as I said before, and as Mahmoud has said before, the regional level is crucial. And UNIDIR has been playing a very important role in this regard by organizing regional workshops and consultations that I think should continue as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudio, for the kind words on our work, and shameless plug for our Center of Excellence on AI, Peace and Security, freshly launched. We have time for one last round of questions, which, as before, I will throw to the floor, and then please just feel free to answer whatever you see fit. We have a couple of questions that relate to lessons from other disarmament fields, such as, for example, lessons from the nuclear, chemical, or biological arms control, and what are some of the lessons that are most transferable to AI governance, or conversely, where do these analogies break down, so to speak? What are the limitations of these analogies with other disarmament fields? Another question that I have is, as member state representatives sitting here at the podium, and I guess building a bit on the reflections made just now, what lessons can you take from conferences like this one that have a very informal and multi-stakeholder approach without any necessarily ambition for norm setting, and feature experts from the field? And then finally, another question that I have is with respect to regulatory efforts. So this is a recurrent theme from the conversations. Fragmentation and exceptionalism are somewhat can be a hazard, so to speak. But at the same time, a single global solution might be co-opted by regulatory capture, but at the same time might not necessarily be appropriate in all circumstances. Could you say more about how you see regional regulatory efforts as feeding into a legitimate, fair, and effective governance? So it's really about focusing on that regional layer. Perhaps we'll do the opposite order now, and we'll start with you, Claudio, and then Denise, and finally Mahmoud. Please, Claudio.
Thank you. No, I think those are very interesting questions. I think that the experiences from the nuclear, chemical, and biological fields are useful, but at the same time, we should avoid trying to just adopt a cookie cutter approach to this, especially when it comes to a technology that is so disruptive, so different from everything that came before. I think that the words of the IAEA Director General earlier in this panel, in this event, is still resonating. I think that we should not try to simply adopt the same approaches that worked in other fields and bring this to this, but I think that the lesson of these fields, in particular of the IAEA, is, as he said, tackling a very complex technological problem with a political and institutional solution that is fit for purpose. And I think that we have demonstrated creativity in the past to do so in other fields, and we should continue to do it here. Regarding the issue of how the fragmentation problem can measure up to the possible hazards in trying to adopt a global approach, I do think, it's my own personal observation, that we should not try to adopt a top-down approach to this. I think that it would work better if all from the national to the regional to the global, we develop our own common understandings that take into account our regional security challenges that are different, extremely different. I think that UNIDIR's publication, I think you are responsible for it, evidenced how different regions approach this problem in very different ways with different concerns. So I think that and each country has a lot of homework to do in this regard. I think that Brazil is doing it nationally, reflecting on our own challenges, and I think that this can translate into the regional level and then onto the global level. This is certainly the approach that works best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Yasmin. So regarding these two questions, and first on I would say interlinkage between different domains and its impact on possible use of best practices in AI. I would say that, of course, all positive experience and practice should be taken into account. Yesterday, we listened carefully what DG IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi said, that how AI technology are used or supposed to be used in the sphere of verification, IAEA safeguard system, how to is better can be applied, and of course all these things are valid, and If we take chemical weapons domain, there is a scientific advisory group within the OPCW focused on some specific issues. So these assessments can be differently assessed, evaluated, but anyway, all the conclusions of this scientific work have its impact to other domains. And that's it. And if I'm not mistaken about the question about the sub-regional and impact and experience, use of this experience in a global. Of course, this is also thing which should be taken into account. And but as Claudio said, it's unnecessary to take each and every example relevant for another situation, for another regions, and in global terms as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Yasmin. I would actually, on the 3 points, the first point of the benefits of such conferences like the one we are in here, I think when you're trying, or states trying to govern AI, we better first understand it more and more, especially with the pace it's actually evolving. It's rapidly evolving, and it becomes very much challenging to the stakeholders even to understand what's going on. And for that, and coming from a country from the global south also, I would highlight that capacity building and trying to establish some sort of a common understanding of the concept that we're trying to govern is very important. And for that, such conferences are actually very important and very essential. The second one, regarding the examples of other processes, I think there are so many lessons. We're not trying to invent the wheel here, if I am to say. Some discussions has been going for a very long time. So as much as we try to understand what the technology itself, and as the discussions start to evolve, but I think many other branches of disarmament have very valuable lessons like categorical prohibition, which we try to advocate for when it comes to fully autonomous and unpredictable weapon systems. So there are so many lessons that we can actually benefit from trying to address the governance of AI. And on the last point of the regional layer, I would highlight something that I have said earlier in my first remarks, that the regional layer adds value only when it reinforces a single universal framework, not when it fragments it. Used well, the regional layer is how regions make the global framework more legitimate and more universal. And used carelessly, it becomes an excuse for the global framework never to arrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On this note, I will bring this mini panel to a close after a very rich and interactive conversation. Thank you very much for bearing with my question, and please join me in giving a round of applause to our speakers. Thank you. And I will give the floor to Giacomo to take us to the final mini panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are starting officially the last mini panel of this very intense two days. So thank you so much to all of you for staying with us for this long. The room is very big, so there's still many of you, even if you're quite sparse. So thank you so much for staying with us. I think we are really finishing this this event with a mini panel, just because it's shorter than our normal panels, but a very important one that really gives us the opportunity to dig a little bit deeper into some of the national perspectives and initiatives that have been running, and how important it is to really understand the extent to which we can reconcile the fact that AI governance in the military domain certainly requires states to be heavily involved and in a leading position, but we've heard over the course of the last 2 days, and previously this week during the course of the informal consultations on AI in the military domain, there is definitely the need for a strong support or complementary role by the broader multi-stakeholder community. So we're going to be dedicating the last 45 minutes of this conference to have a very interesting conversation. I'm honored to be joined here on stage by Her Excellency Anne Lazare-Curie, Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the Conference on Disarmament here in Geneva for France. His Excellency Si Jin-song, Ambassador and Deputy Permanent Representative for the Republic of Korea. And His Excellency Shen Jian, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary for Disarmament and Deputy Permanent Representative for the People's Republic of China. Thank you very much to all the three of you for accepting our invitation to be in this panel. The format will be the same as before. We're going to have a first round of questions, and then we will come to you, to all the questions that will be you will be providing us from the floor, and then we'll leave a final opportunity for one last comment to our distinguished speakers. So I would like to start with you, Ambassador Shen, if you don't mind. The question is, we have heard a lot, also referenced earlier this week, about the Global Governance Initiative. And would you mind elaborating on it, explain what it is, and how it can complement the work of the UN and the ongoing multilateral efforts surrounding AI in security? Please, Ambassador.
Thank you, Dr. Pauly. And first, I would like to thank UNIDIR for convening this conference and then inviting me again to participate in today's mini-panel discussion in such a big conference room. Glad that you mentioned the Global Governance Initiative. I remember 2 years ago, there are already suggestions that there are too many initiatives, principles, norms, and processes. There's need to be landing zones. And sometimes I also think that putting forward some initiatives at different stage might also be action-oriented. So today, very glad to have this opportunity to share with you some of the latest development of our Global Governance Initiative. Actually, there are 4 initiatives: the Global Security Initiative, Development Initiative, Civilization Initiative, and the latest one is the Global Governance Initiative. It's a cross-cutting initiative, but it covers emerging technology governance. And since I only have 5 minutes, I will just briefly touch upon the 5 core concepts of the initiative: sovereignty, sovereign equality, international rule of law, multilateralism, people-centered approach, and action orientation. The first is people-centered approach. This will consolidate the value foundation of the relevant governance. And China has always advocated the vision of AI for good and AI for all. We maintain that all weapon systems with application of AI must remain under human control. This is the key. With human beings held ultimate accountability. In their deployment, we must adhere to the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution, guard against indiscriminate use that harm innocent civilians, and firmly uphold the international humanitarian red lines. And second concept is upholding sovereign equality. This will safeguard the fairness of the discussions we are having on and the governance systems we are developing. Every country enjoys equal rights to participate in and make decisions on and reap benefits from the global AI governance. And all nations should engage in full consultations on an equal footing. And be guaranteed the right to use AI peacefully. We are against any politicization and weaponization of science and technology, and creation of technological blockade and barriers, and the use of AI as a tool to suppress other countries. And the third concept is practicing multilateralism. And this will strengthen the UN's primary role. And China advocates that the governance based on extensive consultations and joint contribution and shared benefits. And we believe that the UN is the most representative organization. Therefore, we hope that in the future governance discussions, this will be the primary channel for coordination and for developing governance framework with broad participation and consensus across all sides. And the fourth concept is by abiding by the international rule of law. And this will define the fundamental direction of the governance. By the international rule of law, we mean that first we need to abide by the purpose and objectives of the UN Charter, including refraining from the use of force in the international relations. And it is also imperative to formulate new rules for emerging sectors as gaps and deficits in governance need to be addressed without delay. And we should follow the principles of peace, sovereignty, and inclusiveness, and also collective governance to ensure the development and application of commonly accepted framework of governance. And the fifth and final concept is prioritizing the real actions. And this will facilitate tangible outcomes from governance. And we believe that development and security are inseparable. And we advocate balancing the two and introducing tier to categorize the regulation of AI. And this practical approach can serve as a reference for UN-wide governance frameworks. And dear colleagues, 2 days ago, the Chinese government just published the latest white paper entitled More Just and Equitable Global Governance, China's Principles, Proposals, and Actions. And this white paper comprehensively lays out China's initiative on global governance. And I'm glad to see that in this white paper, there are special references to the AI governance, both in the civilian aspect as well as the military domain. And I quote, not very long, it clearly states that the governance of AI should guard the red line of security and ethics. This is exactly what we're discussing today, and be pursued in the spirit of openness, shared outcomes, and equal rights to ensure AI for good and truly benefit humanity. And it also said that China attaches great importance to preventing risks in the military applications of AI and proposes that all countries should adopt a prudent and responsible approach in the development and use of relevant technologies to ensure that weapon systems remain under human control at all times and to prevent an AI arms race. So this is a reference of the topics we're discussing today. So if you have any interest, I would recommend you to read the white paper that can be checked in the website of the Foreign Ministry. So I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for these first very interesting remarks and for giving us a little bit of a better context around the global governance initiative. Thank you for that. I would like now to come to you, Ambassador Lazar-Suri, if you would like to give us a little bit of an overview, drawing on your overall national and international experience on what role do you see for states to facilitate this meaningful engagement with the expert community?
Thank you very much, Giacomo. Thank you for organizing this event, this panel, and for giving me the opportunity to speak and to present the French views. So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, recent international gatherings from Re-AIM summits to the AI Action Summit in Paris in 2025 have delivered a clear message. The governance and deployment of artificial intelligence cannot be managed by governments in isolation, nor can it be left solely to tech companies. Faced with a technological revolution that reshapes global security and strategic stability, the role of states is rapidly shifting. Our responsibility is not only to regulate or integrate technologies, but also to act as a trusted catalyst. States must build bridges to develop interdisciplinary engagement with the expert community to leverage all available resources in a spirit of fostering cross-fertilization between different expertises. In France, we translated this conviction into action through our 2024 Defense AI strategy and the creation of a pioneering institution on May the 1st, 2024. That's the AMIAD, the French Agency for Artificial Intelligence in Defense. So it's spelled A-M-I-A-D, AMIAD. It's placed directly under the authority of the French Armed Forces Minister. The AMIAD ensures oversight and ministerial coordination for all AI initiatives in defense. To engage productively with top scientists, startups, academic researchers, France has built a robust ecosystem based notably on 3 layers. First layer, financial and infrastructure commitment. France is dedicating 2 billion euros to defense AI between 2024 and 2030. This funding delivers critical digital software and hardware infrastructure, including a classified supercomputer inaugurated in September 25 to process highly sensitive data while preserving strategic resilience. Second layer, creating shared spaces for research on combining civil agility with military needs. AMIAD is thus hiring 300 experts by the end of 2026, blending operational, embarked, and organic AI. A concrete example is LARIAD, L-A-R-I-A-D, the Defense Robotics and AI Laboratory, established in February 2026. Its primary objective is to advance autonomous air, land, military robotics by focusing on the coordination of heterogeneous robot systems. Third layer, establishing rigorous and trusted frameworks. AMIAD provides a framework for reliability, performance, and security for military AI systems. A dedicated expert team addresses cyber risk management, AI qualification, evaluation, robustness, and security, developing a risk mastery process compatible with the EU AI Act. Furthermore, AMIAD acts as a translator of expert innovation into sovereign operational capabilities. Its dialogue with industrial partners allows the AMIAD to integrate cutting-edge innovations rapidly. AMIAD indeed concluded a landmark agreement last December with the company called Mistral AI that gives our armed forces access to world-leading generative AI models while maintaining sovereign control over these tools. We are already seeing the tangible operational benefits of all this work. The so-called DEMAIA kit, detection of military engines assisted by AI, for AI-assisted military equipment detection, currently embarked on armored military vehicles. Another example is AI Gold Ears, optimizing acoustic analysis for our submarines. Previously, it was done by humans. Another example is the France AI Factory Initiative, which is supported by AMIAD, CEA, INRIA, and CNRS, which are the 3 leading research organisms in France. This AI Factory Initiative exemplifies a strong partnership between government, industry, research institutions, data centers, and private companies. The project addresses 3 key challenges: computer power, data, and skills through a range of services like high-performance computing resources. By leveraging infrastructures such as Jean Zay supercomputer, AI Factory aims to accelerate AI innovation and support European technological development in the AI field. To summarize, from a French perspective, building a sovereign AI defense strategy requires reshaping national defense organization to assemble and leverage various national expertise in the academic, scientific, and industry fields. However, to exert decisive leverage, national efforts must scale up to the international level, and it's this framework France is very honored to support as a founding member UNIDIR's Center of Excellence on Artificial Intelligence, Peace and Security, launched this past June the 17th. This center will help, we hope, creating a structured, inclusive and permanent platform based on independent expertise that will equip states with actionable tools in their collective effort to shape AI governance in the military domain. By establishing bold, well-funded and trusted institutions mobilizing the expert community, states can build tailored tools according to their needs, thus having an impact at the national, regional and international level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador, both for giving us a little bit of an overview of how France is dealing with this very complex issue at the national level. I think the experience that you have matured and you have described with Amiad could potentially be an interesting blueprint for other countries that are now trying to understand how they should be organizing themselves nationally and domestically to deal with this topic. And of course, thank you for your support and the shout out to our Center of Excellence. We're looking forward to doing more work in this field. Ambassador Song, I would like to come with you now, come to you with a question. Of course, the Republic of Korea was the host of the second REAIM summit, and one of the key objectives of the summit since its inception was really to be an incubator of ideas and solutions, not just for states, but for the whole multi-stakeholder community, really to try to achieve the responsible development, deployment, and use of AI in the military domain. I would invite you to reflect, share with the audience some of your reflections since you've been following the REAIM process since the beginning, and reflect also on how it could complement and feed into the work that is being done at the multilateral level that started basically this week with the first informal consultations on AI in the military domain. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you, Giacomo, for your excellent questions, and I'm very pleased to be participating in this panel, and I'm extremely relieved that this is the last schedule and this 5 days deep dive into the AI in the military domain. It is a privilege to contribute to this closing panel discussion alongside my two dear friends. This is my second time participating in the ACE discussions as a panelist, following last year's panel on CBMs in the military use of AI. Since last year, developments in this field have accelerated significantly, with growing implications for international peace and security, reinforcing the need for sustained international dialogue and broad stakeholder engagement. Recognizing early on the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement, the Republic of Korea has remained committed to advancing international dialogue on this issue. So the REAIM process is a natural extension of our commitment. Over the past few years, REAIM has developed into a unique and inclusive platform, bringing together governments, industry, academia, and civil society. Participation has broadened, the agenda has deepened, and diverse expertise has been increasingly integrated. In this sense, it has become an incubator of ideas and solutions, as Giacomo mentioned. These efforts are reflected in its concrete outcomes. The inaugural summit marked an important step toward norm development in military AI governance, with the call to action elevating this issue on the international agenda. The second summit in Seoul in 2024 further advanced common principles through the blueprint for action, consolidating shared understanding of both the opportunities and risks associated with military AI. The third summit in A Coruña, Spain, marked another milestone, producing the pathway to action, which called for the operationalization of these principles. With support from UNIDIR and other co-hosts, the Republic of Korea convened a series of regional consultations as part of the re-aim process. These exchanges helped incorporate diverse regional perspectives, security context, and levels of technological readiness, ensuring that the re-aim process remains inclusive and comprehensive. In this regard, I would like to welcome Kenya's announcement in this morning that it will host the 4th re-aim summit and look forward to continuing this important dialogue together. Building on our experience with re-aim process, Korea and the Netherlands co-led the General Assembly resolution on AIMD, which was adopted with overwhelming support in both 2024 and 2025. The 2025 resolution paved the way for informal exchanges earlier this week. Allow me to share a few personal takeaways from the re-aim process and AIMD informal exchanges so far, including the intensive discussions we have had over the past 5 days. First, we need to address opportunities and challenges in a balanced manner while developing a deeper understanding of the relationship between the two. To fully benefit from AI, we must manage its risks responsibly. At the same time, maximizing the positive potential of AI can itself help us address some of the serious challenges it may create. Second, we need to recognize the inherent tensions among the values we seek to pursue, between maturity and urgency, between ambition and practicality, and between conventional wisdom and innovative approaches. So our task is to strike a careful balance among them. Third, a multi-stakeholder approach is indispensable. The process needs to remain primarily state-led, given the military nature of the issue, but without meaningful engagement with industry, academia, and civil society and technological community, our discussions risk losing practical relevance. Finally, it has become clear that while a degree of common understanding has emerged on broad directions, views still diverge on the 3 Ps. I used this one in the panel discussions on Wednesday. 3 Ps: pace, priorities, and platform. Bringing them together is like solving a complex equation. So we need agility, we need agility, prudence, and patience. This is why future work should build on relevant efforts already undertaken through existing process, including the GG laws, UNIDIR's work, and re-aim process, and AIMD informal exchanges in a complementary manner. I think in this regard, UNIDIR is well placed to play an instrumental role by leveraging its expertise and experience across these different processes. So taking this opportunity, I also congratulate UNIDIR on the launch of its AI Center of Excellence, and hope that the center will make a meaningful contribution to the future efforts on AIMD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your remarks and also for the shout out to our Center of Excellence. I think as we heard multiple times in the last 2 days, but also previously, clearly there are a lot of important lessons and important knowledge that has been developed throughout the re-aim process. And even if one doesn't focus on the process itself for reasons that we've heard of, it's not a universal process, etc., but we shouldn't discount all of the knowledge that has been developed and accumulated over the course of the last 3.5 years almost since the first re-aim summit took place. So I thank you for your initial remarks. We are collecting some interesting questions on Slido. So if you don't mind, I would like to, I'll try to paraphrase some or combine them, but I would like to start with one that basically tries to pick up on this apparent conflict in narratives that exist between AI in the military domain and AI for good. almost as if AI for good can only exist outside of the military context, and all applications of AI in the military domain are inherently bad. I think there is plenty of harm that can be done if AI is misused in the civilian domain, and potentially plenty of good that can be done in the military context if AI is used responsibly. So my general question to you, before perhaps I come back with some more specific or individual questions, would be, how do you see, particularly given your experience in the multilateral context, how can we reconcile these narratives that are potentially at odds with each other? I don't know if one would like to go first. Please.
Thank you, Giacomo, and the peer pressure that I forgot to congratulate the launching of the Center of Excellence. We were not initial member, but it will play a very important role, and we hope that we will also contribute in terms of our thoughts and our initiatives and in otherwise. Anyway, congratulations on the launching of this Center of Excellence. The question regarding the relations from China's perspective, I think it's quite consistent. I talked about AI for good, and I talked about AI for all. Initially, I just explained a little bit the system in our in China's system for participation of the relevant international discussions. It will be quite strange that nowadays the Arms Control Department of the Foreign Ministry is taking the lead of relevant international discussions in the civilian aspect, including the global dialogue, including the AI for Good summit that will be held early next month. The reason is that we started the laws process or the Lethal Autonomous Weapons System discussions. So when the AI for Good process started, we have the expertise, and we always keep that in mind. AI should be used for good. So it's quite consistent in our understanding, and there will be, as we see from informal dialogues, exchanges, we need to balance the benefits of application of AI for military applications in carrying out military operations. And we heard a lot about that. At the same time, we also need to bear in mind the humanitarian consequences or the risks that might come from the irresponsible use of or application of AI in military operations. So it's quite natural that while we are discussing the military application of AI or the AI in the military domain, we need to bear in mind the objective of AI for good. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if Ambassador Song or Ambassador Zassuri, if you would like to add anything to this.
Okay, that is very excellent question. This morning, actually, I think about that because I read my remarks in the other forum about the AI for good, and preparing for this panel. So what is the difference and what is the commonalities? And I thought to myself, fundamentally, there is the very common commonalities in that both has the opportunities and challenges. So AI for good, as main concept, is that AI benefits that which created by AI should be widely shared. In order to do that, opportunities should be maximized and challenges should be minimized. Likewise, in the military domain, also we should maximize the good side, benefit side of the AI, the military use, while minimizing the risks and challenges. And I already mentioned, I think we should have a better understanding of the relations between the challenges and the opportunities. So in many times, even in military domains, opportunity side, maximizing opportunity size could be very good response to minimizing the challenges. I agree with the Ambassador Shenzhen. So we should bear in mind that there is a big differences. The benefits should be limited in military domain in some sense, but we should remind the basic principle and basic concept is similar. So our task is similar, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. I agree with Ambassador Song. I think that to mention one application of this, so there are opportunities and challenges in both fields, civil and military, and we should really be able to minimize the challenges, especially in the military domain. And that's why if we look at the specific application of this work regarding the laws discussion, we are for the French position, we are willing to say that IHL, International Humanitarian Law, applies in this field, and that we should look into how precisely we would minimize the possible challenges of AI when we deal with autonomous systems. For example, by maintaining appropriate level of human control. These are the strands: responsibility, human control, understanding of how the system works, being able to deactivate, to neutralize. These are different trends where we look into how to controlling the challenges and maximizing the benefits also in the military domain.
Thank you. As promised, I'm now coming back to each of you with a specific question, and I'm lucky because in the Slido there are a couple that have been already kind of tagged to all of you. So, Ambassador Lazar-Suri, I'll come with you. I'll start with you. I'm actually going to read them all first, and then you can answer them. So, for you, Ambassador Lazar-Suri, of course, it's been a very busy week between Geneva and Evian. There has been a lot happening. So, this question doesn't surprise me. The G7 summit has just concluded in France. What are some key takeaways and initiatives that we can highlight regarding AI that you would like to share with the audience? For Ambassador Song, I have a question for you as well. During the AI in the military domain informal exchanges earlier this week, some raised the possibility of using scenario-based exercises as an innovative approach to kind of build trust and strengthen common understanding on this very specific issue. What is your view on this suggestion? And I would add, you mentioned in your opening remarks, you referenced some of the regional work that we've been doing in preparation for the summits, and we, as UNIDIR, we have used this methodology quite often, and I would say it is definitely powerful. And then to Ambassador Shen. The question is as follows: capacity building has always played a central role in China's approach to AI governance. In light of the upcoming ANGA season and the follow-up to Resolution 8058 and the fresh announcement of the fourth REAIM summit, what are your expectations specifically in the field of capacity building? So what is the next step for capacity building? Ambassador Lazar-Suri, you can kick us off, please.
Thank you very much. So on the G7, there were many declarations, deliverables on takeaways. Specifically in the AI domain, there were some priority agreed by G7 members, proposed by the French presidency. They are as following. First, a safe and responsible artificial intelligence. So this priority aims to strengthen trust in AI by establishing a transparency framework. A second priority is accelerating innovation on AI adoption, especially for smaller companies, through two initiatives. The first one is open source, and this is the adoption of a joint vision on AI openness to clarify the technical and economic principles of open models and encourage collaborative innovation. And the second tool is a self-assessment tool, a free tool developed by the OECD to help companies evaluate their AI maturity. A third priority is reconciling digital technology on ecological transition. This is quite important. So the G7 emphasized optimizing energy efficiency for data centers and networks by promoting eco-design and measuring and reducing the environmental footprint of AI. And the fourth priority, which has really been picked up by the media, is protecting minors children and minors online to counter risks as cyberbullying, illicit content, deep fakes. So the G7 adopted common principles to strengthen age verification, ban the generation and sharing of child abuse material, deep fakes, and encourage scientific cooperation to evaluate risks. These are the priorities on which the G7 as a group agreed. And after that, the French President Emmanuel Macron held a press conference, and he outlined several important principles regarding the use of artificial intelligence. And I want to repeat them because they are quite important. The first one is the necessity of international cooperation. So the French president emphasized that no leader or economic decision maker can ignore the profound impact of AI on democracies, that the best response to these challenges is cooperative, and that non-cooperative strategy would ultimately destroy the business models of tech actors. So cooperation is a better option. The second principle is the necessity to regulate. The need for international regulation is now a clear necessity, and a key challenge in this regulation lies in precisely regulating frontier models that could threaten cybersecurity and democratic societies. A third principle is the, a third point is the announcement of an upcoming platform in the framework of G7 to address these AI risks. A platform for discussion and cooperation will be built in the coming month. So I suppose there will be more announcements to come on this. So these are the main takeaways from the last G7 discussion in Evian. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Song, please.
Thank you for this question. During the 3 days informal exchanges earlier this week, there seems to be a degree of a common understanding that we need and can have more focused discussions next time on certain key issues, like the confidence building measures. So in that sense, speaking in my personal capacity and drawing on my security background, I believe this idea, having scenario-based discussions, is worth considering, as it could give our next AIMD discussions more vitality and practical relevance. In the security field, scenario-based discussions, often referred to as tabletop exercise or TTX, have become an established and useful tool for confidence building. Similar approaches have also been used, as Giacomo mentioned, in the REAIM regional consultations with the support of UNIDIR, resulting pretty positive feedbacks. In the panel discussion of the RAID last year, I also mentioned the usefulness of scenario-based discussions. So the value of such an approach lies in bringing relevant players into a realistic situation and helping them develop a shared understanding of the complexity of the issue. It could also help bridge gaps in perception between developers and users, and between the policy level and operational military level, while providing the practical avenue for multi-stakeholder approach and engagement. Most importantly, the scenario-based discussion could contribute to confidence building by helping partners develop a shared sense of how CBMs could work in practice in the field of AI and military domain. I understand this kind of platform or format may be less familiar in UN security and disarmament discussions, But given the unique nature of AI in military domain, as we all agreed, I believe it would be worthwhile to explore more creative modalities like scenario-based discussions. Thank you.
Thank you for capacity building. I remember not long ago when Special Envoy Amandeep came for briefing on the global dialogue, a question was raised regarding military application of AI, and he mentioned that the GA resolution's mandate is very clear. It has nothing to do with the military aspect. So China put forward the GA resolution on capacity building, mostly focusing on civilian aspect, and the clear references there will be no discussions or not touch upon the military applications. But we emphasize that it is very important for international cooperation and the capacity building. Apart from the initiative I just introduced, we also have the Global AI Governance Initiative, which focusing mostly on civilian international cooperation and the capacity building. And we put forward this GA resolution, and we also have proposed and implemented the AI capacity building action plan for good and for all. And we also established a group of friends for international cooperation on AI capacity building and built the Digital South project under the Global Development Project pool, and has held multiple capacity building workshop and thematic dialogues in this regard. Not long ago in the Zhejiang University, which is the various AI companies are based in Hangzhou, and the workshop, I think it is 3 consecutive years, mostly for developing countries. We believe that, and we also have this Global AI Governance Action Plan and AI Plus International Cooperation Initiative. We believe that this is very important to increase the capacity of all the Global South countries so as to facilitate AI for good for their countries. At the same time, it is also useful for these countries to participate in the discussions like what we are doing here, because there are connections due use nature of the technology. So it is very important to have this kind of capacity building, even though for civilian purposes. At the same time, we also noticed the strong wish in the informal exchanges about capacity building. I think UNIDIR plays very important role in this regard. It is very necessary, as I said, sovereign equality and multilateralism, very important for all the relevant Global South countries to participate in the negotiation in a manner that is on the equal basis with all major countries with high-tech companies. So the rules will be developed, will apply to every nation. So it is very important for them to also participate. In this regard, we will digest what has been discussed in the informal exchanges and to see what China can do in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answers. I think we have time for one last question that will be the same for all of you. So to capture your final remarks. But before I do that, I just wanted to use this opportunity for a shameless plug of self-promotion. Just a few hours ago, reflecting on the question that was asked to Ambassador Song about the importance of scenario-based exercises, we've heard over the past 2 days and even before this week how important context is. Context matters, especially for something like artificial intelligence in the military domain. But it's also a concept that has been brought up in the current deliberations of the GG on laws. So just a few hours ago, UNIDIR released a scenario compendium that is fully dedicated. It's a set of more than 40 scenarios across all different domains of warfare that is designed to help states conduct or better understand what are some of the legal technical and operational implications related to the use of laws in different operational contexts. So please have a look and let us know what you think. Building on the starting point that the GGE and states have already agreed that those autonomous weapon systems that cannot be used in compliance with IHL should be prohibited and everything else should be regulated. We want to help them go further and to understand how to regulate them. We have produced this scenario compendium, so please have a look. But now, let's go back to the panel and the question. I think this is a very pertinent question to close, if you want, both this panel and the conference, which reads as follows: as we navigate the rapid integration of AI into security, what is, from your perspective, the most important step that this panel believes we can take today to build greater trust between nations? It's a big question. I probably should have read the question before I did my speech, just to give you the chance to prepare an answer, but I didn't think of that. So I will now give you the floor to share with us your thoughts, whether it is on this specific question or anything else that you would like to share as part of your concluding remarks. Perhaps, Ambassador, we can start from you, please.
Well, on top of my head, as I didn't have time to really reflect, I think to build greater trust while we integrate AI in the military domain, there are really two leading principles: transparency. So we really know what AI means, how does it work, how can it be integrated into the military systems, and what does it deliver? And also capacity building, because we have noticed that during many negotiations, the gap between the nations that really are able to operate in AI, who already integrate AI in their military systems, and those who still are at the beginning or even struggle to understand what it means. So I think trust, transparency, and capacity building are two guiding principles to help develop trust.
Thank you. Ambassador Song, please.
For the last several weeks, in preparation for this week, I studied and I tried to have an internal discussion with my colleagues. And sometimes I have some time to soul searching. So I asked myself one question. Can our collective wisdom keep pace with the innovation? So the history offers us a nuanced answer. So we don't know what would be the answer of the history 5 years later or 10 years later. But it is very clear the collective wisdom should prevail. So we should get together and share our wisdom and our policy best practice together to be better prepared for all those challenges in the future. So in that sense, I think the most important thing is to understand this issue is so difficult, not an easy task. Especially Korea and the Netherlands, we should prepare the resolution this year, the UN General Assembly resolution reflecting all these discussions. It's a daunting task. So we should understand the complexity of this issue, and common understanding of that complexity should be shared. So in that sense, I already mentioned to you, this is kind of solving a very complex equation. That equation has many variables. One variable is the pace of the technological development, which requires us our urgent response, and the political conditions for reaching agreement. We all know that for the last several decades, our community was very hard time. We had very hard time to solve these issues. So another variable, the capacity of international community to translate all these things into the real action. So, answering to your question, the most important thing is to share that realistic views on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Shinjan, please.
Thank you. Concluding remarks, and I still remember last year when I sit in this panel, I mentioned that the lack of trust hinders the global governance in the AI domain. It remains so. And how to resolve that, I think I have been thinking for 1 year, no very quick answers, but I think it is very important to adopt a correct or objective perceptions of each other. So you constantly hear from us that there should be no overstretching of national security interests or exercise export control in the name of national security in seeking absolute strategic stability, superiority. So this kind of perception will not build trust among major countries. And secondly, we think it is in the interests of all countries for all major countries to cooperate in a way that will gradually build the trust of what we are lacking. This is a very tough job, and we hope that through this kind of dialogue, though we are missing some countries, or countries, I don't. But I think this kind of dialogue will be very useful. And I'll just conclude by the concluding sentences of the white paper I just referred to. I think it's very useful. So we need to act in global interest and plan for the benefit of future generations. We need to rise to challenges with firm confidence. And finally, let's unite and act. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much to all of you for joining us for this last panel. And please join me for a round of applause for the speakers. Thank you. All right. I think it was a long 2 days, but I hope you enjoyed it. It's been really a privilege to be the MC for the last 2 days. I promise I'm not going to keep you here with very long concluding remarks. I just wanted to share with you some interesting information that you might want to look out for. So some of you may be asking, or have been asking over the course of the last 2 days, can we have the slides? Where can we see the slides, etc.? This conference has been broadcasted live on all of our social media channels, and you can go back to its recordings on UNIDIR's YouTube channel. So if you want to go back to re-listen to some of the sessions, please do that. We will also work with all of the briefers to collect their PowerPoint presentations, and if they agree, we will make them available on the event page on UNIDIR's website. I also wanted to thank all of our speakers that took the stage over the course of the last 2 days, all of the authors of the amazing posters that you've seen outside. Last year, we received about 220 proposals to be featured in the first edition of the conference. For this second year, we received 735 proposals. So it was both an indication that we're really filling an important gap and that this conference is needed, but it also means that if we wanted to give everyone who has applied the space, we would need to make this conference a week long, which is probably a little bit too much. Nevertheless, we did our best. We know we really did our best in making sure that every community was well represented in a balanced way over the course of the last 2 days. We can always do better, and for this purpose, I would like to share, you can see the feedback, the QR code. Please do share the feedback. We try when we can to really take your feedback forward. So what is left for me to do is to thank all of you, but also the reason why I moved to the side is because I would like to invite to take the center of the stage. You've seen a lot of me over the last 2 days, but this conference really could not have been possible without the amazing team that made this possible, that I would invite to please don't be shy in the corner. Please come here on the stage. And as soon as they're here, they're really the heart and the brain behind the conference. Everyone has really helped. Of course, you've seen Yasmin, Joanna, but Jessica, Ed, and everybody that has been working either in front of the podium or behind the podium. I would like to give them the chance to join me here on stage. Please distribute yourself on the stage. Don't be shy, don't hide in a corner. And I would like to ask all of you, whatever energy you have left after 2 intensive days, to just give a round of applause to the team. Thank you. And with that, I hope to see you next year. Enjoy your weekend and safe travels back. Thank you.